What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs. What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Here we are back again.
Sorry about that small technical glitch.
We seem to be losing the sound. So we're now in puppy, and this is the Labrador puppy. So there's our full range of puppies. So we have the Cocker Spaniel, the Irish Water Spaniel, the Welsh Springer Spaniel, the Golden Retriever, and we have the Lagotto Romagnolo. This Lagotto Romagnolo has been doing very well. I think it's on about 7 puppy in show all breeds, which is very impressive for a rare breed. Then we have a Chester Hope Pointer behind there, and we have the Labrador.
And for those who missed it, the baby puppy went to the Labrador.
Went to the very cute Labrador.
Which I am absolutely over the moon.
Yeah, which Steve's slightly prejudiced.
Lagotto that's been doing all the winning.
Fantastic. That's absolutely stunning.
It is.
And I will confess that the handler of that dog is my niece. Well done. Fantastic.
Oh, well.
Congratulations, Amelia. And Enzo. Now my one. You can talk about how beautiful the Golden Retriever is if she's not being a dick.
So now into our juniors.
Yeah.
The 4 winning dogs, there was nothing...
so we now have the juniors, and the age class for juniors is age from 1 year to 2 years old. So these are our merging show dogs. They tend to be the slightly ones who are lacking a bit of maturity and still have the love of the game. So often a very joyful class. Here we come with the Mary Cocker again. Amanda?
I always feel in the junior class, they're either close to puppy or close to mature.
Exactly.
It's sort of the gangly age.
So you can expect any kind of behaviour. This is the American Cocker Spaniel, a black one this time. And we have the Welsh Springer Spaniel, who's very much in the junior phase at the moment. The grey ghost of the dogs.
That was the best of breed Weimaraner, so he came from the junior.
Yep, from the junior.
You are, Chris, your Golden Retriever.
And a lovely Golden Retriever. I won't make too much commentary about that to say that this was the Bitch Challenge winner in the Golden Retrievers.
Well done, Kirst.
Yeah. Handled for me beautifully by Kelly.
Well, we know what your favourite is then, don't
Yeah,
we?
well, I'd be hoping. Yeah. I might have some objectivity.
Munsterlander.
Yeah. Munsterlander, which again is the very junior phase. And we have the young pointer with young Jacob shown, who's one of our up-and-coming junior handlers.
We'll see him later in the junior handler
Yeah,
class.
we'll see him in the junior handler class. And that's
He'll be
his
hoping to
dog.
win his trip to Crufts.
Yep, that's his dog Cruz, which is lovely. And we have the Italian Spinoni. And this is very exciting for this handler because this is one of the first litters that she's bred. And again, there we go.
Andrew Phipps.
Yep.
Andrew with his Labradors. Andrew's been breeding Labradors 30 years.
30 years. So we've got people who are new to the game, and we have the flat-coated retriever. It's very lovely. These people are just making their mark in flat coat, which is great, and the very rare Nova Scotia duck-toling retriever. And then the Iris Setter and junior Iris Setter.
Another lovely lineup of juniors. How lucky are we in New Zealand to have dogs of this standard?
Yeah, a very beautiful lineup of juniors.
Yeah, beautiful Labrador.
Beautiful Labrador, yeah.
Jacob and his pointer.
Pointer,
Abby.
yep. Delilah.
Kathy's been breeding Weimaraners for years.
And she's been very successful overseas and has had numerous wins with her Weimaraners. Mine.
And both the Cocker Spaniel ladies are dedicated
Yes,
winners. Big show.
yeah. So this is their young stock that's just coming on to being fully fledged. And then when they start beating the older ones,
They'll retire their older ones
yeah,
and keep the young ones going.
yeah.
Come on, what's your favourite?
Well,
Golden Retriever.
Golden Retriever, but hey, I'm not looking. There's some very beautiful dogs out there. It's really hard. It's very hard. Very hard. Oh, Weimarana for Kathy. Oh,
well done, Kathy.
worthy winner.
Tell me what's next first.
Was it?
Intermediate.
Intermediate.
Yeah.
So these dogs are 2 to 3 years old and are usually some of the ones who are beginning to win and excel and are reaching full maturity. So in larger breeds like gun dogs, you're not expecting a fully fledged adult until the age of 3 plus. They're still growing coat, still developing muscle and body. The stewards are just... Here we go, there's our first contender. So we have the Columba Spaniel again. This one's all the way up from Christchurch. Long drip. And we have a local hero in the Cocker Spaniel, which is another blue roan.
This lady's from North Auckland.
Yeah, she's from North Auckland. And we have the Springer Spaniel, and this dog is also up from Timaru. And we have the Welsh Springer Spaniel. I don't know where Nicola lives.
No.
The
dog from Timaru will be glad he's up here. It's snowing down
there.
there.
It's snowing, that's right. They're all glad we're in Auckland. It's snowing everywhere. Golden Retriever.
Who owns that one, Kirst?
That one is owned by the Sandalwood Kennels, Auckland, and this is the Christchurch branch, and his name is Choi Choi. It's a lovely example of the breed. And we have another Lagotto Romanolo in another colour. Wiesler, Hungarian Wiesler. Labrador. Got a mother and daughter combination out there. Betty's showing the Lagotto, which is lovely to see, and her daughter Desiree on the Labrador, on the liver-coated Labrador, chocolate Labrador. And we have the flat coat retriever from Tokomaru. And here we have the Bracco Italiano from Palmerston North. This is Gino. The dog is a character. He's from the...
I seen him yesterday carrying his ribbon.
Yeah,
he wouldn't let it go.
Gino,
I think he had it for an hour.
He's an Italian clown. He's supposed to be noble and dignified, but nobody gave him the memo.
Okay.
Guys is going through.
I think the Italian will get it. I think it's a lovely dog.
Yeah. He's a nice dog. Very unusual movement. Huge side gate. And a combination of kind of ancient bloodlines going way back to sort of hounds, but is essentially a gun dog of nobility.
Springer's looking good.
Yep, Springer's looking good. He's considering his options. There's plenty of strong competition out there. Yeah. It's the Labrador all the way down to...
There you are, Springer and Lagarde.
To the Bracco Italiano.
And the Bracco, sorry, yeah. And he's
Golden
surprised us
Retriever.
with the golden
Retriever. Well deserved.
Oh, well done.
The Golden Retriever.
I've not seen that gentleman showing.
Yep, Sandalwood the Locksmith. Choi Choi.
Oh, yeah? I haven't seen him around.
No, it's in Christchurch now.
Is he? Oh.
Yep. Land and Lydia, they also have Border Collies. It's a very nice one. What have we next? We now have the New Zealand breeds.
All these dogs bred in New Zealand?
Yep.
Oh,
Zealand
I
breed of
see.
group. So
This dog came second in the group, so automatically becomes the New Zealand bred
of group. He can't be beaten. So that's a very nice win for Shine and
yeah.
Amanda. And this is Rue, or Ruthless as she's known.
So this is our open of group.
And she's our open of group, which means she's over 3 years old.
Oh my God, she's had some spectacular pointers over the years, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Mind you, if you go to a place, you can see how dedicated she is to it all. The whole family, actually. The whole family.
The whole family. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So she's got 4 children, and they all handle dogs, all can handle dogs. So they're a pretty hard machine to beat.
And a browbeaten husband.
Yeah, and a husband who, yeah.
4,
Yeah, never mind.
five women in the house and poor old
Yeah.
Kerry.
And the good news for everybody is she's now got grandchildren who are starting to handle dogs. So it's going to be a force
what
to
a
be
family.
reckoned with. Yeah, what a family. Absolutely. Rightio. Now we have the neuters. So these are dogs that have been spayed or neutered, and we compete. They don't compete with the fully fertile, if you like, of the breeds, but have their own neuter competition. This is the Welsh Springer Spaniel, of course.
Our neuters today will get a Pet Insure prize card worth $50. They'll get a Slumber Zone voucher worth $100, and Reserve Neuter will get a prize card for $25.
So some of these dogs may originally been shown in the other classes, but for other reasons they've been spayed or neutered, and it's lovely that they can continue to be shown and get a lot of fun out of it, as do their owners. Taking the Labrador round.
Rhonda with a Labrador.
Yep.
Lovely Welsh name, you know.
Rhonda. After some valley, I think. Lovely win for the Welsh Springer Spaniel. Well done.
Well done, Mr. Spagnola.
I think that's almost going to conclude our Gundog group for today.
Well, I suppose we better sign off at some stage,
Well,
don't we?
I think we sign off.
And I think we come back for the Terriers, don't we?
We come back for the Terriers and then later on for the working group.
Are we doing the stakes?
And I think the stakes, yes.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank
Talk
you.
later.
Yes. Ka pai tō rā.
Do you want the standards? want the standards?
Do you want me? I've got to get along first. What's it?
Gordon rang me and said they need to get a sound.
Well, we did. Yeah, it wasn't in that show. Last we just said it.
No, I think you round them out quite nicely on the dirty job.
Familiar, more sort of relaxed.
The change happened really quickly. Not only is she enjoying her life, she's participating as part of our family. I definitely have the old Camille back now.
Discover more life-changing benefits of ProPlan Brightmind.
That's what they get per group.
Are you guys happy?
Yeah, no, not quite. Hello and welcome to the voiceover for the utility group. My name is Ray Greer and my co-host beside me is...
Lavina Diamante.
Right.
So the utility group, Ray, here in New Zealand, is a collection of functional working dogs. They're all bred for a purpose. In USA and in the UK, it's referred to as the working group. But in New Zealand, we refer to it as the utility group. They're all working dogs, and so we've got a lovely variety of dogs here today.
Yeah. In utility, as it sounds, utility, there is quite a range of dogs. Where the other groups tend to be more defined, the utility group is a bit more open, a bit more difficult to judge, and there's plenty of competition, and we have some good dogs coming up today.
Looking forward to it, and look, it's a real pleasure to be here today at the Purina ProPlan National Dog Show, and it's a lovely day. We've got some nice dogs, so yeah.
Yeah, we've got an extremely large entry of over 1,100 dogs, which is the biggest entry for some time in this country, and people have travelled all over the country to be here today. So we've met some friends over the last couple of days that we haven't seen for a while, and we've seen them come through, so we're looking forward to seeing these best of breed winners and seeing how our judge makes the call. Our judge is...
So our judge today is, for the utility group, is Kay McGee. Now, Kay's from Australia, and she's renowned actually for her Springer Spaniels, isn't she, Ray?
Yep, that's right. It's we have judged ourselves overseas, and we do rub shoulders with these people. So it was great to see them coming over. She's been in English Springer Spaniels for over 40 years. Has best in show winners, has bred best in show winners in 5 countries, wow, which is quite a feat. Also shows as we get older, the smaller dogs, into Papillions. Other breeds she's been involved with are Irish Setters, Cockers, American Cockers, Weimaranas, Beagles, and Jack Russell Terriers. It's interesting that she has handled over 170 Best in Show winners, and that I think puts her virtually on the top of the pinnacle for those who have handled those number of winners. That's an unbelievable feat.
Absolutely. And look, most of us dream of just having our first Best in Show winner, but to handle 170. Oh, wow, that's amazing. So
yeah.
Very, very experienced judge that we've got here today.
Yeah.
And she's renowned throughout the world. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what she pulls through.
Yeah, it's also very interesting. We've been speaking to the judges in the judges' room prior to here. They're all like it, all the exhibitors. They're a fraction nervous as well. So it's great to see that everyone's on their toes.
And look, this is a big occasion. When we're judging something like this, and especially when it's being live streamed, we're conscious of that. But every judging appointment that we do, Ray, we've got a responsibility to the exhibitors. We've got a responsibility to the breeders, and and we're awarding challenges. So when we're awarding a challenge, we're saying that dog out there is worthy of the title of champion. So it's really important that we're putting the best dogs through.
Yeah, that is true. I see the lining up there at the gate under the control at the stage of the steward, and he will control which comes into the ring. And I know first lined up will be the boxer. Not quite ready to come in at this point in time.
We'll see them in just a moment. It's just something interesting about these utility breeds. So many of them have, a very old breeds. We've got some real history in some of these breeds. Some of them were used for way back in Roman times. Some of them were used to defend and guard. We've got the butcher's dog, the Rottweiler, the butcher's dog. The Newfoundland, which is a water dog. It's a rescue. It's still used in Canada and places around the world today to rescue people who have come to grief in the water.
And also the judges are aware of that history of those breeds, so they like to see those characteristics that were originally bred into the dogs still on view today. So that, in my mind, is some of the defining points of these dogs. They do exhibit those characteristics which they were bred for many, many years ago. They just weren't bred for a look, they were bred for a purpose.
Absolutely, and sometimes, when you're making your final decision, that's one thing that you're looking at. Can this dog do what it was bred to do? And I think that's really important.
Yep, very important.
Right.
We have the boxer lined up there.
Yes.
In goes the boxer, the first dog in the utility group.
Now, this is champion Cadence Ace Babe from a well-known Cadence kennels.
Second is the Bernese Mountain Dog. There was a very large entry of Bernese this morning, so that was a very good win, even at breed level for this lady.
Absolutely. This is Alpine Stoltz Heart and Soul.
Yeah. Next dog is the Bull Mastiff.
Numoda Midnight Mayhem.
In goes the Doberman. It's a well-known dog.
This is Supreme Champion Martin Big Bad Wolf at Parima.
And now the next dog in is an Alaskan Malamute.
And this is Cool Runnings Winter Soldier.
Dog de Bordeaux is the next dog in.
Dogwood Hun a Bull.
And the Italian Corso is the next dog in the ring.
Kiara's Spunk Gang. Oh, that's an interesting name.
Then the Shiba Inu is the next dog in.
So this is Supreme Champion, Australian Champion Rakuro Pretty Fly for a red guy.
Then the Siberian Husky.
New Zealand Champion Escon's Alishka Oriental Girl.
And the next dog in the ring is the Mastiff. A bit bigger and a bit slower.
Yeah, Champion Sandbrook Stefanoch.
And we have the Neapolitan Mastiff, commonly called the Neo.
Tawaipoa Kingsley Iti Tahi. My Maori's not very good.
And then we have the Newfoundland.
Oh, this is New Zealand Champion Summerford's All Styled Up at Kalief.
This dog is very well performed dog, so it should well be up there. Next dog in is the Portuguese Water Dog.
This is New Zealand champion Uptrend, only need one shot.
And the next dog of the ring is the Leonberger.
Leon Thread Fuse Honest.
And then we have the Rottweiler in the ring.
This is Moldovan champion and a Ukrainian and Japanese champion Hancock von Horst Del Monte.
And there's the St. Bernard.
This champion Lausanne packs a punch.
Next dog is the Samoyed.
The Supreme Champions, Zaminka, Cat Amongst the Pigeons.
And we have the Giant Schnauzer as the next dog in the ring.
The Supreme Champion, Zubarai Exquisite by Ramos.
And then we have the Miniature Schnauzer.
Schnauzen and Little Spanish Magic.
And then we have the Tibetan Mastiff.
This New Zealand champion, Thamesin Bosta Doa O Yishi.
Now that yes, this completes the lineup for our utility group. And our judge, Mrs. Kay McGee, is just having a tertiary look at the group to see what catches her eye at this stage. Everybody's making sure their dog is standing and showing off its best qualities.
So, Ray, what's her first thoughts as she's going down that line for the first look?
Well, it's an exhibitor thing. They've actually got to maximise what is good with these dogs. So they've got to present it in the best light. And there's not a lot of time per dog. So therefore, you've got to make every moment count. You've got to catch their attention.
Absolutely. So this is the Boxer. And the Boxer is a German dog. They were originated in the late 19th century. And they were a cross between the Brabanton Bullenbeiser and the British Bulldog. Used for hunting, bull baiting and pulling carts.
So that's another very, very old breed, and it's a breed that's been shown and exhibited in this country for a long time, so it's quite familiar to us.
And now we've got the Bernese Mountain Dog.
Where you go.
No, developed in Switzerland, and they're one of 4 of the Swiss Mountain Dogs, which all have that tricolour coat, although this is the only one that's actually long-haired. A multi-purpose dog driving cattle, multi-purpose dog. They were driving cattle for long distances, but they make a good family dog as well.
Next up is the Bull Mastiff. Now this has got an interesting purpose in life. The gamekeeper would actually doze on the veranda, and the Bull Mastiff would be at his side. The gamekeeper's hand would be on the forehead, and as soon as the Bull Mastiff discovered a sound it didn't like, up would come the frown, and then the gamekeeper would come awake.
They were also very, very effective and very silent and patient and courageous.
Yeah.
And the Doberman. Now also called the Doberman Pinscher in the USA, and Pinscher means terrier. Another of the German breeds. And there's a bit of history about the Doberman and Ray with the tax collectors, wasn't there? So the tax collector wanted to breed a dog that he could take with him to protect himself when he was collecting the taxes.
Doing the very awkward job. There's actually a lot of dogs that have tax collector history in amongst them, so we'll probably go touch that as we go through the day. Here we have the Alaskan Malamute, one of the oldest sled dogs. Bred by the Eskimos to withstand the very, very harsh conditions in the Arctic region. Heavily boned, stamina to pull freight, and quite often as the judges they go away, the dog moves very wide behind, attempting to break the weight of the load of the sled. And once that's mobile, it goes into a conventional sort of gait. Alaskan Malamute, lovely dog.
They are a lovely dog. And next up, we have the Dog de Bordeaux. Now, these are a French Mastiff breed. Again, a very ancient breed. Originated France in the early 300s. the most famous of the Dog de Bordeaux, and I think most of us will remember Tom Hanks' sidekick in the Turner and Hooch movie, which was an American comedy film, and I think that was one of the things that highlighted about the Dog de Bordeaux is that drool is the number one hazard of owning a dog.
Well, quite often you see handlers with a drool towel in their back pocket. And not having a breed like that, I find it rather unusual, but they have a drool funnel in their back pocket to catch the drool. Oh. Next up is the Italian Corso, a very, very old breed. Goes even back to the Roman times. They were a war dog, so therefore they had to be biddable and controllable, but also of some fearsome sort of approach. Otherwise, they would never have been used in a war facility.
And we don't see many of these. They're also called the Cane Corso in Australia, the Cane Corso Italiano, and also the Italian Mastiff, so they do have a number of different names. And this is a little Shiba Inu. So this is one of the smallest of these native Japanese dogs. They were originally bred to hunt and flush small game, such as the birds and rabbits. Interesting, they were nearly extinct after World War II, but now they are the number one most popular dog in Japan.
Delightful little dog, very, very smart moving dog, as to be expected. Always catches the eye.
Absolutely.
Siberian Husky, originated in northern Siberia. Again, very, very extreme weather conditions and need to be able to withstand the cold.
This is a dog, Ray, isn't it, that's built for function and purpose. You know, that dense coat, the tail that will curl around their nose to filter the cold air when they're sleeping, the ears with the fur in the ears to stop the frostbite.
Yeah. Well known in the Iditarod sled races. A team of good Siberians is hard to beat.
Absolutely. And of course, we've had a few famous ones over the years as well. Now the Mastiff. This is one of the oldest British breeds, and it was originally bred as a fighting dog, but it has contributed to many other breeds. So a lot of breeds have Mastiff in their history. Interesting that it was only 8 purebred Mastiffs left after World War II in the UK, but the Canadian bloodlines restored the breed, and we do see quite a few of them. A very strong, large breed, massive head.
It had to be restored. They were originally around 600 BC. Wars cannot claim that sort of history. They have to come back. You do different.
So Neapolitan Mastiff here, now also called the Mastino Neapolitano, and if you've got multiple dogs, they are called Mastino. They're another very ancient breed. Originated in Italy as a guard, military and fighting dog. Lots of loose skin about them, and that's actually there to protect them. It's very functional. It protects them from serious injury in a fight, and it also is there to make them look intimidating. But they have a slow bear-like movement, so these are not a fast-moving dog.
Now we have the Newfoundland, often referred to as the Newfie. Originated in Newfoundland and Canada, used by the fishermen to haul in nets, retrieve sailors who fall overboard. Very, very frigid conditions, cold water, and they were standard equipment on fishing boats, and you weren't safe unless you went out with your life jacket. This was the Newfoundland.
Absolutely, and they have quite an oily, waterproof coat, don't they?
And large, webby feet.
But even though with their size, they are very docile and very gentle nature, and if you can, cope with the size and the coat, they make a great family dog.
Portuguese. Oh yeah. We now have the Portuguese water dog. As the name suggests, originated in Portugal and used by the fishermen to retrieve fish from nets, very, very similar to the Newfoundland. Rather a rare breed in this country, but we have some very good specimens, as this one is.
Absolutely, and this clipping of the hindquarters, for those who aren't familiar with the breed, that's actually very functional, and the reason they clipped them was to remove that excess weight from the rear, so it allowed free movement through the water. The hair that was left on the tip of the tail, so the owner could keep track of the position in the water, and the long hair on the chest to keep the lungs warm.
Next up is the Leonberger, originated in Leonberg in Germany, developed when crossing the Newfoundland, St. Bernard and the Pyrenean mountain dog. The breed again was nearly wiped out after World Wars, and they were used in World War I to pull ammunition carts. And there was only a few, in fact, only about 8 remained after World War II, but they have been lovingly restored. It's like a vintage motor car, lovingly restored by the enthusiasts of the breed.
Absolutely. They're a beautiful breed. Now we have the Rottweiler. Now this is another dog that dates back to Roman times, and they were originally actually kept as herding dogs, and they marched with the Roman legions, protecting the humans and driving the cattle, and then later in Rottweil in Germany, they became popular as the butcher's dog, and they protected the butcher as he took his meat to the market and carried his money. Very popular. In the 20th century, they started using them as police dogs.
Now we have the St. Bernard. I think everyone can remember a St. Bernard with a keg around its neck and in the snow, and really there's a lot of truth in that vision. They were out of Switzerland, go back as early as 1887, companion dog to the monks, and also rescuing travellers who are lost in the mountains. Sometimes called a Barry dog after a very, very famous St. Bernard who rescued up to 100 lives in the snow.
Wow.
The length of the leg is important because you do sink down in the snow.
Absolutely, as is that coat and the big head. They're another really nice dog and one of the giant breeds. Okay, the Samoyed we have up next. Now this is another one of our Arctic dogs. They originated in northern Siberia. There's a nomadic people which are called the Samoyed, and these dogs were kept primarily to herd and guard the reindeer, but they also used them to pull sleds and to keep the family members warm at night time. They were used by some of the early polar explorers across both the North and South Poles. And one thing about, always with the Sami is that Sami smile.
Yeah.
And, we see that a lot.
It's interesting that a lot of people see dogs and they just believe they're of a different variety or whatever. They're all bred for a purpose. Now, plenty of coat, keeps the dog warm and also members of the family warm. Quite unique.
Absolutely.
Now we have the giant Schnauzer. There are 3 varieties based on size. Originated in Germany is way back as far as the 1400s. Developed from the standard Schnauzer, first used for the herding of cattle and general farm work. They are now also used as police dogs and in the military. Powerful, robust, and quite imposing if you're looking at one.
This is a dog that is also used in the dog sports, and the Schutzhund, which is in Germany, is actually a sport, and you have to be a Schutzhund champion before you can qualify as a show champion.
As a breed champion. Now we have the miniature version of the Schnauzer as well. And the main function of the miniature was in farmyard ratting and activities like that. Because you couldn't get a big dog to do that little job of ratting.
And these also come in 4 different colours, and it's the only one of the 3 varieties to have the 4 different colours, and they're black, pepper and salt, plus black, and silver and white.
Now, our last dog in the utility group today is the Tibetan Mastiff, and it's quite unique. It's often referred to as the king of dogs, so it's the last one in to dominate this group. It is the Tibetan Mastiff, originated in Tibet and used to protect the monasteries and also guard the very, very precious flocks of yaki and goats.
And they're very prized in China, and some of them that are sold fetch huge money, and we're talking, upwards of $1 million. They're very prized, but the Tibetan Mastiff is behind a lot of these large Mastiff type breeds.
Right, now Kay McGee is just going down her line to have another look at these dogs. They're all standing to their show their best possible view, and she's going to select 8. And it's out of these 8 which we'll end up with 4 for our 1, 2, 3, 4 of the utility group.
She's got a lovely lineup there, Ray.
Oh, so it's not going to be an easy call here. You go from the big dogs to the small dogs. So she's got to turn off and turn on according to the breed. Selecting
So she's pulled out the Bernese Mountain Dog.
the Doberman, and then we go to the Shiba Inu. So there we have a range of sizes already.
The Newfoundland.
The Newfoundland's out. Another well-performed dog in the country. There's that rare Portuguese water dog is out as well.
That's a very nice dog.
We end up with...
Oh, what else has she got out there? Oh, she's got the Samoyed.
So the balance of the utility group are exiting the ring under acclamation, as they should be. They've all gone best of breed of their varying breeds over the course of the last 4 days.
And, you know, that's an achievement in itself. You know, best of breed at the National Dog Show is...
Dogs have come from one end of the country to the other, Lavina, for this. So they've matched themselves against the best that we could possibly put in any breed.
And so she's got the Samoyed there.
We've got the Samoyed there, and we've got the St. Bernard there at the end.
And the Rottweiler.
And the Rottweiler.
Yeah, she's got a lovely lineup.
She made her mind up already. She
has.
Right, that was very quick. She has judged this breed over the course of the 3 days. Some dogs will have made an impression on her mind, and she is recording it now. So the steward will know who the 4 dogs she has selected to be placed 1, 2, 3, 4 in this utility group.
Now, interesting because I've awarded both the Shiba and the Newfoundland highly when I've judged both of those dogs. And
so you're feeling a little bit anxious that hope that she follows yourself. There's the Newfoundland now. They've done a lot of winning in this country here as well.
And the Rottweiler there.
And the St. Bernard.
She's also got there's a very nice Doberman. The Bernese Mountain Dog's lovely.
I think some of the handlers might be getting a little bit nervous. They're turning around a circle. We're all nervous at this stage. Here we go. 4th place.
The Doberman.
The Doberman gets 4th place.
Nice. So the Doberman is Supreme Champion Martin Big Bad Wolf at Parima.
There's Shiba
Inu, lovely.
Number 3, another small dog amongst the big dogs.
So this is Supreme Champion, Australian Champion Rakarai Pretty Fly Flora at Red Guy.
Now 2nd.
The Newfoundland, lovely. This is New Zealand Champion Summerford's All Fired Up Khalif.
And taking out the number 1 spot is...
Nice to see 2 of my dogs up there, Ray.
You're feeling rather happy, aren't you?
I am. The Samoyed, the beautiful
Samoyed takes number 1 in the utility group. This is a well-performed dog. It's come up from the Wellington area and has made his mark today.
It's Supreme Champion Zamanka Cat amongst the pigeons.
And it's done exactly that. Put a cat amongst the pigeons, taken out number 1 spot in the utility group.
Certainly has.
So we have 1 of the Samoyed, 2 is the Newfoundland, 3rd is the Shiba Inu, and 4th best in group is the Doberman.
Lovely lineup.
We're just awaiting to see what age classes they come out of, because they're automatic winners in their age class. There are your 4 ladies and gentlemen.
And so they're just doing a final lap of honour.
Now the age classes to be judged now will start from the baby puppy.
And the baby puppies are aged 3 to 6 months.
Yeah.
It's always...
We're going to be swapping this for a clean one out.
I'm Murray Child, and I farm a sheep and beef farm south of Whangarei, in a place called Munkaramia. So 99% of farmers are animal lovers. I mean, they wouldn't be in it unless they were. They wouldn't be farming unless they did. So basically, I enjoy taking a young dog out and training it and look forward to going and shifting stock, because I believe stock work should be a pleasure, not a chore. Well, dogs are very loyal, really, and I think if you treat them right, you get results, and they are your mates at the end of the day. You know, I mean, they work hard, run all day, and unless you feed them properly, you're not going to get performance. It's really important that you feed them well, and if you want to get them to last all day, you have to feed them well and look after them. We feed ProPlan, of course, and that seems to be the ultimate in feeding dogs, and since we've been feeding it, we've had pretty good results. If it wasn't for dogs, I wouldn't be farming.
We're back live again.
Everyone sees what the magic happens, all the magic's going on. Matt, are we live back on?
I think we're live back on. But the baby puppy class is about to come into the ring. The age, as Lavina has said, is between the age of 4 months.
3 to 6.
3 to 6 months.
Used to be 4 months. Now 3 to 6. Yeah.
Now that's all of those dogs who qualified for this age class haven't been eliminated at the stage. Miranda complained it was a dirty backdrop.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't a nice clean one.
Good on her.
I heard that coming up, and they started too soon on the first one, so that was their job to quickly change it.
And here we have the little boxer.
It's first as the baby puppies into the ring.
The Bernese Mountain Dog.
Bernie, again, from a very, very large entry.
The Doberman.
The Doberman. Nobody expects a command performance from the young babies.
Absolutely not.
But they enjoy it, and the owners enjoy this accolades as well. Siberian.
Leska Malamute.
Malamute.
Close.
And again, here's a Shiba Inu.
Ray, what do you look for in babies when you're judging?
It's very, very difficult because you're not going to get a command performance out of any of the babies. So you really got to say, can I imagine what this dog's going to do at a later stage? Has it got the basics of a breed? Every breed has got hallmarks that you're after. Are there enough here? And you cannot prolong your decision. The babies will not stand that long.
Absolutely. And you know, like you're right, performance, you know, this is often, you know, it's their first time in the ring, you know, and so we're not looking for a robotic performance. We're just looking for them to be out there, have fun, and just look for those hallmarks of the breed.
Yeah. Some of those handlers do take it very seriously. They put a lot of time and training into the youngsters, so they have got a little bit of a drop on the others if they can get it to perform very well.
And again, she's actually got a really nice lineup here.
All made up her mind.
And she's gone for the Shiba Inu.
She likes the Shibas here because that's the second big call for the Shibas.
Absolutely. And they're becoming more and more popular, the little Shiba. They're just a good size.
Yeah, it's great to see them competing amongst a lot of very, very famous type breeds and larger breeds. So a little breed has actually got to do got to be a good dog to catch the eye. It's happened twice already in the utility group today.
So now we have the puppies. And so these puppies are aged between 6 and 12 months. So we're seeing a little bit more of them togetherness, but sometimes at this age they can be pretty gangly too, can't they? Especially in this group.
Yeah. It's like a teenage children, very, very pretty babies and 5-year-olds come as teenagers that don't look quite so good.
No.
We're at the same stage with a dog. 13-year juniors and puppies can be a little bit gangly. Again, the judge looks for the same thing. It looks for hallmarks of the breed. We are expecting a little bit more better performance out in the ring. They're a bit older, but then again, it's quite difficult. They haven't been out in the ring a lot. COVID has actually meant a lot of them have been stored away at your kennels and home over that length of time.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen, some real challenges in the last couple of years with some of these puppies. Not so much now with puppies, but some dogs that have come through that COVID period. They didn't get the socialisation and didn't get the ring experience, and so they're now having to do it at sort of a bit later age.
That's right.
Right. So we have the Bernese Mountain Dog first in. And this lady has bred some beautiful Bernese over the years, and she's actually a Best in Show winner at the Nationals, one of her dogs a few years ago.
Followed by the Doberman.
The Alaska Malamute.
This kennel is also a very well performed kennel. They've done very well of late, and this young handler does a very, very good job on
Absolutely.
the dog.
And the Dogue de Bordeaux. The Italian Corso.
There's the Shiba Inu out. Wonder whether the Shiba Inu can do this again, Lavina. They're all being smart. Every Shiba that's come in has looked very, very nice.
Absolutely. And the Siberian Husky.
I think it's got a love affair with that Shiba. And there is the Rottweiler.
And the Saint Bernard.
And the miniature Schnauzer.
And interesting, Ray, we're now seeing these breeds coming through with tails that were traditionally docked as well. And it does, as a judge, you've got to adjust your thinking on it.
Yeah, now, having been judge of some length of time, it does take a lot of the images in your mind, and a tail does change that image. Rottweiler's one out there as well, Schnauzer.
And she hasn't mucked around. She has gone with the Bernese Mountain Dog. Very nice.
You don't know the winner, do you?
No. And now we're back at the Purina Pro Plan National Dog Show. We're just about to go into junior of group and the utility group. These dogs are aged between 12 and 24 months. So our junior age group is a little bit different to sometimes what they see in some other countries. I know Australia has a different age group. I think theirs is 9 to 12, 18 months.
Yeah, and often as a judge you go over there, we've got to readjust our mind to these different age classes.
Absolutely. And these dogs are a little more mature. But then we've also got some breeds out here. Some of these giant breeds, they take a lot of maturing. And my original breed was, my first dog was a Great Dane, and then I had Pyrenean Mountain Dogs for a number of years. And, they didn't really come into their own until they were sort of 4 or 5, really. So a junior was still quite gangly and teenager-ish. And then you get the little Shiba, which is, as a junior...
Very smart and very, very put together at a young age. There is an advantage there, but as time goes on, the bigger dogs then reclaim that territory.
Absolutely. And they when they hit their straps and the maturity in those open classes and New Zealand bred classes, then they really start to show their own.
Yeah. Also, the career span of some of these bigger dogs is a bit shorter than the smaller dogs.
Yeah.
So they've actually got to make sure we get them out and get them shown and get them exhibited when they're in their prime.
Absolutely. And also, it's when you're in a building like this. Also, there's a lot of distractions.
Yeah.
And here we come. The first up is the boxer. The Bernese Mountain Dog.
I think the entry of Bernese was about 29 or 30. Very good entry of Bernese.
That's good. The Doberman. The Dogue de Bordeaux. Actually, this is a breed which we're starting to see in some really good numbers.
Yeah.
And another Italian Corso. And this is another breed that's starting to come through. A Neapolitan Mastiff. Those wrinkles. I love them.
You need the slobbercross there.
Yeah, absolutely. The Tibetan Mastiff.
Leonberg.
Oh, sorry, the Leonberger. The Rottweiler. The St. Bernard.
Samoyed again.
Yeah.
That is definitely junior. It could be an automatic, we don't know. Our judge is going up and down the line to select her best junior.
And it's the Bernese Mountain Dog again. Oh, wow. And she had a really strong entry, and she's obviously been taken with this breed.
Well, I was actually down there just checking on the numbers earlier on in the week at this Purina National Dog Show, and I quite liked the quality I could see there as well. So obviously that impressed the judge as well.
Nice. And you know, when you've got some numbers to judge, Ray, is it harder or is it easier?
I think it's easier. The dog come in and out. You can't compare them to each other. But if there are larger numbers there, you compare to each other, and the standard is in the background, and the exhibitors actually have to work harder on their dogs. You see a better view of the dogs. I prefer the numbers rather than ones and twos. And also, I think you find as far as the exhibitors are concerned, they prefer to be in their numbers. They've come up for a bit of a social time as well.
Of course.
And they've got all their friends in their breed, and they've actually reacquainted themselves with their friends over COVID. So I looked in the holding ring, and there was 30-odd Bernese there, and there wasn't a growl. Everyone was really enjoying it. It was actually quite an impressive breed to watch getting judged.
And they are an impressive breed, aren't they? You know, that beautiful tricolour coat.
Yeah.
You know, they're a good size, a lovely coat. And when they go around the ring, you know, it's that movement is
very
nice flowing.
Strength without being fast, without being sloppy. Very good. Now we have the boxer intermediate.
We're thinking this is the intermediate. Bull Mastiff.
The hunter, the guardsman's dog with those wrinkles. Very important to use them when needed. Siberian.
And this is a red Siberian. You don't see those very often. So another one of another Mastiff.
We don't know what classes they are and what's automatically been taken out.
This isn't.
Right, it is intermediate. We've just been informed that all
1, 2, 3, 4 came out of the open dog.
All came out of the open dog class.
Often as a judge, you've got a much larger group to judge then, because you've got to judge those intermediate and New Zealand breds that normally get taken out by the placings of 1, 2, 3 to 4.
Absolutely.
Or the conventional best of group or reserve of group. So all 4 came out of the open dog class today.
You don't see that very often.
Not often.
There she's going down the line, and she's got
about to select her intermediate.
Where's she heading, Ray?
Very quick.
And it's the
St. Bernard. Very popular one.
And another very, very well-known kennel in New Zealand. Gary has bred a lot of Saints over the years, and he's had some top winning Saints, so nice to see that recognised.
Yeah, for a very large breed, very popular. The late Mr. Clyde Rogers was the forebearer of the St. Bernards in this country, and grew in popularity very, very quickly. I can remember attending some functions in the early days of the St. Bernard, and you go to a function and there was 40 or 50 St. Bernards there, which is quite impressive. And they have still kept coming in the show ring and still kept on doing a lot of winning. from memory, I think Gary has also taken out a Best in Show.
He has.
He had Best in Show at a national dog show. So it's a well-performed kennel and great for a large breed like the St. Bernards.
Right, well, so next up we will have New Zealand bred.
NZ bred.
Now, obviously, but as the name suggests, all these dogs were bred in New Zealand.
We quite like this class.
So do I.
Yeah, all the imports have got to actually stay at home.
Yeah, they've got to go into the open.
You got to go into the open dog class. Here's for all the dogs bred in this country, New Zealand bred class.
And they can be any age from 6 months upwards. And so we do see quite a range of ages in this class. And sometimes if you've got 2 dogs and, they're sort of similar age, you can pop one into the junior and one into keeps them separate. So here we have the boxer.
The boxer coming in for New Zealand bred. Some of these dogs may have been in the best of group lineup, coming back in this class.
Absolutely.
Here's the Burnies again. Gee, they're looking all good today.
Yes, she's done very well.
There's the Doberman.
Siberian.
I think she's looking down the end of the line
Where
there.
do you go?
Are we going to go Samoyed again? Are we going to go Samoyed again?
The Siberian Husky.
Very young handler on the Siberian. Great thrill for her out in this big arena at our Purina National Dog Show. To have a win like that is great.
Now, what she's also doing is selecting runner-up.
Runner-up.
You see, that I got both of them, first and second. There you go. Yes, so we do have a runner-up neuter. And we also, I think they're doing that in show, actually, a
yes.
best and reserve neuter and show.
And that's why they are doing the reserve, because the winner comes out of that group, the reserve will go back in.
Nice.
Utility group, ladies and gentlemen. The next group up is the... And
so the judge there is Guy Spagnolo.
And we'll be leaving you for 2 other presenters.
Yeah.
We are tag teaming this presentation here today. We can go. Are we finished now? Hold on.
So we're just getting the rings set up now and for the next judge.
All the dogs have actually got to exit the holding ring and the new dogs come in. It does take a bit of time between the groups.
And Ray, we've got an amazing facility here. And is this the first time they've had the Purina Pro Plan National Dog Show at Ardmore?
This is correct. It's our own building. I can recall being project manager for this building getting built. And believe it or not, it's produced out of Melbourne, Australia.
Wow.
And it came over on a flat deck, and it arrived out here, and I was surprised there was very little to it. So I asked the builders who are up from Christchurch. I said, "Where's the rest of the building? You don't sell your air."
No.
We're on the ads now, right?
Yep.
Thank you both. Some really good feedback about that. Thank you.
Yep, very good. Right, there's mine. Grab that. Everything else stays here. having it in order is very, very good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's, we're not getting enough information as to what the automatic classes got and which one is in and exactly when they're on and off.
The owner of the dog 6058 Leopold in Lisbon were rooting for the current zero, there is almost zero, and they would use their own zero. So it's dog 6058.
Oh well, we're about to see the toys. I seem to have lost my partner a minute. Hope she is not too far away. The toys have had a very big week. There's been lots of satellite shows going on with the toys outside on the first day, and we had torrential rain. You can imagine what they were feeling like. But thankfully the weather's come right towards the end of the week. We got Mr. Spagnola doing the toys after his gun dogs. In fact, he'll be doing toys and non-sporting. This is the first time we've ever had the Nationals in our own centre here in Auckland, and I can tell you that the together has been working tirelessly, and they've done a fantastic job. As an executive councillor, I can't thank them enough for doing this for us. Oh, they found Kirsten. She's coming. I was under the impression we were just doing terriers next, but apparently they come and got me and said we're doing toys.
No. It's a bit loud. I wonder if we can...
Yeah. So what have we got? got in the toy group?
We've got pugs, effing pincers.
So it looks like the toys are lining up. And the first breed.
Yep, here we go. The small first pug. These are our small companion breeds. Pug is one of the larger breeds. Origins in China. Then we have the Effenpinzer, a German breed. Means monkey-like. And has a distinctive sort of goose-stepping gait. This one is from Christchurch. Bichon Frise. This is a Mediterranean one from the Bichon, from the Frise white dogs of the Mediterranean. Frise means a corkscrew curly coat. And we have the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, which was a companion to Charles II and has been developed as a distinctive toy spaniel. Chihuahua from Mexican origins. Apparently huge packs of 50 or so of them would be hunting dogs. This is the tiny and mighty of the tall group. That was the long coat breed, and this is the smooth coat variety. Interestingly, this is the mother of the lady with the smooth coated, of the long coated.
So excited to win.
Yep. So very good. So mother and daughter out there today, and we have the Chinese crested.
We had 12 of these in the show this weekend.
Yep. And only coated on the extremities, but they also come in a long coated variety. Powder puff. And then we have the Griffon Bruxellois, which this is the rough coat version. This comes from Belgium, and is a little has that sort of monkey expression as well. Havanese, and these are the charm school dogs from Cuba. Seem to have been origins from street dogs who had to be appealing to get fed.
Did this dog come from Australia?
Yes, that's an Australian dog. Yep. And they have the Japanese Chin, which is Chin means cat-like, and so these are very small, very delicate, and they have a look of astonishment on their face with their eyes. And this is a Maltese, and this is also from the Mediterranean, from the island of Malta, which is a small white terrier with a long flowing coat. Oops.
It's bound to happen at some time, isn't it?
Bound to happen. It's probably been taken out multiple times.
Min Pin next, is it?
Yep, Min Pin.
Stuart will sort that out.
Yep, they got all the good jobs. And this is the Minitzer, which is kind of Doberman-like, although different in construction. They can,
dog from Christchurch?
Yes, from Christchurch, and it can be red or black and tan. The Papillon, the French butterfly dog, so named because of the butterfly ears. Small, silky coat, used in all sorts of dog pursuits, can be doing agility, obedience, and showing.
The Pekingese.
Here we go, have the majestic roll of the Pekingese. Sort of lion in shape. The flat face, which is said to be like an envelope.
How do you know all this?
I don't know. I just know broader front than a hindquarter. And here we have the Pomeranians. These were Queen Victoria's favourite, and she was the one that developed the breed. They can be many different colours. And this is the Australian Silky Terrier, developed where you can imagine in Australia, from terriers of British origin, like the Yorkshire Terrier. There you go.
We had a very strong toy group this year.
Yeah, very strong.
167 entries.
Yep, it's a big number. Just trying to think which ones. Now, who do we reckon is going to Bichon? Yep.
I mean, these are the dogs that have been big winning dogs all year.
Yeah, and we've got a few up from the South Island who because of COVID lockdowns, we haven't had too much inter-island competition. A few surprises up here in Auckland.
It's nice to see these dogs that we don't normally see.
Yeah,
here, isn't
this is Penny with her pug. Penny's a teacher, and so she's having a well-earned holiday at the National Dog Show.
It is school holidays, so she's on the
she's
on the break anyway.
Yep, she's having a break and showing her pugs.
The pug should be a little square dog, and it should be cobby.
Yeah. And this dog is called Glomar I Was a Whoopsie, and I know for a fact that he didn't ought to be, but he is, and he's very good. Somebody opened the wrong gate.
He's enjoying his day.
Yeah, and he's enjoying it. A pug never has a bad day. And we have, I'm the entertainer at Attitude, and I always like the kennel name because I think they definitely have got attitude. Spunky little guys.
Wire-haired, stout.
Yep.
Apish expression.
Yep, they look a monkey, and apparently they can act like a monkey as well. And this is part of a team that came up from Christchurch and were all wearing coordinating outfits, which was absolutely stunning. So beautiful check jackets and matching the rest of the clothes. And this is Bichon, is a well-titled one. It's a New Zealand Grand and New Zealand Supreme Specialty Grand Champion. Jitterbot being evil has a price.
Very happy little dog.
Very happy little dog. And this is shown by Davida, who is a very experienced Bichon owner and handler and breeder. And an all-breeds judge.
Proud courage of the head.
Yes, very black halos around the eyes, so they're very expressive. Very popular as pets and companion animals.
She's been showing her younger stuff lately, isn't she? So
yeah.
This dog has come out especially for the national.
Yes. And this one here is the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, and he's Chevalove Broadway dancer, and this is Shelley Walker. Shelley in Irish setters a million miles ago when I was a child, but she's obviously decided that Cavaliers were a better option.
As you get older, you get smaller.
Yep, shrunken down spaniels she's got now. So these are, in all the sense and purposes, are a spaniel. They can still catch small game, and were very, very popular at the court of Charles II. In fact, it said that he had so many of them, there wasn't room for anybody else in his bed. So they should move out. They're said to have a saucy attitude, and this is saucy indeed. This is Fleur, and Fleur is a golden retriever person by birth, which is why I know Fleur, and a quick pathway through whippets, and she's settled on chihuahuas now.
When she was a young girl, she used to come to the show because I was in the gun dog ring with her, and she used to bring a little toy where she used to make cups of tea for everybody.
Fleur's been in it from birth, like many of us. And this is Fleur's mother, Lavinia, who's also a judge. And she's very proud of her smooth coat boy. She's very excited. And again, same saucy, perky attitude.
The same standard as the long, except for the coat.
Yep. Everything's the same. Oh, that's better. He's settled down now. There's a little and a lot in a Chihuahua. Exactly. They all go on a table. Exactly. And now we have this Chinese crested, and there's two types. There's a deer-like type and a type, and this is, I think, the deer-like type. So they kind of look like a little deer, or some people even think they look like a pony. So they have this very elegant gait and great big long articulated feet. They've got the origins is a little bit murky, but obviously originated somewhere in China. They say that the powder puff, the longer coated ones keep their. I'm not sure. I don't think so. But yeah, they might have cold, smooth coated ones. Hairless ones. I'd have to
really warm to touch, I know that.
Yeah, they are. When you put them on, it's like a hot water bottle. And this is the Griffon Bruxellois. And again, small terrier-like, catching rats and mice. Very little, very perky, very spunky. Look like a little old man on the face. and a harsh standoffish coat. You can also get a smooth-coated variety called the Brabazon.
These people had a hand in breeding the Sydney Royal winner.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. The Sydney Royal winner, that's fabulous. Very well-connected Griffin, and his name is Paris TaylorMade, or Champion Paris TaylorMade.
Here's my pick.
Oh, yeah, this is the pick. This is the favourite. I adore these as well, and this one is Hashkey the Wow Factor. So very charming, very outgoing, supposed to be incredibly appealing, slightly top line to the hind, and this long flowing coat that can be in any colour.
You can see lively and elastic.
Yep. Lively and domestic. So they, for a little dog, they go really fast.
Yeah. I think this is from the South Island as well, isn't it?
Yep, this is from the South Island, definitely. Righty-ho, and now we have Frost Queen Flying Tiger at Kino, and this one is from the lower North Island, and this is Kathy, and this is one of her new dogs, her younger dog. Very, very light on their gait, so they have a light lifting gait, and as I said, very cat-like.
Kathy dressed to suit the dog.
Because they're so light as a dog.
Yeah.
And this is the person you slave to a bath if you own a Maltese, because that beauty may always so a lifelong passion. So that's Patrician's Portia's Delight.
Should be sweet and very intelligent.
Yeah, they look very intelligent, very cute. And here we are back with the Min Pin, commonly known in the showroom as the Min Pin or the miniature pincer. This is Pin Quest, the Winds of Winter, and very smart. Slightly hackney gait, just lifting their front feet up like a very rigorous, yeah. Almost have a sort of a stallion-like quality, the males. They're very in a small package. Okay.
There used to be a kennel close to where I lived, and every time I visit them, oh my God. I used to love going around to them. For a little dog, you used to think they all wanted to eat you.
Yep, absolutely. Great guard dog, exactly. And this is the lovely Papillon. Origins in France, and is a toy spaniel, essentially, but with those beautiful, beautiful butterfly ears and flowing silky coat. And also, they also come in a drop-eared version called a Faline, which is said to be like a moth. This one's going really lovely. And this is Pip, and Pip comes from Martin.
That's about halfway down the island.
Yeah, halfway Island, yep. It's dog breeder haven. There's loads of dog breeders live in Martin. They all congregated together.
As we get older, our breeds get smaller and
Exactly. Pip can well manage that one. And here we have the dignity of this Pekingese. The Pekingese has a lot more weight on its forehand than on its hind quarter. So it's got very broad front and cabriole legs, and is said to look like a goldfish moving through water on a move. And he's supposed to be very dignified and think that he is absolutely the best.
Bitches heavier than dogs, and it's important to feel the weight of the Pekingese when you're judging it, so
you
must pick it up.
Yeah, so the girls are bigger, so yeah, definitely. I think this is Elsie from Palmerston North. And the dog's name here, he's called Reginald. He's championing.
He will be thrilled with their win, because Pekingese are a strong breed in this country.
Very strong breed. And Reginald of Baramba. And Elsie's very kindly showing dogs that have been bred by another exhibitor who is not able to show them anymore. So she's been very supportive of Dot. The Pomeranian here said that they should fit into a circle. You had a Pomeranian, didn't you, Steve?
We had 3, yeah.
3 Pomeranians?
We had 3 Pomeranians.
Yep. So they're the smallest of the Spitz breeds. So pointy ears, curly tail, and a good voice box usually.
Do you know, these little dogs are so game.
Yeah.
That they used to frighten the Labradors off their food.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a hard job to do, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, just because they're small doesn't mean they're not game. And this is the Sydney Seeker. This is Sydney Silky rather. This is Altmark dusted with diamonds, which is kind of an appropriate name for that steel grey silky coat. And the lovely sort of tan markings, very pretty. And this is it's essentially a toy terrier, if you like, developed and it used to be called a Sydney Silkie. I can only imagine developed in Sydney, native Australian breed.
She's had some lovely dogs over
She
there.
has some lovely dogs, yep. This is Robin Campbell from the North Shore. Yep.
She's out on the west coast.
Oh, yep, out on the west
sorry,
coast.
on the east coast.
East Coast, yep. She's from Aucklandite, so we've got a good mix of people from up and down the country.
Here we go. What's your pick?
Havanese, I love Havanese. I like
Bichon.
I like chins. I like the chins. I like the peak. Yeah. It's hard to tell from Guy's face, isn't it? And Mr. Spagnola's not giving anything away. Oh, pulled out the Silkie. Oh, and Papillon. What's are we getting? Oh, and the Japanese chin and the Havanese. We should congratulate all the other Best of Breed winners. They've done a huge job to get to win Best of Breed at the National. It's with great pride.
My mum and daughter team there.
Yeah, Mum.
So
oh, they're so happy. It's absolutely fantastic and lovely to see people who've been in it for many, many years.
After we finish here, I'll go and ask Fleur to make me a cup of tea.
Make Fleur to make you a cup of tea like she did.
She was a baby.
She's your baby, yeah. Absolutely. Sadly, dog showing tends to be a lifetime occupation. Here we go. Right, we've got... See whether he's going to do anything more with these. And sometimes judges move them around again.
Oh, I'm glad he's moving to the other side of the ring.
Yeah, he's moving them to the other side of the ring. So he's having a look. Just because toys are small doesn't mean that they shouldn't be really functional and be very sound. So they have to be able to move really well because, after all, they have to live with people and not be a constant visitor to the vet. Yeah. So we don't want exaggerations. We want healthy dogs. So even the ones with the shorter faces, we want to make sure that they've got good breathing capacity. You should always buy from a registered breeder and with someone with experience in the breed if you're thinking about getting a dog.
It's a common myth that crossbreeds are healthier.
Yeah, common myth.
These people will spend fortunes on making sure their dogs are healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't see that happening for a crossbreed, can you?
No, not at all. And what they are...
There are some beautiful crossbreeds.
But unwittingly, people put two breeds together that have similar health conditions, which is not helpful. Right, what's happening here? Let's have a look.
Decision's been made.
Yeah, decision's been made. He's got the clipboard out. I'm waiting for Penny and the lady with the F and picture to meet Bottoms in a minute. Dog's attention for all that time.
Penny always shows the dogs that way.
She does. She's been doing that since she was a teenager. She's a very good trainer and a handler of a dog, is Penny.
And her daughter is just a brilliant little animal.
Yep. And the next generation's on its way. Toys always fascinate me, the look of adoration they look at of their owners and handlers.
I'm sure they'd rather be up in their arms.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right, suspense is killing us. Where's that ring announcer?
Come on, Guy.
Yep. There he is. Oh, well done. Well done.
Shelley's a local. She lives 5 minutes down the road.
Yep. She used to live in Wellington, but she got the message and moved to Auckland. So, yeah. So, Chevalove, Broadway dancer. The third place is the Bichon.
I'd say
she used to live in Wellington, but she got the message and moved to Auckland. So, yeah. So, Chevalove, Broadway dancer. The third place is the Bichon.
I'd say she's a local as well.
Yep.
But she lives on the other side of Auckland, so that's
She
that's
lives
like
at
living in Wellington.
she lives in Dairy
To try
Flat,
and-
doesn't she? Yeah,
to try
miles.
and get through Auckland these days with it.
If you know where Terrakina is, you're doing well.
It's only one house. It was theirs.
Yeah, one else was theirs, exactly. Somewhere between Martin and Wanganui. Right.
Well done, ladies. Well done.
Well done. Huge amounts of work have gone into this. Years of breeding. Well done.
Will we see your daughter and the handlers, or
Yes, I think we will see Georgia and the handlers later on today. We have a competition for the junior handlers, which will be held later on today. And I think she participated. She won her division, her age group in the Young Kennel Club competition the other night. Right. Next is our baby puppies.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Already up there. That's fantastic.
It
isn't
is. It's great, isn't it? That's fabulous. Yeah.
Baby puppies next.
Yep.
Do you know, you're commentating, you're remembering this, aren't you?
Mm.
I haven't got that sort of recall. Every time I judge a dog, I read the standard before it. I just can't remember it from last time.
I've got a really visual memory.
Yeah.
And I can see it in my head and read it off.
I've gone from keeping cats at arm's length to having endless cuddles with my own fur baby. ProPlan Live Clear has literally been life-changing.
Usually, I mean, some I forget some stuff, but
Every time I'm asked to go and judge somewhere,
Yeah.
I take my stand for a week beforehand. I'm looking at standards because I just need to refresh
Oh, yeah.
all the time. I'm not somebody like you that has that sort of recall, you know.
I do that. I do go over it, absolutely, and some of it, yeah, I do. I think it's a courtesy to the people you're judging.
Oh, of course.
It's what I think. I think, you know, sometimes I see judges and I think, you don't know. You've just, you know, especially if it's a new breed, and I think, you know, come on. People have spent thousands of dollars bringing this dog and they've paid for your opinion. You better be a valued one. But yeah, no. No, that's right. That's right. It's just rough, and we've all been victims of that from people from overseas. So here come the mighty midgets.
Here are the babies.
They're hilarious.
I wonder which one will not walk.
I know. It's always one that will not walk. It walked outside the ring, inside the ring, but it's not going to walk now. So we were starting off with.
There's one there, Anna. She's from the South Island as well.
Yep, that's Anna, and she's got a rarer black pug. That's a very cute little pug. I saw it the other day, and it thinks it's 10 foot high and bulletproof. And I think it's probably about 4 months old. Very confident. I'm just waiting for things to get organised, and we're off. Where are we off? Not quite yet. There we go. Stewards are marking up the sheet, so we have to keep all the records absolutely straight to make sure we've recorded who's won and who hasn't won. We'll see Nardine from Hawke's Bay with her Cavalier King Charles is the second one there we can see waiting to come in.
Yeah, and then there's Anne.
Anne.
With the
Chinese.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's
Powder Puff.
Powder Puff, yep. And Anne's.
There are somebody else whose dogs are getting smaller as they get older. Anne used to go Weimaraners.
Exactly, she did. Exactly. Getting smaller and smaller. Right, here we're off. So here we are with Anna with her pug. Puppy, baby puppy. So these are puppies between 3 and 6 months old.
Lovely little baby.
Beautiful little baby, very, very confident, holding himself up well. I'm a bit of a sucker for a black pug, I have to say. And we have a tri-coloured Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, so he's black, tan and white. And he's probably a little bit older than the pug, but not much. And Nadine is from Hawke's Bay. And here we have Anne, who's now down in the bottom of the South Island, but was originally in Auckland and originally had Weimaraners. And so this is a powder puff Chinese crested dog, so the coated variety. The one that kept the others warm. And here we have another baby Griffon Bruxellois. Yeah. Again, impish little monkey-like face. Absolutely.
That's a rough coat.
Yep. Yeah, that's a rough coat. Yeah. The other one's the Brabazon. And this is the Havanese, and this is Fleur of Chihuahua fame with her little Havanese. He's a bit of a character,
He's a
this
happy
one.
little thing, isn't
he is. He's a very happy little thing. Beautifully groomed. And a Japanese chin with its distinctive lifting front gate. And look at that for perkiness. Yeah. And they're supposed to have a characteristic look of astonishment, which I always find very entertaining. He's yet to develop his long silky coat.
All fluffy.
And this is the one we're thinking it's going to walk. No, hop, skip and a jump.
Go.
Nearly.
Well, for 5 seconds, he kept all 4 feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very spunky, but it's amazing how these little dogs are so confident in this big ring arena. And here we have Pomeranian. Yeah, Pomeranian. This is an orange-coloured Pomeranian. We've seen the black before. And at the moment, he's got sort of little dark tips, so he may tune into, I think it's a sable colour. Yeah, will lighten up.
It's got to be solid colours.
Solid colours, that's right. So he's got a bit of coat to grow. So Mr. Spagnola's having a look down the line again to see if he can see expressions. Very important. Heads in these breeds are very important, and they have a correct expression. The Cavaliers decided it's playtime. The Havanese is very keen for breakfast. Very keen. He would have been trained. It's always a bit of a challenge keeping these dogs' attention.
Especially these babies.
Yeah. Oh, we've settled down now. The calves settled down now. Oh, here we go. Oh, very nice. Thank you very much.
Well
Chinese
done.
crested. She'll be very, very pleased.
Well done.
She can float back to the South Island now. Well done.
She'll be back this afternoon.
She will. Yep, back for the finals this afternoon. Righty ho, moving along to next, we get our puppies.
Our puppies next.
Yeah. So they are 6 to 12 months old.
Mr. Spagnola has been here for 3 or 4 days.
He is.
Judging these dogs.
Yes.
When we bring these judges in from overseas, we like to make them work.
Exactly. He's been standing in that ring for a good long time. They're well fed and watered, but apart from that, it's not a paid job either. And Guy's been
doing it for the love of it.
Yep, Guy's been all over the world judging. Famous for his Driftway Labradors. And he's won just about all the major shows in Australia with his Labradors.
He judged the very first Labrador specialty that I went to with Southerly Shadow, my grandson.
Oh, really? With Tommy?
And he put him up as a baby.
Yeah, I've always done well. Guy's my friend as well. He's a great judge.
I'm Steph Tweed and I work on a farm, so shepherding, stock managing, all that fun stuff. What's my thing? Probably dogs. My dogs are probably my relaxing thing. So I suppose dog trialling and then training dogs. If we didn't have our dogs, it would make our jobs a lot harder. I love it. I could do it all day, every day, pretty much. Yeah. I would way rather just be out there with the dogs. The dogs love it. They're always happy to go to work. They're normally way more excited to go to work than we are. I feed my dogs ProPlan so I can get the best out of them. Everything we ask, they just do without question. So got to try and give them that back, give them the best back.
Here we go.
Here we go, puppies. So we have the pug.
Hope you enjoyed the ProPlan ad.
Yep.
My dogs do really well on it.
ProPlan, yep. And they're a very generous sponsor to the New Zealand Kennel Club or Dogs New Zealand. They've been fantastic.
In partnership with ProPlan has been
great. And here we go, and again in the matching outfits of the Affenpinters from the South Island, which is fantastic. Very stylish, and another little little monkey boy.
And the Athenpinces were entered up there.
Yes,
Let's have a look.
there were a few. There's not usually that many.
9, there were 9.
9 Athenpinches, that's a good entry. And here we go for the young Bichon. Very pretty. Out there strutting his stuff.
This lady was competing in the teams event the other night.
Oh, she? Oh, right.
Really good.
Really
I
good.
don't think she won, but
No.
it was close.
And here's Bill with his Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Bill is from Central Hawke's Bay, and they've been breeding Cavaliers for a very long time, and they've just recently come back into the breed. And here's young Fleur with her teacups, and Fleur with her long-coated Chihuahua, always beautifully trained. And this we have the naked Chinese crested again now.
That looks like a lovely dog, doesn't it?
Yes, and quite elegant, and they've always look like they've got their furry boots on.
Another lady that's dressed well for the dog.
Yes.
You can see the shape of that dog even though her legs are behind it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we have the Griffon here, so we've got a slightly unusual colour. We've got a black one here, which they're normally the red. And we have yet another charming dog from Cuba with this characteristic cheeky look and long flowing coat. You can see why they survived on the streets begging for food. And again, the high stepping, hackney action of the min pin. This one's, is that Isabella? I'm not sure. No. And again, we have the dignified role of the Pekingese. This is Diane Rogers from Auckland. And Diane's had stunning success with this puppy. Virtually since she brought him out. It's great. Diane had a little bit of a break from showing, and she's now back with this one. So very pleasing. Great attitude. And we have the spherical shape, the pom. I always think they look like a pom-pom. Again, a black one. It's supposed to look like football, yeah. And it's supposed to be very, very dainty. And that black profuse coat. Rightio, who's going to be puppy of group?
I pick Pekingese.
I think the Pekingese has got to be a bit of a standout.
Well, Cavaliers. No?
Cavaliers, yeah. The cheeky Chihuahua's going to take Guy on, so that's good. Here we are. Charm School on legs. Oh, look at that Pekingese, beautiful. Look at those lovely ear fringings and that beautiful black mask. And his long slipper feet.
I think she bought that off Keith, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Did Keith probably give
it?
Yeah,
we better give Keith a bit of a mention because I think he bred the dog and then gave it to Diane. So it's a Pekingese, corporation bred that one, organised that one. Oh, here he is. He's got the rosette. Yep. As predicted, surefire winner. Congratulations, Diane and Keith.
Yeah, well done.
Beautiful,
well done,
beautiful little boy. And what's his name? Oh, we haven't got a copy of his name here, have we? No, because he's a puppy.
Let's have a look in the catalogue.
Here's the catalogue. We might be too late.
Got the juniors coming in now.
Juniors, yep. So these ones are 2 to 3 years old.
No, 1 to 2 year old.
Oh, 1 to 2 years old. What am I talking about? Intermediate. Weird. 1 to 2 years old. Oof.
Crowd is building.
Yeah. Oh, he's called the peak is Park Avon Master of Memories, which is lovely. It's always amusing to people not in the dog show fraternity, the great long names that the dogs actually are able. We don't go outside and call Park Over and Master of Memories come here. They've all got a pet name or a cool name, in which we, some pet names and cool names become famous. But this is their registered name that they're registered with the Kennel Club. And the first name is always the kennel from which it comes. So the people that bred it. So Steve's kennel name is Rojami, and mine's Goldsmith, because I originally thought that I was going to breed golden retrievers and I was going to make something out of gold. Not particularly witty, but it survived.
Our Labrador kennel was Mervale.
Yeah, that's right, Mervale, because Steve's Welsh, obviously. So Mer, definitely. So yes, it's always fascinating to have a conversation about kennel names and why people chose what they did. Right, here we go again. Here is Shelley again with another Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. I think it's the same one. Yes, I think it's their junior one. Yeah. And this is one I think that Shelley's imported because it's not her kennel name. Which is very pretty.
Right, so she gets junior because she was pulled out.
Yep, so she's pulled out. So she's automatically junior because no other juniors can beat her. So that was very well done with Shelley, with a young dog.
Gary will be thrilled.
Yep, she'll be very, very pleased with that. Rightio, here's Penny with the pug. So this means that Penny is automatically best of group and the intermediate of group.
So Penny can't be beaten either. She's number one toy today.
No, so nobody's going to be better than Penny today.
Our junior was number 4 toy, and that's why he took.
Yeah, fantastic. And intermediate was number 1. And now we have.
Now we can have the open.
The open.
And our open dog was placed second.
Yep.
So it'll be a single dog again.
Where's New Zealand bred gone?
I don't know. We have New Zealand bred coming in now.
Yeah, so New Zealand bred is still contestable?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, you got it. Yep. Oh, just
probably swapping handlers out there.
Yeah, just checking that we've got the right dogs in here. Bob and Rosemary Weaver have been stewarding all week, and that's a really thankless task. The judge gets some glory and honour, but the steward just gets sore feet, and it's a lot of hard work in dealing with stressed people and organising all the dogs. So we couldn't do it without the stewards.
We've had good stewards all week.
Fantastic stewards when they make sure that the show flows smoothly, everybody gets in the ring at the right time, and everything, and the rules are all followed. So congratulations to those people, and thank them very much for their efforts.
Paul and his team has done a great job on them.
Oh yes, and the management of this national has been absolutely fantastic. Fantastic event management. This whole facility looks absolutely awesome, and people have contributed from flowers to all sorts of things. But it's run very, very smoothly, including this live stream.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Our New Zealand bred dogs.
Yeah, so there's Debbie Hull, who's normally on the end of an American Cocker Spaniel, with her other delight, her Effin Pincer, who she shows regularly. And we have Nadine again with a Cavalier King Charles.
Yeah.
Yep, Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. Beautiful Blenheim one, so the red and white colouring, which is the most common.
Lovely big round eyes.
Yep, we have another Chihuahua long coat. Another one that's king of all surveys. That fluffy tail that's always up over their back. And the Chihuahua smooth coat. And there's Fleur again. Fleur's been around this ring a million times, so this is the best of breed Chihuahua. Smooth coat. She's taken it off her mother, obviously. And here we have the Chinese crested, and unusually we have a dark coloured one, often pink. This is a nice black one. And we again Griffin.
Our best of breed Griffin as well.
Yep, best of breed Griffin, the Griffin Bruxellois. He's smartly stepping with his nice little rough coat. Again, and this is the Havanese. Very charming. And here we have
Oh,
Japanese
Japanese
chin. And this is a red and white Japanese chin instead of a black and white, which they can also come in. And the miniature pincer. Amy's having a field day where she's been out there all the time with her min pins, and Amy's from Palmerston North. And we have the Papillon and with Pip from Martin. Again, nice red and white one. They also come in black and white. And again, we have that lovely roll and like a goldfish through water of the Pekingese. And there's Elsie with the Baramba Pekingese. Very dignified. Supposedly lion-like.
Nice roll on that dog.
Yeah, beautiful movement. And we have the Pomeranian.
Dark red.
Dark red. So we have a
solid colour.
Solid one, solid colour. Yeah. Yep. So that's and it's
light on the tail, but it's basically the same colour.
Yep. And it's tail flat over its back. And again, we have the Sydney Silky, or the Australian Silky Terrier, more correctly. I can remember Obedience Champion, one of these.
Is that right?
Yep. It was called Edwin. Very worked by a guy called Artie Knapp. When I was little. Well, I've never been little. I was younger.
You and me both.
Never been little.
What's your pick?
Oh, I don't know.
This is more difficult, isn't it?
This is a difficult one because, yeah, these are
very
fresh competition.
Even
I'd like to
right
think
through.
Fleur's Chihuahua had a time, and I like that Pekingese.
Pekingese, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's Pekingese lovely. Yeah, I think he's very dignified and nice head. I think I've actually put him up before, actually, when I've judged.
Oh, yeah.
Sydney, this Silky Terrier is nice, very glamorous. Guys, obviously having to have a think about this one. Hard work handling some of these dogs and keeping their attention, because you know some dogs you hold in place. These ones you have to get them to work with you. Always tricky. Always tricky.
Guy's got a big day in front of him. He's going to do our best in show later today.
Yep. Yes, he is. Oh, that's
there you are.
That's a thrill. Pip from Martin. Pip will be absolutely delighted, as will her neighbour Amanda. Oh, that's lovely.
And the last class in the toys will be the Open.
The Open.
Which
yes.
was our one of the winning dogs anyway, so it'll be a single.
Yeah.
What if you could give your kitten a head start in life to strengthen their immune system and support healthy bone and muscle growth? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Here he comes back.
Here he comes. It's a lovely Havanese from the South Island. Congratulations, is also our best open of group.
Yeah.
That's because she was placed in the group.
In the top four.
In the top four. Fantastic. And we just got to do the neuters.
The neuters and us.
Yep. So as we said before, these are dogs that have been desexed for whatever reason. Some have been show dogs in the non-desexed classes, and their owners have decided to continue to show them in the neuter classes, which is great because it keeps them involved. The dogs love it, and the humans love it as well. And sometimes it's not possible to keep entire dogs. So here we go. So we have the pug. Nice fawn pug.
Yeah, cobby little thing.
Yeah. Where have we got? No, we've got another one. It's hard to see. We have a Chihuahua long coat. Lovely long tail, very long tail. And the Griffon. The cheeky looking monkey look on their face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rough coat.
Rough coated one. Beautiful, deep, rich red colour.
I think Guy's doing the next group as well. I think he's doing the non-sporting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. Congratulations to the pug. And that concludes the toy group at the National Dog Show.
Hope you all enjoyed that.
Hope you enjoyed that. We'll be back with you later on. For your information, Kelly says can hardly hear you. That's because I have to shut up.
The change happened really quickly. Not only is she enjoying her life, she's participating as part of our family. I definitely have the old Khmer back now.
Discover more life-changing benefits of ProPlan Brightmind.
Well done. I'm just going to make sure I don't bring the house down.
Yeah, don't.
I do that in my classroom. It's terrible.
Get ourselves organised.
I've got to tell you, there's a good.
ProPlan Live Clear has literally changed my life. I've wanted a fur baby for so long, and after a challenging time, it was right to start looking into that option. However, after previous experiences with cats, I wasn't sure how that was going to be possible. Thankfully, I found a breeder who feeds her cats and kittens ProPlan Live Clear, and it's been life-changing.
Group.
So we've got 2 groups done into the non-sporting group. It's rather an unusual and a very, very large group, Lavina. We're out now. Now, not that out.
Now, our judge for the non-sporting group today is Guy Spognolo from Australia. Now, Ray, the non-sporting group, it's called the non-sporting in USA, but it's also called the utility group in the UK. But it's an interesting collection of dogs, isn't it?
It is also an interesting collection of dogs, and it's quite a difficult group for a judge to study, learn, and pass. It's a mixture of I don't like really saying it as dogs that don't fit definitely in all the other categories, end up in non-sporting, and there's a range of working, herding, toy-like breeds. Tibetan Spaniels is an exact example. So it is a very varied and mixed group. So therefore, normally when you're studying for something like that, it's an individual breed you learn. So to get past the non-sporting group is not the easiest group to do.
No, absolutely, and I for one found that when I was studying for the non-sporting group, that what I did was actually split it in my study. So I looked at the Spitz breeds and studied them, and then looked at the Chinese breeds and studied them, and I think that makes it a lot easier. So.
Yeah, you still got to collect all the information at the end and sit the written exam. And you sit the practical examination.
Interesting, we've only had 7 Best in Show winners at the National Dog Show come from the non-sporting group.
Well, that I don't think it's anything against the non-sporting group. It's probably more indicative of the difficulty in judging the non-sporting group. I don't believe it's the easiest group to judge. The majority of winners for National Dog Shows have come out of the gun dog group. Happens to be 18 of them, so whether they've got the front row seat, we're not quite sure. The working group and the utility group are close behind, but the non-sporting group a little bit less. The other groups, lower numbers, but the gun dogs are the leaders and dogs that are winning.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have had some very famous kennels come from the non-sporting group that have won Best in Show at the National Dog Show, and most notably is the Taff kennels, the Taff poodles, miniature poodles, and they had 2 Best in Show winners. And in fact, it was 2 years in a row, and that was in 1979 and 1980. Taff miniature poodles won Best in Show at the National Dog Show. So be interesting to see whether a non-sporting dog can do it today.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that it's a homegrown dog that actually wins the major awards at our own show. And it is difficult. They all start from imported dogs, but it's not just a matter of putting one dog to another dog to produce a dog. There's a lot of thought process goes behind those selections. So to have a homegrown champion and a homegrown winner at the National Dog Show is a really big deal as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, Ray, you and Lee have been breeding Shetland sheepdogs for many, many years, and of course you'll understand what goes into the breeding and studying the pedigrees.
Yes, we have. Yes, I've been breeding the Shelties for 50 years, Lavina.
Wow.
And that's a long time in the one breed. Takes a while to get a handle on all the things that go with the one particular breed. And I dare say at the end of the day, I'm quite happy to say I still don't know it all.
Absolutely. And you know, it's not just as simple as you know, taking a couple of dogs that you might own and deciding to make them. There's a lot of work goes into it, a lot of study. There's a lot of health testing as well.
Yeah.
And you're also selecting to improve the breed, because I think that's always our goal when we're breeding, is to breed something better. And you know, when we're selecting, there's a lot of decisions, isn't there?
We never, as a breeder, achieve the ultimate goal, to breed the perfect dog. The perfect dog does not exist, in my opinion. And as far as the advice I've had from fellow breeders, that if you think you got the perfect dog, shoot it and stuff it before someone else does, because there is no such thing. And all exhibitors and all breeders here today are striving towards that goal. And the judges are aware of this. They're not going to go out there and find the perfect dog. It's the balance between type and movement that they are looking for, and it's always a balancing act. So one day, one particular judge may judge this particular dog and like it better over the other dog. Another day, another judge is a very true saying in the dog game.
Absolutely. And you know, sometimes I look at it and I say, well, you know, what am I going to reward and what am I going to forgive? And you know, and everyone has a different perception of that,
yeah.
and we all interpret things slightly differently.
Yeah. The forgive thing is very important. We look for virtues, And as long as you can acknowledge the things that aren't quite right and you accept them in the balance of the total dog, you're going to get there. You cannot, the old story, you cannot put the baby out with the bathwater.
Absolutely.
Doesn't exist in judging a dog.
Absolutely. And like they say, no perfect dog out there, but...
No perfect dog.
I think they're nearly ready to start coming in the ring.
For our non-sporting group.
And Ray, now we're back live with the non-sporting group. They're just about to come into the ring. And our judge today for non-sporting is Guy Spagnolo.
We're working Guy Spagnolo quite hard today. It is also doing our general specials later on. Guy is obviously well known in our part of the world, Australasia, as a Labrador breeder with a very, very famous Driftway Labrador prefix. So it's welcome again to Guy. We'll also have a little interview with Guy later on before Best in Show, so you can have a little bit of an insight into how he thinks and how he's going to approach our Best in Show judging today. So Mr. Spagnolo is ready to judge our non-sporting group.
And as we know with Mr. Spagnolo, I mean, he's had many Best in Show wins, and including Best in Show at Melbourne Royal. He's been on the other side of it. He knows what it's like to be in the big ring. He, as well as having the Labradors, he's also exhibited Cocker Spaniels.
He's a real, true gun dog person, Lavina. He's bred over 80 champions, and he's been an all-breed judge since 1992. And is judged throughout the world. I don't think there's many parts of the world or many parts of the Labrador fraternity in the world that Guy is not known. And I've enjoyed speaking, getting on one-on-one with Guy this weekend. I've known him for many years, but not as well as I've got to know him this weekend. And I think we'll share that with Guy when we have our little interview later on.
And I think we're very lucky to have a panel of such experienced judges here. Very lucky. So. Yeah, just waiting for the non-sporting to start. Here we go.
Here we go. First in the ring should be the French Bulldog.
As we said before, this is quite a collection of dogs, but we've got one of the most popular breeds and it's
in the world.
And it's going to be the first one in the ring. And you know, it's the second most popular breed in the USA behind the Labrador. Yeah, the little French Bulldog, very, very popular. And so hopefully we're going to have them very shortly.
The background of the French Bulldog is quite unique. Come down from the English Bulldog. And some were bred with prick ears, and the English didn't quite like that. Took them back to France, and all of a sudden they were very, very popular in France, and they exported them from the UK, and from then on the breed has gone from strength to strength. Ironically, they pushed the Labradors off the top spot.
That would be hard to do because the Labradors, which is such an amazing family dog, are so popular right around the world.
Yeah, they've always been our number one on our New Zealand Kennel Club registry, and they've always had the biggest entry out of Labradors. So, but throughout the world, the French Bulldog was pushing them off that spot.
What do you think it is, Ray, about some of these breeds that make them such a good family dog and make them so popular?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head with the family part. Unless it gets involved with a family, because apart from whatever function they wanted for that dog, he does go home with the family at night time, spends a lot more time with the family than any other activity. That's got to fit in with the family. So those dogs, French Bulldogs and Labradors, are all family-orientated dogs, and that's where their popularity comes.
Absolutely. And look, you know, when you're thinking about getting a dog for the family, I think it's a really good idea to research what they're bred for, what the background to them are, what characteristics and traits you can expect to get from them. The New Zealand Kennel Club website has a lot of information on our breeds. So we've got, just do a bit of research and see what they're bred for.
It's an extension to your family, a dog, and I think the research part is very important. Here we're underway now.
Here we are. Now we've got the wee French Bulldog. So as Ray was saying, this is a breed developed in France, and to come down from the English bulldogs. So there we go, the little French bulldog.
Don't read it. We have the Tibetan Spaniel, originated from the monasteries of Tibet. Interesting enough, they were held in great esteem. They were never sold. They were never sold for monetary value. They were given as a highly valued gift.
And then we've got the little Boston Terrier. Now the Bostons are really known for their markings. It's really important, the markings.
Yeah, they call them Boston Terrier markings, and it's just unique to the breed. Now we have the British Bulldog. Again, a very, very popular breed. This is a very, very nice specimen coming in too.
It is.
Yeah, originally bred for bull baiting and bear baiting in the 1600s. A very, very old breed. They're a little bit different to what they are today. They still have a pear-shaped body, a little bit longer with lighter hindquarters. British Bulldog. I quite like that breed, Lavina.
Yeah, they are a nice breed. And waiting to come in the ring is the Chow Chow, or commonly sometimes simply called the Chow. And this is a Chinese breed, beautiful big double coat, and they have that characteristic stilted gait, and which is such a defining characteristic of the breed.
Here's the Dalmatian coming in. Again, a very popular breed, very much used for its grace and its beauty, and accompanying the carriageways had to look the part.
And we've got the German Spitz Mittel. This comes in two sizes, the Klein and the Mittel, but this is the larger of the two, the Mittel.
And then we have the Great Dane, very, very imposing dog, and great means great. So here we have a very, very well performed black Great Dane.
The Japanese Spitz is next in the ring. They only come in white, pure white, and another Spitz breed.
We now have the caissons coming in. They were developed in the Netherlands, used as a watchdog, companion dog, and also on the barges that frequented the rivers in that part of the world.
And the Lhasa Apso, this is a native of Tibet, and originally came from the area surrounding the sacred city of Lhasa.
And then we have the miniature poodle coming in. Poodle in three sizes in this part of the world. It's the national dog of France. Should be in every way a miniature of the standard poodle, just smaller than it's in the standard.
And the next in the toy poodle.
And there is the standard poodle.
So we have all three sizes today represented. Next in the ring is the little Schipperke, the wee Belgian barge dog.
And here is the Shih Tzu, the net dog in. Must have a very, very arrogant carriage as far as the head is concerned. From Tibet, favoured in the Chinese courts as a watchdog.
And the last one, that is the last one in the ring.
Now our judge is just wandering down the line, having another look at the dogs, refreshing his memory. And this is the part where the exhibitors have got to maximise what is good with their dog and disguise, which is not quite so good, because no such thing as the perfect dog.
Absolutely.
And the judge's dog is to do actually the opposite, to perceive those sort of things and also the good things, and put them in balance in his mind as to what he's going to do. He's asked them all to relax.
He's had a look, and now he will run them one at a time. So he's already judged these. So he judged the breeds. So he's actually judged each of these dogs, but he wants to now have another look at them.
Whereas he judged them in the breed and compared them to the other members of that breed, he's now judging them compared to the standard of the standard of other dogs. So it's a slightly different criteria. And that is why he's having another look at them.
And so he's just going to have a look at that on the ground, and then he will run it out and back. Now this little French bulldog, and as we said before, they developed in France. They quickly became popular in France, and And so much so that some of the small bulldogs were actually sent back to England, sorry, the larger ones returned to England and the smaller ones were kept in France. So, and they eventually developed into 2 separate breeds.
Tibetan Spaniels is the next breed up. Very large entry, close on 40 Tibetan Spaniels exhibited day before yesterday. So, and here we have the winner, the best of breed within the Tibetan Spaniels.
And this is one that comes from the Nelson region, and this lady has bred a lot of Tibetan Spaniels, and she's well known for her Tibetans. And nice to see she's travelled a long way to come here today.
And been rewarded with the best of breed.
Interesting, in Australia the Tibetans are shown in the toy group.
That's why we're saying how our non-sporting group is quite a variety of breeds. And we get Australian judges over that often need dispensation to judge this breed if they haven't got the non-sporting or the toy status. Otherwise, we do match our breed and per groups with Australia extremely closely. They're not in this particular case.
Now this is the little Boston Terrier. Now these were originated in Boston in USA in the 1800s, and they were a cross between the Bulldog and the brindle and white Bull Terrier. Originally bred as a pit fighting dog, and we'll see some of these breeds where pit fighting was popular. Fortunately, it was outlawed many, many years ago. But the colour and the marking's very important, and they make a Boston look like a Boston. Required markings are the white muzzle band, the white blaze between the eyes, and the white forechest. That's a little Boston Terrier. Very smart little dog.
Now it's the British Bulldog. As I said when it came in the ring, this dog caught my eye. I don't know whether I should put money on it at this particular point in time, Ravina, but I do like this dog. To my mind, he fits the bill very well. Correct bite.
Beautiful head.
Beautiful head. He has got the right amount of nose extension. Very difficult in what they call a brachycephalic breed, but this dog epitomises this breed very well.
Interesting. Winston Churchill famously owned a British Bulldog, and they sometimes said that he looked very much like his breed, like the Bulldog. So, but yeah, so. But they're a very strong, very powerful dog, and again, this is another one which was bull baiting, so that shape is very functional.
Yep.
And now we have the Chow Chow, and often simply just called the Chow. It is actually one of the oldest breeds. It's thought to have originated in the Arctic Circle and migrating to Mongolia, Siberia and China. The word Chow in Chinese actually means food. So some people think that, you know, they were bred for food, but in fact they weren't originally. They were kept as a guard dog and a hunting dog. One of the interesting things about the Chow, they have a characteristic blue-black tongue.
And the roof of the mouth.
And the roof of the mouth. And they have that open angulation on the hind quarters.
It's called a stilted gait. They must show the stilted gait.
It's very important. And I think as judges we need to be careful that we don't lose that stilted gait. It's a characteristic of the breed, and we need to reward it.
This dog is just coming off the back of some very big wins in Auckland over the last couple of weeks.
Nice.
So we'll just see whether it is recognised again today. He's got an eye on it, I can tell.
He's a lovely dog. And I think we've got to remember sometimes what's correct in some breeds is not correct in the other when it comes to movement. So it's
right.
Very characteristic.
Here is the Dalmatian, originated in Dalmatia province of the former Yugoslavia, which is now Croatia. Uses a military dog, watchdog, shepherd, retriever, circus dog. It's had a range of activities. It was also used in following carriageways and fire trucks, fire carriageways. They knew how to get out of the road. They had to enhance everything. So they're a moderate, balanced, pleasing dog. And here we've got a very, very soft-moving, pleasing type dog. And this is the characteristics of a Dalmatian.
And of course, the only breed which has the clear white background with the spots.
Spots on. And the spots, believe it or not, there's a range of spots you should have and should not have.
Absolutely. Now here we've got the little German Spitz. This is the Mittel. And as I said before, these come in two sizes, the Mittel and the Klein. The Klein's the smaller one. They're developed in Germany, but like many of the Spitz breed, they also had their origins with the Nordic Vikings. Used on farms to herd and guard, plus kill vermin. They were an all-round farm dog. But they also had royal connections. They became very popular in England when George I came to the throne because he had a German wife. And many German visitors came to the court with their Spitz dogs. And George III also had a German wife, and she had many Spitz dogs. And so did Queen Victoria. So very royal connections with the German Spitz.
Quite a few dogs have royal connections. We'll mention as we go along. Here we have the Great Dane. It is the master of the dogs. It's a sized dog. It is a powerful dog. Developed in Denmark. Widely accepted it was developed in Germany. Crossed with the English Mastiff and the Irish Wolfhound. Used to hunt wild boar. A very strong dog. Very dignified dog. I love judging this particular breed. Strong breed characteristics. They're not difficult to judge.
My very first show dog was a black Great Dane, so I love this breed, and I've always had a love of it. So it's good to see a black dog out here. I mean, we normally see fawn. The blacks aren't quite so common, but this dog has also done quite a bit of winning. He's from up this way, isn't he?
He's a locally bred dog, and just down the road from these grounds, actually, Lavina.
Nice.
Not too far away at all.
Okay, next up we have the Japanese Spitz. Now, the Japanese Spitz, they believe that to have been downsized by the Japanese from the Samoyed or the American Eskimo, or a combination of both. And Japanese are very good at downsizing things. But a typical Spitz, wedge-shaped head, the pointed muzzle and ears, the high-set tail, but they should be light and nimble in their movement.
And that is what we're seeing out here, those finer points and that nimble movement.
And they're always white. Another dog which would make a great family pet.
Next up, we should have coming into view very shortly is the K-Sound. Here's the K-Sound. Everybody really accepts it as a barge dog. It has a little bit of an earlier history in that. Developed in the Netherlands, used as a watchdog, companion dog, and also there was a lot of barges in that part of the world, and the dog was regarded as that watchkeeper on those barges. Nimble enough to hop from one barge to the other, that is the K-Sound. Characteristic spectacles above the eyes. And if we can get a camera shot into the face, you might see later on, there is a set of spectacles around the eyes. Some markings in the coat.
And the next one in the ring is the Lhasa Apso. A native of Tibet, another of the Tibetan breeds, and originally from the areas surrounding the sacred city of Lhasa. So that's where it gets its name from. Interesting, the Lhasa ray was only ever originally given as a gift.
Never sold for money.
Never sold for money, and the Dalai Lama would give the Lhasa as a gift. They're quite reserved and wary of strangers. But very independent and stubborn, and as any Lhasa Apso exhibitor will tell you, some days they will just turn off, and if they turn off, that's it. But if they're on their game, as this dog is today, then they will give you a performance.
Very hard to beat. And that is a well-performed dog. That dog's actually coming from Christchurch. The owner's travelled a fair distance for this show.
Absolutely.
Here we have the miniature poodle now, the national dog of France. And we've got three sizes today. We've got the miniature, which is the middle size range. We have the toy, and we have the standard coming up. It's over 11 inches and under 15. FCI does recognise another size, but we won't go too far into it today. But the standard actually is the same for them all, with the exception of the size. Light and elegant gait is essential. Not many standards say the word essential.
And that's certainly what we're seeing with this this miniature today. And this this dog here is in a modern, what they call a modern clip. So they come in a range of different clips, and so the clipping of the breed in the early days, because the poodle was actually bred as a water dog, it was a gun dog, and so the clip is actually really important. The pom-poms on the hind quarters are to protect the kidneys, and around the bracelets around the ankles is to protect the joints. They shave the hind quarters to take the hair away, so that it's lighter in the water. And so whilst this is very much a glamour dog today, the clip is very functional.
That is the toy poodle, which is under 11 inches. Now we have the standard coming in. It was the original of the three sizes. Again, the paramount thing is light and elegant gait is essential. So it doesn't matter what size poodle you got, that character must be through. Again, it has that clip, pom-poms over the kidneys to keep them warm. Very cold water, a nice bit of insulated hair and water over those parts of the dog will keep it warm. This is also a very nice dog, Lavina.
And very well presented as well. Light on the gate. And when you're judging this, Ray, you've got to get your hands in under that dog.
Yeah, and know exactly where the front angulation is. Make sure that the movement is correct on it. It is light, but it is light for the right reason, and your hands tell you that. You can virtually close your eyes and put your hands into that coat to determine the structure of the dog. That was all done earlier on when Mr. Spagnolo did the actual breed. He's not going quite so intense at this point in time.
Next up with a little Skipperkey. So this is a wee Belgian barge dog, but they were actually primarily used as a watchdog and a vermin killer on the barges. Interesting, their name, the Skipperkey, it's Flemish, and it's commonly translated as little captain or little boatman, which gives an indication of what they were bred for. Lively and alert, small, cobby, they've got sharp expression, coat that's abundant, and it forms a mane and a frill around the neck. And we see the word culotte used in the breed standard, which describes the hair on the back of the thighs.
Right, we have the Shih Tzu, originated in Tibet from the Lhasa Apso and the Pekingese, favoured in the Chinese courts and used as watchdogs. In 1908, the Dalai Lama sent Shih Tzus to the Dowager Empress of the Manchu dynasty, who was a passionate dog breeder. Playful, personality, very independent, has a distinct, arrogant carriage. And you'll find that with the rough on the head bred, and when you judge them, they look very arrogant.
And they have that strong rear action, showing full pads. But the short face, you can see the Pekingese influence there. Right, well, he's gated. So he's looking down the line again. He's going to make a short list of 8. Where do you think he's going to go, Ray?
Oh, standard poodle's got to be there. I got a personal choice. I like that British Bulldog. It's rather a unique breed. Sometimes not everyone's favoured breed. It is one of mine. The Delhi's great.
The Chow Chow.
Yeah, standard poodle.
I like the Boston.
Bulldog and Chow are my 3 that stand out for me. We are eliminating down to 8 out of this lineup. Everybody's getting a little bit nervous at this stage. They want to be part of that 8.
And this is where that final performance comes in.
Yeah.
It's what catches your eye. You've got an idea in your mind as to where you want to go and what you want to do, but you're just taking one last look.
He's also machinating over in his mind where his 8's going to come from.
The Larza. Larza's a very nice Larza. And I like the miniature poodle as well. So let's see where he goes. He's going back to the beginning of the line.
Yeah, I think he likes something up the front and something down the back. That's a bit of a giveaway at this stage. And we both might have some money here.
And he's pulled the standard poodle.
That was one of my picks.
And the miniature poodle. That's mine. The Larza. The Great Dane. The German Spitz. The Chow. The British Bulldog.
How many have we got thus far? And the French Bulldog is the 8th one to be picked out. There's the balance of the best of breed winners in the non-sporting group doing a lap of honour and going out to acclamation.
And as we said earlier, you know, they're all winners. They've all come through, in some cases, a large entry to win best of breed. And, you know, best of breed at the National Dog Show is nothing to be sneezed at.
Nothing to be sneezed at.
And they have some fabulous prizes as well. And of course, they all get sponsorship from Purina Pro Plan. And Purina Pro Plan are the sponsors of New Zealand Kennel Club, Dogs New Zealand, and they've been very, very generous in their sponsorship.
Also their moral support as far as their marketing and support for our health programs, which are important to the modern breed. So we have a very good working relationship with that particular company. Right, Mr. Spagnola, we're just looking down the line. We have 8 out there at this particular point, and there's a lot of well-performed dogs out of there. Having attended a lot of dog shows, Lavina, I know, which has been doing the winning up here, and a lot of those dogs are out there now.
Absolutely. So he's going to take them around once again.
Standard poodle.
The miniature poodle.
Miniature poodle.
The Lhasa Apso.
The Great Dane is the next one to be moved again.
Your favourite, the British Bulldog.
There is my British Bulldog, Lavina. And he's not rushing it because the Bulldog doesn't move fast. He's moving it correctly. That is a very nice dog.
The German Spitz.
The Chow. Again with the characteristic stilted gait, and you can see it quite obvious at this point here. Another very well performed and nice dog. And last out of the 8, but no means the least out of the 8, is the bat-eared French Bulldog.
So your money's going on the British?
All my money for a winner's going on the British, Lavina. I'm looking for a big return here. Not a betting man, though.
Look, he's got a beautiful lineup, and any one
There-
of these
yeah.
eight could win.
And there would be no hesitation that he'd pull any 4 of those and they'll be regarded as top winners.
Absolutely.
They are great dogs. This is an exceptionally strong lineup, I can tell you that now. Here we have our moment of truth. Mr. Bob Weaver, our steward, who is marshalling everyone beautifully at the entranceway, is in control of the record at this particular point in time. Notice he's standing back and letting Guy do his own record keeping there, and the bit of paper is handed over.
And a good steward is such an important part of running a show like this. In fact, the whole team in the background, and I mean, we have an amazing team working in the background, so we're very, very lucky.
Well, the call has been made. It's just a matter of when they're going to call them out. And we'll be calling out 4th best in group non-sporting. That will be the first call. Everyone over in that table knows bar us, Lavina. We don't know at this stage.
We're the last to know.
We're last to know.
The Bulldog, British Bulldog, there we are.
I didn't have him on a place, but I've got out there in the last call, Lavina.
Yep.
I've done pretty well.
Pretty good.
Very, very nice dog. I'm glad my fellow judge, in other terms, has recognised that. That is a nice dog.
It's very nice. And in 3rd place? The German Spitzmittel.
This is a very popular.
Fabulous. And that's a roar from the crowd. That is really popular.
Very popular. Just down the line. Now we're down to the sharp end.
The last 2.
The last 2.
Where's your money now?
Oh, I think the Standard Poodle. my place is shifted.
There we go. There we go, the Standard Poodle.
Number 2 to the Standard Poodle.
Okay, I'm going to put my money on the Larsa.
I'm going to say from Christchurch.
From Christchurch, yep.
Has come a long way.
Yep.
Very
overseas.
Overseas, over the Cook Strait.
Over the Cook Strait. The Chow.
The Chow.
Wow, that is amazing one. That dog has done a lot of winning recently.
This is on the back of some very, very big wins locally over the last 3 or 4 weeks. Well-performed dog, been recognised by our judge from Australia. It is a worthy winner of this non-sporting group.
And he's going to ask them to all move around.
It's interesting, there's out of those 4 there, there's quite a different range of gaits there. So notice the Poodle's allowed the gap.
Yep.
Because the Poodle is fast. So very, very intelligent handling by our handler, Nicole. There goes the Standard Poodle. German Spitz. And there's the other dogs that are out.
The Larsa, the Great Dane, the French Bulldog. Oh, great win for the Chow.
That was a very strong lineup, and takes you a while to get a crowd wound up like that, but they were quite wound up with those placings there.
You know, that's so good to see. You know, when you get the crowd supporting their dogs that they love, and you know, cheering them on. And recognising when they do have a win like that. I mean, it's really nice to see. We've got the crowd sitting in the grandstand, and
there's a sizable crowd there looking on at this stage. I'm just saying, Lavina, when you non-sporting best group Chow, we're not on, are we?
I'm not sure.
We are actually. Just the names of those dogs, and I'm going to have a difficulty here in pronouncing this one.
Star Jolan.
Bright Stargazer is the Chow. Here we are live again. So we're at baby puppy in the non-sporting group.
The baby puppies, they are aged between 3 and 6 months. And in the non-sporting group, because we've got the cute factor in a lot of them. I mean, some of these Spitz breeds of babies are just
Delightful.
gorgeous.
And in our normal shows at our top level, very, very hard to beat the baby puppy coming out of the non-sporting group.
Absolutely, and they are just, like you say, just delightful. And first in, we've got the little French Bulldog.
Absolutely delightful again, as we were saying. They're a hard dog to beat.
Very characteristic with the bat ears
and he's moving like a little trooper.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tibetan Spaniel. Here we have the British Bulldog.
He seems to be handling it very well. And sometimes this, for the babies in particular, can be quite daunting for them. It's a lot of noise.
Yeah, especially when they cheer and clap. Often it's very, very hard for those young dogs to handle it. Not used to it. There's the Dalmatian, baby Dalmatian.
A spotted dog.
Yep.
Baby Great Dane.
Very gangly. We talked about in an earlier coverage about a teenager. Well, you've got a dog a distinct dog as a teenager here. Very gangly Great Dane.
Growth plates on those front legs.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. And we're Japanese Spitz.
Out on the big stage.
Little toy poodle.
Little toy poodle. In the puppy clip at this
baby.
stage. In the baby.
The baby toy poodle, yeah, in the puppy clip. And the last one is the wee Skipper Key.
And there's the tail. Right, our judges now looking up and down the line to make his decision. Having gone through the whole of the breed plus the winners, I think it's in your mind as a judge, you have got a winner there. Just a matter of confirming it now as he wanders down the line. Very hard for the babies to perform. The owners are doing their best. Happy-tailed Dalmatian there.
The wee German Spitz. Now that's actually an unusual colour. You don't see that colour very often. It's very dark, and they can come in any colour.
And there's our teenager again. And we're not being unkind to the Great Dane. It's just that it epitomises what we were saying before.
The wee Japanese Spitz and the wee toy poodle.
Skipperkey.
And the Skipperkey. An unusual thing, of course, we were talking about tails earlier, but we're now seeing the Skipperkey with
tails.
The tails. Takes a bit of getting used to. He's going for the French Bulldog.
And as we talked about as a popular breed, we've now got a popular winner in the babies.
And he really just strutted his stuff.
I talked about him like a little trooper going out with his bat ears. And as a baby, they're hard to beat in this group, Lavina.
They are. I love the French Bulldog. I've rewarded French Bulldogs a number of times when I've judged. It's a breed that I do adore. And they're funny. They're little clowns. And fun to live with. So the next class we've got coming in is puppy. So they're 6 months to 12 months.
In the same order, headed off by the French Bulldog.
I never thought I'd have a cat, but here we are, living in the same house, sleeping on the same bed. Propan Live Clear has been a real game changer for us. It's been awesome.
Oh, the one back again.
I think there's just a little bit of a delay. They're waiting for a dog to come to the holding ring.
Because they're going to move in fairly quick succession, and their dog was not ready. May have been a handler in the previous class. They've got to go back and put the dog in the cage and fluff it up, and it more than likely was a dog that needed grooming. and we're all passionate about the showing of the dogs, and we want to present them in the very best possible light that we can. So the final brush-up's important. Even at this young teenage age.
Absolutely. And you know, presentation isn't everything, but it certainly is a part of it.
Probably the presentation as far as an exhibitor is concerned is more than what as a judge is concerned. And we all come from exhibiting dogs, but presentation is great to have, but also as a judge you want some basics which must be ticked off.
Absolutely.
Here we go.
And they're starting again with the little French Bulldog.
Again, a smart little dog, bat ears. Soon to be the most popular dog in the world.
I'd say so. He's just got the Labrador to beat. Tibetan Spaniel
from a very large entry. An entry of nearly 50 dogs.
And we'll probably see one in every class, I would think.
I would say so. Boston Terrier with the definite Boston markings.
Now, I really like this little Boston.
And
I judged this as a
Boston
baby.
do a lot of winning in the puppy class as well. Baby class and the puppy class here.
And the British Bulldog.
Well supported, that British Bulldog coming in by the members in the stand.
And of course, in New Zealand, we just refer to them as the Bulldog, but in some countries they are referred to, and we still call them the British Bulldog.
And there's the Dalmatian.
That rhythmic gait that we look for in this breed.
Required hour after hour.
And the Japanese Spitz.
And the Keeshond, the barge dog. As they mature up, those spectacles must be over the eyes. As a judge, you're always looking into the face of the Keeshond to make sure that characteristic is there.
Absolutely. And the Lhasa.
That's well behaved. They're normally not a well behaved young puppy, but that one is.
And the first of our poodles. Really enjoying himself in the ring today.
And the standard.
And as we see, it's in the traditional puppy clip. And it'll probably retain that puppy clip for
some
a while,
time. For some time.
And the arrogant Shih Tzu.
Right, as the silence descends upon everyone, Mr. Spagnola's going up and down the... Sure. Now looking for a selection for puppy. We've just had the results of the placings 1 to 4. The junior is going to be automatic. The intermediate's going to be automatic. Open's going to be automatic, and so is NZ Bred. So it's a very quick judge. A very quick group.
It doesn't happen
There's
very often.
not
where
very
you
often.
cover, you cover all
All four
classes
with
separately.
with an automatic placing.
So where do you think he's going to go here? I quite like the Dalmatian. I thought the gate was very good when it came in.
Yeah, it came in very well, and in the short period of time that it came in, it did impress.
I do like the Boston. It's one of my favourites.
Very, very hard to keep the puppy still all the time, as you can see there. The difficulty,
Some are behaving better than others.
There's the Shih Tzu, absolutely. With one of our young junior handlers, we've got a lot of young junior handlers coming through the ranks in Dog New Zealand with showing dogs. So it's great to see that. Even our judges have commented on the youngsters that we have in the game.
And I think that's really important. I mean, we have an amazing
structure
for the juniors.
Yeah, and the results of that are starting to show.
Absolutely. And I mean, they are the future of dogdom. They're the future of the sport, and so it's really important. So he's kind of shortlisting. He's running a couple.
Yes.
He's run the standard poodle, and he's now running the Lhasa. So he hasn't quite making up his mind yet.
No, and there's only one he can select from here. The standard poodle's in a difficult scenario. He's again a teenager, but he's a nice dog. So
yeah,
here's your pick
and
here.
Here's my pick, which is this
Boston.
little Boston. No, I judge this as a baby, and very impressed me as a baby, and it's nice to see that it's still coming on.
And it's a very good handler in Nicole Harrison here, and she's getting the best out of this dog in the small amount of time that she's allocated and running around the ring.
And look, you don't get a lot of time, so you just got to make
when
every.
When you're scheduling the show, we allocate 1.5 minutes per dog, so there's not a lot. There's the Tibetan. Right, made the call.
He's sitting down the other end.
He'll walk back. He'll walk back.
He's just having a final look. He likes the standard poodle.
Yeah.
Let's have another look at the Lhasa.
Yeah, you're going to come back to the Boston. I think you might be right here, Lavina.
Certainly has. It's my pick.
Okay.
Oh, well done. And Nicole's been in dogs for many, many years. And Boston's were actually her mother's breed, I understand.
Yes, that is correct.
And
Mother Tanya.
Tanya Colquhoun.
And the daughter's carried on the tradition.
And she has, and it's great to see her with the Bostons.
She's always been a very, very good handler. Now embarking on a judging career. Has just passed her working licence only a matter of a few weeks ago. So Nicole's becoming a very major person within our dog game at this point in time.
ProPlan Live Clear has literally changed my life. I've wanted a fur baby for so long, and after a challenging time, it was right to start looking into that option. However, after previous experiences with cats, I wasn't sure how that was going to be possible. Thankfully, I found a breeder who feeds her cats and kittens ProPlan Live Clear, and it's been life-changing.
Yeah. There we have the best junior, which is our Group 1 winner, which is the Chow, and its name is...
Do you want to try saying that?
I'm passing over the name to my co-host here. I never got my tongue around it last time.
Sarjolan Bright Stargazer.
I got those last 3 words as well.
And now we have the intermediate, which is our standard poodle.
Which was number 2 in group.
And that's champion Taiwan Hungry Like the Wolf.
Handled again by Nicole Harrison. She's done well so far in this group.
And the bulldog.
My bulldog.
Your bulldog.
My bulldog.
Your bulldog. Okay, so you get to say that.
Champion Samosi Touch of Class is our New Zealand bred and was also 4th in group. And they're going back to open.
and the open is also automatic.
And that was number 3 in group.
Which is the German Spitz Mittel, and that is...
There was a large cheer for it before. I wonder whether we get the same cheer again.
New Zealand champion Lansafan Dynasty. Yeah, that's a bit of a fail on the name. Sorry.
Yeah.
But very, very popular one, and lovely to see that breed be up there in those top 4 placings.
Well, that completes the judging, ladies and gentlemen, of our non-sporting group. Oh no, we have the
neuter.
Have the neuters coming in, and as before, we are going to select 2, a best neuter for a group and a reserve, because in show they will do the best neuter in show and a reserve neuter in show.
As we were saying earlier, Ray, I mean, this is still relatively new to New Zealand, and not all clubs are providing neuter classes, which is a bit of a shame, really. And because it is becoming really popular, it's an opportunity for new exhibitors who may have a breed that, they may have purchased a dog and had it neutered or spayed.
And there's still a place within Dog New Zealand for those particular dogs.
Still a place, and there are some really nice dogs that have been sold to people as pets, and gives them the opportunity to come out to a dog show and be competitive and learn what it's all about. And then next time they might they might take another step
forward
into the breed ring.
What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Their clip. Now we're back.
Okay, now so the first of the neuters in the ring is a little French
Bulldog.
Tibetan Spaniel. I said we would have one in every class.
Yes. Well, out of an entry of 50, you would expect that. And we've got that. Obviously a very popular dog.
Mm.
Boston Terrier again.
The Dalmatian, very popular Dalmatian. And the Japanese Spitz.
That might take a bit of winning in this class, the Japanese Spitz.
Yeah.
Still looking very nice.
Very nice.
Judge is just having a final look at these 5 dogs, of which he has to select 2.
I think I'd be going for the Japanese Spitz
Yep,
first up.
that's my call. We're both, our money's both on the same dog in this case. The Boston will go run close.
Yeah, the Boston. The Dalmatian. I'm liking the Dalmatian, looking at it here. But look, any one of them. The Boston. There we go. That's first. So that's best neuter in the non-sporting group. And now he will award runner-up. And it's the Tibetan Spaniel. Oh, huge cheer from the crowd. Huge cheer.
Down the line, isn't it? That, ladies and gentlemen, does complete the judging of the non-sporting group at our Purina ProPlan National Dog Show. Right, there we are. Yeah.
What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Rightio, here we go with a young...
The first one nearly fell over.
Yep, young dog showing classes, which has encouraged young people's participation, and this is, I think, the 5 to 7-year-old class. So this is about how the dogs are shown, and the children take a dog and practice with it, and this goes on all around the country at different dog shows, and they have different heats. Once you've won a heat, you can still compete, but if the next place getter, if you win, the next place getter gets the points, and so we get as many children qualified for the final as possible. And it's around, as I say, in the North and the South Island, and then this is the big final at the National Dog Show. So that's the 5 to 7-year-old class.
And even though the kids love it, the parents take it serious as well.
So some of these are the winners from the competition the other night, and this is Georgia Kalman, and this is her dog Harry. And Harry is a Boston Terrier, and Georgia has been competing since she was a very small child. And she won her age class, which I think was the 7 to 11-year-old age class.
Oh, look at this young guy.
Yeah, and this is Toby, and Toby is from Central Hawke's Bay, and this is his pointer, and I can't remember his name, but he was the winner of the next biggest class, which I think was 11 to 15 years old. Yeah. And so with Georgia and Toby, these are their own dogs and the dogs that they live with, so they haven't gone and borrowed a well-trained one from a friend. And they've been showing these dogs since they were very small.
Where's Toby from?
Toby's from Central Hawke's Bay, from Waipokoro.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
My God, if I was living down there, I'd be asking him to show my dogs.
Exactly.
He's really good.
It's really good. And Toby, the long story is I take Toby's mother to dog shows when she was a child. So, yep, he's a second-generation dog shower, and so is Georgia.
He's handling that pointer well.
He does a great job, and he's been doing it since he was very small. As like every activity involving children, the parents are right behind it, and you'll see a whole lot of people standing around helping. And also young people who've successfully campaigned before or won before will help. So this, I think, is the 12 to 16-year-old group.
This young lady shows dogs for Jill, one of one of our council members. She shows Bassett.
Yes, she does, exactly. And this is the pug, and I'm just trying to see who this person is handling it. Can't quite see. Do you know who that one is, Steve?
Sorry, I don't know.
We'll have to find out who that young person is.
We'll have to get the names of these people.
First one is Paige Judson. These are obviously the older teenagers who've had lots and lots of practice as they were younger. And calling the shots in the ring is Margaret Wilson, who's in charge of the YDS in the North Island.
And she's secretary of the Major Nationals.
Yep, and secretary of the Nationals. So Margaret is a teacher, and of course is a passion for young people. You might notice they're all dressed very smartly, and they dress in clothing that complements their dog. So you want to be, the attention be on the dog, but you provide a nice background for the dog.
You're a legend, you know that, don't you?
And these are the big girls. So this is the 16 to 20, and it's very good that it keeps people involved. And this is Charlie from the South Island, and I'll remember her name in a minute. And she is showing an unusual breed. It's a Japanese Shiba Inu, and she usually shows Cavalier King Charles Spaniels. And this is Kiwatea, and Kiwatea is from the North Island, and she's showing one of the family's Welsh Springers. Charlie Hootsos, that's what, I just remember her name. And she's come all the way up from Christchurch with her grandmother and the Cavaliers and obviously the Shiba Inu.
They always look so smart.
They do. These amazing dogs.
They dress well.
Yep.
They present their dogs well.
Yep, they're a credit to us, they really are.
got to wait a little while now when we
Yep.
for the hound group.
A hound group. So I think there's going to be a pause in proceedings. I've just seen the hound judge walk past, so hopefully...
As soon as the hound group is finished, I think we're going to
Yes.
do the stakes.
Yeah, the stakes.
Yeah.
So the stakes are going to be done by...
Beth Warman.
Beth Warman. Beth Warman.
She's our New Zealand judge for the week.
Yeah, so the panel of judges, whilst they're mostly international, we always have one New Zealand judge who receives the honour of judging at the National Dog Show and usually the stakes.
Beth's a life member. She's also an Albury's judge.
Yep, and she's also an Albury's judge and she comes from Christchurch. And Beth is also a second generation dog show person. And she family had Cocker Spaniels in the day and other breeds. Just want to compliment the sponsors and the really hard-working committee on how well they've actually decorated the venue for this event. We walked in the other day and it looked really, really professional and very, very exciting.
I haven't seen nobody watering the plants. I'm have to go around.
No, exactly, exactly. There's plenty of few dogs have tried to water the plants, which are much to their owners' embarrassment. So usually the scheduling of these events is usually pretty slick, but sometimes we just have a little glitch where we have to wait because we can't predict exactly how long things are going to take.
It'll give everybody a chance to catch their breath anyway.
Yes, well, exactly. They're people and go and have the essential lunch and comfort stops. And we're right next to the photo booth here where all the winners are lining up to have their photo taken, which is always an important part of the event and can be quite tricky when you're trying to photograph a dog that doesn't want to stand still. Like most of mine.
Nothing worse than trying to photograph a dog, I can tell you. Takes ages.
Salty. Oh my God.
What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Is you on the camera?
Yep, we're back live, and here we are at the Purina ProPlan National Dog Show in Auckland at Ardmore, and it's Ray Graham beside me. I'm Lavina Diamante, and we are just about to start with the stakes, and I think we're starting with veteran, aren't we, Ray?
Yes, but also introducing our judge. We've got an Australian panel, all overseas, and we've got a New Zealand... Oh. Start again on that. Right, we're live again now. Introducing our judge, Beth Warman from Christchurch. She's also our New Zealand judge on our panel. We do love our New Zealand judges on our panel. Beth is very well respected in this country and very welcome on this panel. Beth has the Corsair prefix on her American Cockers, Bichons, and lately of Dachshunds. Corsairs was named after where the Warman family lived in Littleton. Shifted away, Corsairs has stuck, and the Corsairs prefix is so well known in this country. Titled over 100 champions, plus 11 grand champions. Beth has been all breed since 2002, and she was a member of the Executive Council for a number of years. Extremely well qualified, and we welcome Beth Warman to our stakes. Now the stakes have been judged over the course of the day for each group.
So she's already seen all of these dogs, and she's pulled out a final selection, and so she's going to be running them again and looking at the game, and then she will be placing them. There'll be 5 placings for each one, so it's going to be quite exciting. Veteran, I love the veteran stakes.
Yes, there'll be a veteran. There will be a
New Zealand bred.
There is a puppy which runs from 3 months to 12.
3 months to 12 months, yes.
And then we have a teams, and the teams is very exciting. It's also the dog and also the handlers, and it's usually well supported by our crowd, so that will be very, very good at the end. But first up are our veterans.
So our veterans in the stakes classes, they don't necessarily need to have been entered in a breed class. They're normally 7 years and over. And they're often sort of retired, semi-retired show dogs. Some of them have done a lot of winning over the years. Others
have just reached the
they've
tender age, the age of 7 years.
Absolutely. But, you know, when we're looking at the veterans, I mean, we take a little bit into account for age. I mean, some of them, you know, especially when we see them sort of like 12, 13, 14 years old, and then you see them amazing
Here we
condition.
go.
So first in the ring, we have the Nova Scotia Duck-Tolling Retriever.
It's commonly referred to as the clown dog. Supposed to attract the ducks with its activities. Next we have
the Golden Retriever.
Glad to see that bloody
The Lagotto Romagnolo. The Pointer. We've got the working dogs, the Australian Shepherd from the working group. The Whippet.
From the hound group. And the Alaskan Malamute.
From the utility group.
And we have our ever-loving Boston Terrier back in here, even in the veterans.
Smart as ever.
But as we said previously, Beth has seen all of these and has shortlisted down to this group that she's got now. But she's just refreshing her mind. We're talking about dogs that she judged a couple of days ago. So she's refreshing her mind.
So she's just doing an out and back, and then she'll take them around. I mean, this is the Nova Scotia Duck-Tolling Retriever, and as Ray said, commonly called the Toller. You know, and these are a happy dog. The hunter would send them out to dance and play near the water, and that would attract the curiosity of the ducks, and then of course the hunter would do his thing.
Just seems strange that ducks would be fooled by that, but you never know, do you?
Well, exactly. So now we have the Golden Retriever, often called the KFC dog, and kind, friendly, and confident. Very, very happy dog. Very well-known family dog as well.
Also very, very popular in this country. It's always been very close to the Labradors as far as registrations and numbers are concerned.
And he is known by his colour, and that colour ranges from a pale gold right the way through from the palest cream to a dark, dark gold. But it shouldn't be red or mahogany. Now this is the Lagotto Romagnolo.
Often shortened to the straight Lagotto. I think we will refer to the Lagotto. In 1970, the breed was nearly extinct, with barely a few breeds remaining. Again, we've had some dedicated breeders that have brought this breed from the brink of destruction.
So they're hardy, they're rustic appearance, and they've got this curly coat of this woolly texture. Now we've got the English Pointer, or the Pointer, or commonly known as the English Pointer. And of course we saw that earlier in the day in the gun dog group.
Very distinctive as far as the head and the muzzle are concerned. Very, very light in its movement, characterised by the lashing of the tail. Job was to creep up onto the fowl that was still on the ground and just point to where it was in a frozen pose. Then up would come the hunter, and as we said before, the hunter would do its thing.
And this pointer is from the very well-known kennels in the
Hawke's Bay.
Next up, we have the Australian Shepherd from the working group. The Australian Shepherd, it actually isn't an Australian breed at all. It's actually an American breed. It was developed in the USA. And they're given the name because of the association with the Basque sheep herders that came from Australia to the USA in the 1800s. Very popular with the US farmers and ranchers. And with the Western riding, horseback riding, they become very, very popular.
They're very popular in this country and very strong within the working dog group. And I think this is a dog that has very well performed in the working dog group prior to becoming a veteran. So, and well exhibited, and could be very, very strong in this lineup as well.
Absolutely, and I've awarded this dog previously as a youngster, so nice to see him still being shown. And now we have the Whippet. Whippet is one of the fastest breeds, and you know they're very old breed, but they're built for speed, aren't they, Ray?
Yes. The stories go back. If you were to leave all dogs to naturally evolve, they would evolve towards the shape and size of a Whippet. So it's a size and a weight that is very strong and not exposed to extinction and is survivable. So that is the Whippet, and this dog is a type dog is a racing dog built for absolute speed. Now we have the Malamute, one of the oldest working sled dogs. We've seen them before. They're designed for the harsh conditions. And interesting enough, they've all got guard hairs on the outsides. When they lie down in the snow and go to sleep, some part of the hair sticks to the snow. If it's guard hairs, they can get up in the morning, leave a few guard hairs behind and carry on. And that is the Alaskan Malamute.
Very functional breed. Everything about that breed is built for function and purpose. Next up, we have the wee Boston Terrier. And as we've talked about the Boston earlier, you know, it's a smart dog, originated in the USA and distinguished by those markings, that white muzzle band, that white blaze between the eyes and the white forechest, and then those are the required markings, and
Yes.
then are the optional markings as well, but must have those required markings.
Called Boston markings. There we are, a smart little dog. Final circle for our veteran Boston.
She's got a nice lineup. She's got a nice short list here.
We're talking veterans here, and these dogs are 7+ years. And it's very, very hard when, as a judge, that you can't put the youngest dog up because that's unfair. You've really got to look for a dog that is still a good dog and be in the veteran class. So there's a range of ages here, so that's going to not be the easiest call.
Where do you think she's heading, Ray?
I think
she's got 5 placings.
That's the dog there. The Australian Shepherd, I would.
I like the Australian Shepherd. As I said, I've awarded that dog before. I gave it Best of Group a few years ago as a youngster.
I think the big dogs are going to be the ones to beat here. The Malamute's good.
Malamute's lovely. I like the Boston.
Yeah.
Very nice Whippet. Unfortunately, she can't put them all through. She's
It's 5 placings?
It's 5 placings.
How many out there?
I think it's 7, I think.
Yeah.
7, I think.
Number 5 is the first placing.
Yeah, she will be awarding them 5th down to 1st. She's made a decision. She's with the steward. She's writing.
Just calculating them down and getting them correctly done.
I do like the Legato too. That Legato, he's done he's been very successful, and this is a breed that has grown in popularity in New Zealand, and when we look at that dog, it's again its function. Originally a water dog, now most popular is a truffle hunter, but originally bred as a water dog. Right, so I think the Legato will be up there in the top 5.
As I said, I think it's a big dog lineup, but I'm being a little unfair because the majority are big.
She's writing. We can't see what she's writing either.
If the cameraman would zoom in.
But again, they're all winners. You know, to
Yeah.
get through to to be selected in the shortlist of the final veteran. You know, it's a Purina Pro Plan National Dog Show. I think, you know, to just be in that shortlist is something in itself.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there cannot be all winners here. I know, having judged it myself, it's a great class to judge, but there are dogs that will not come through.
And in 5th place is the Boston Terrier. The Alaskan Malamute, then, was one of the big dogs, and
He was up in my listings.
he was in your listing. Let's see.
The pointer is in 3 from the Gundog group.
So my Legato and your
Australian Shepherd are still alive.
Still alive. Let's see where she goes. Oh, awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, I didn't pick that, but wow, you know, it's not a common breed. It's a rare breed, and so lovely to get recognised here at this
Happy
level.
little dog, still even happy at this age. Our winner is...
The Whippet. A big round of applause for the Whippet.
There, ladies and gentlemen, you have your 5 winners in your veteran class. The Whippet was first, Duck-Toling Retriever is in 2, 3 is in the camera come round. Here they go. The Pointer, the Malamute and the Boston Terrier, and the rest are just following on. Nice round of applause from the audience for our veterans. Well deserved.
Now next we've got the New Zealand Bred Stakes, and so this is a...
No, we're off, aren't we?
So the veterans are just leaving the ring now. So the New Zealand Bred Stakes, so these are open to dogs that have been bred in New Zealand. That's the only requirement. They can be any age from 6 months onwards. Although with the New Zealand Bred Stakes, they must have been entered in a class at the Nationals. So they've already been competing in their class, in their breed, but now we're looking at them in the New Zealand Bred Stakes.
Again, as we said before, the good exclusion is just a locally bred dog.
Absolutely. And look, you know, we have some fantastic breeders here in New Zealand, and you know, some of our breeders have exported dogs all around the world. And you know, we might be a small country on the world stage, but you know, we punch above our weight in a lot of areas.
Things we do.
And dog breeding is one of them, and we breed some really, really top class dogs. And first in the ring
Where's
is
the
a little
pug?
pug.
From the toy group.
And we have another pug. So you can have more than one breed in the stakes, as we're seeing.
And Beth has seen fit to take both of the pugs through.
The Cavalier King Charles Spaniel.
From the toy group. That is the colour which was termed the Blenheim.
It is the most popular of the colours.
Yeah, there are tricolours, there are solid colours in the ruby.
And the Golden Retriever, a KFC dog. And the Cocker Spaniel, also called the English Cocker Spaniel. If you are overseas, quite often we hear them referred to as the English Cocker Spaniel. In New Zealand, we just refer to them as the Cocker Spaniel.
And this is the judge's own breed, so there's a lot of scrutiny going on this cocker.
Absolutely, and Beth has bred some. Beth has bred some beautiful cockers over the years. So then we had the Welsh Springer Spaniel and the Golden Retriever.
I know. And the English Setter.
the English setter is one of a number of setter breeds. Not as popular now as they used to be, but we still do see some lovely quality dogs around. The Basset Hound, the beautiful Basset Hound.
Known to go through any undergrowth, and that is why there is the dense, loose skin around the head and the throat area. Nothing stops it.
And the Beagle.
Characterised by the tail straight up in the air with the white tip. Got to be able to be seen by the handler or the owner as exactly where the herd is.
And a second Beagle.
Again, there is the white tip on the vertical tail.
Just another example of function.
That not a lot of people understand.
No. The miniature poodle. And the standard poodle. The standard poodles in New Zealand over 15 inches, and the miniature poodle between 11 and 15
11 and
inches.
15.
And that's her shortlist. So she will be running them all again.
Interesting that she's got 2 Basset Hounds.
Two Beagles.
2 Beagles and 2
pugs. She must have really liked them.
Must have really liked them to put 2 of them through.
Absolutely. So here she's running the first of the pugs. And this is an oriental breed. It's has some similarities to the Pekingese. And they were a pet in the Buddhist monasteries in Tibet. And Ray, we've seen a number of breeds that have originated in the Tibetan area.
And this is just another one of them. Again, it's a very, very smart breed. And you'll notice going around the ring, this really snappy dog.
And one of the things they talk about in the breed standard is multum in parvo, a lot and a little.
It's a lot in little space, so a very, very solid dog for a small space. And it's one of the hallmarks of a breed. When you're judging this breed, multum in parvo, Latin expression, a lot in a small space.
Very smart. We have the Cavalier King Charles Spaniel. The Cavalier, interesting enough, was actually originally called the King Charles Spaniel, and that's because it was favoured by King Charles II, another of the royal origins of some of these breeds. But as time went on and the breeds evolved, it became more brachycephalic, and so then they wanted there was in the 1920s there was a move to actually go back to what the original toy spaniels looked like. And so some breeders got together, and then they started breeding the slightly longer nose, and so the King Charles Spaniel
got separated from the Charles,
and is now the Cavalier, which is the more popular of the 2 breeds. The Golden Retriever. As we said before, Ray, this dog is defined by his colour, and when you're judging, you should, how much does colour come into it when you've got a dog called the Golden Retriever?
Well, when I have a bit of toast Lavina and I put golden syrup on, there's a particular colour out of the golden syrup that I look for. I know the standard gives you the range of the colours, but and it goes through from a pale gold to a strong gold. My own personal preference, I like the stronger colour. That's a personal preference, though.
But but you shouldn't penalise if it's
I'm not penalised, but you asked me for my preference.
Absolutely. And so here on this, we've got the Cocker Spaniel, and this is a solid colour Cocker Spaniel, and they do come in a variety of colours. And as you said, this is Beth's own breed, so
a lot of scrutiny on this dog.
Mm-hmm.
And it's great to see actually her own breed, which you'd be extremely knowledgeable on, out at this level.
Absolutely.
So as an owner, you'd feel quite happy at that.
The Welsh Springer Spaniel. Now, the Welsh Springer Spaniel is different to the English Springer Spaniel, and there are some marked differences. They are 2 separate breeds. And as the name suggests, they were developed in Wales. The Welsh is slightly smaller, and the head's not as full, and they only come in red and white. And then we have another golden retriever. This is another conventional functional dog. They needed to have a nice soft mouth to retrieve, so when they brought the birds back, they didn't damage them. Temperament is really important. They've got to be biddable. Because they're often working alongside other dogs, and and even now, at the hunters will have more than one dog often, and they've got to be able to get along
with each other and also with the family when they take them home.
Absolutely. The English setter. So they're not as racy as the Irish, or as sturdy as the Gordon.
They would set, they would crouch down, and they would catch the scent of a bird, letting the hunter know exactly where it is. Then the hunter would come along, they would then flush the bird, and then the hunter would then shoot it down. So that is our English setter. Attractive colours, the Belton refers to the flecking on the coat. The ground colour is always white.
And blue Belton, orange Belton, and this one here is an orange Belton, but we get them in lemon and liver. And the Basset Hound, this is a form and function dog too.
Once they get their nose on a scent and they put it down, and they put their tail in the air so the owners know where they are, they will go in a straight line to where the scent is. Nothing stands in their way.
Incredible hunters, and those big long ears are actually there to pull the scent towards their nose.
And the muzzle has got those flues to trap the scent. Once the scent is there, it is held there.
And the dewlap around the neck keeps the scent as well. So very much a form and function dog. And the first of the two beagles. And this is another very form and function dog. And the beagles were actually, like the Bassets, were bred they're a pack hound, but they're bred for hunters on foot as opposed to on horseback.
Yeah, they're more of a pack hound than the beagle as such, than the Basset. Again, they've got that functional tail in the ear, then they've got the flues, then they've got the ears. Again, they trap the scent, put the head to the ground. So often as an owner, if your beagle gets out and it spots a scent, it's very hard to get it back home again.
Yeah, they're not known for...
They're not known for coming home until they've finished their job.
And they're very good escape artists as well. In New Zealand, we only run them in one size, and it's just referred to as the beagle. But in America, they actually have them in two sizes, and it's the 13-inch beagle and the 15-inch beagle. And interestingly enough, Queen Victoria actually had a pack of pocket beagles, which were smaller again. So various sizes, but ours here in New Zealand just in one size. But they're a sturdy, compact hound.
And they're definitely a pack hound.
Absolutely. Next up, we have the miniature poodle.
The dog of France. Size between 11 and 15 inches, light, elegant gait. That one there is in a puppy clip.
I think it's more. I think they probably refer to it more as a modern clip.
Modern clip.
Which the hair's a bit longer on the hindquarters,
yes.
but yeah, I struggle a little bit with the clips, to be honest.
Yeah.
So the Continental line clip is the one with the shaved hindquarters and the rosettes on each hip.
And the pom-poms.
Yep. And I think this could well be the English saddle trim. This one here will be in the Continental line clip. A lot of work goes into grooming one of these. A lot of work. Not for the faint-hearted. But again, as we were saying earlier, you know, they're a functional dog. And originally a water dog, but they do excel in agility. Great family pets.
Very intelligent dog, and often they cross them with a breed that isn't quite so hyperactive, I can use the word, and they pick up the intelligence from the poodle, and you've got a very, very good obedience dog and a functional dog there.
So she's
Well,
gone
here
through
we're
them.
all our New Zealand breeds. Not a bad lineup for dogs bred locally, Lavina.
I totally agree, Ray. I mean, she has got some lovely dogs out there. She's looking hard at the Cocker Spaniel. She's
I
making
think
some
in the
nice-
note of the Cocker Spaniel, so I think the Cocker Spaniel's out there.
I think she also likes the Basset. And possibly one of the poodles.
Oh, she disguised that very well. Bit hard right to predict that one.
She's going back down the front of the line, and she's just having another look.
Just to make sure that the 5 she has selected are her 5. Very important as a judge to make sure they get this right. Call them out and there's 6 there or there's 5. It's a little bit of a faux pas. So she's just checking to make sure everything's right. That's what good judges do.
Yep. I'm just going back to a steward. No, not yet. It's just having another look. I mean, she has got some lovely dogs out there. What's your pick? Where you heading?
English setter.
Yes.
That's my pick at this stage.
Your pick's the English setter.
English
okay.
setter Basset. They're my 2 at this stage. We'll see how good I am.
I'm liking the Cocker.
Yeah, the Cocker's got out there under a Cocker specialist, so there's got to be some value there.
Yep. Actually, I do like the Cavalier as well. It's wagging. It's very happy in the ring. Very happy. The Golden Retriever's very happy. It's a nice Welsh Springer. It's a very nice Basset. She's got a hard choice. No, I think she's just about ready to announce. So, in 5th place. Cocker Spaniel in 5th. I got that one right.
That's a very big call for a Cocker Spaniel. I bet that gentleman's quite pleased.
I would say so. To get that under a breed specialist like Bess Warman, amazing.
In 4th place is the Pug 1007.
One of the pugs in 4th place.
In 3rd place is the Pug 1008.
2 pugs, 4 and 3.
Wow.
And that is why she didn't separate them in the earlier stages. She liked them both. We made a comment that she must like them both. 4143.
And one of the Beagles.
There's 2 Beagles out there, Lavina.
Yeah.
Let's not make a call too soon.
Okay, who's going to take the top spot?
The Golden Retriever is the winner for our New Zealand bred stakes. Golden, Beagle, 2 pugs.
And the Cocker.
And the Cocker at the end.
A lovely lineup. And our Kat Jackson here, our handler of the Golden Retriever, she's been well known for her Goldens, with her Goldens for quite a while now. She's some lovely Goldens. We didn't go quite so well on that one, did we?
Both of us were well astray of that.
But that's,
I think we need a hand in our licences at this rate.
Well, the interesting thing, Ray, though, is we're sitting here looking at a screen. We haven't got our hands on the dogs.
No.
We're not seeing them on their out and backs. And it's very easy to judge from the sideline. But look, the reality of it is the judge is the only one who has that absolute close-up inside information.
on a dog.
So next up, we're going to have the puppy stakes, and this would have been hotly contested.
The majority of those stake entrants would have been in the puppy stakes. So Beth has had to do the judging of all of those groups and then a cull to get down to a reasonable number. How many's through?
I don't have I thought I might have had a number of how many we had in the stakes all up, but I know the puppy stakes, there was a big entry of puppies in the puppy stakes.
I think all up in the total entry for the stakes from Woe to Go is about 189 or something like that. So that's a very, very good entry for stakes across the board.
Absolutely.
Add that to the breed entry, and that's where we've got our numbers for this National Dog Show.
And a lot of these would have been in the puppy stakes. And look, you know, the puppy stakes is hotly contested because quite often, you know, you kind of get two bites at two goes. And
at this cherry here, you can enter in your breed section, and you can enter in the stake section as well. So they are getting two bites at it. But now they've only got puppies to beat.
Yes.
Only got each other to beat now.
Yep.
What if you could give your puppy a head start in life? You can with ProPlan.
Right, the first entrant in the puppy stakes is a pug. Followed by the Kerry Blue. Is that right? Yes. From the Terrier Group.
From the Terrier Group.
That's our first entrant we have had in the stakes from the Terrier Group, Lavina.
It is.
The Legato.
It's the first of our gun dogs.
The Irish Setter.
The beautiful mahogany colour of the Irish Setter.
In America, affectionately called Big Red.
Yes.
Chestnut Red.
And another Irish
Another
Setter.
Irish Setter. Again, she's placed two from the same breed. Are we going to see the same thing in the lineup out of the last five?
Well, it'll be interesting, won't it? The Australian Kelpie.
Australian Kelpie. Lovely, lovely breed.
This is a functional working dog as well.
And we'll speak more about the Kelpie when we come to Group 5, Ravina.
The Bouvier de
Bouvier de
Flandre.
Flanders.
So she's just having another go at that. The dog was
A bit overawed by what's coming in there.
Yep. So she's just going to start again. And he's going much better this time.
Working dog, strong guard dog. And we go down to a Dachshund.
And this is one of 6 varieties of Dachshunds that we see in New Zealand. The beautiful, smooth, curved lines of the whippet.
That's a very nice dog, Ravina.
That's a nice dog.
Very smooth flowing dog. Powerful dog. Muscular, but not cloddy.
Built for speed. And Beagle again. Oh, that's so cute. When they're little puppies are so cute.
That's a very big stage. I think this is a very, very young Beagle. This is a
very young.
big stage for this Beagle.
And the Alaskan Malamute.
He looks at home in this ring.
And of course the thing is we've got puppies from 3 months old right through to 12 months old. So big call with some of these younger ones. So another Alaskan Malamute. And this one looks much younger than the other one. And the Samoyed. Always very together as puppies, the Samoyeds.
Again, they're a member of the baby puppy section, which are hard to beat. Samoyed puppies.
The Boston Terrier.
We've hardly seen a Boston Terrier all day that's not out of the same stamp.
I know. Very typey, aren't
Very
they?
typey.
Very typey. The Dalmatian. Very, very recognisable, instantly recognisable with the spots. Interesting, they come in black and liver as well. But more often we see black, but we do see liver sometimes as well. And Beth's just having a walk down the line.
Then she's going to individually move each one, but she's having, look, this is, out of all the state classes, this is the difficult one. The age range doesn't help her, and there are some quality dogs out here.
But Ray, she's still looking for those same things, even though some of these are quite young.
Even though it's a young dog or an old dog, the hallmarks of the breed, the stamping of the breeds must be evident at this stage.
And here we have the pug, and you know, as we talked earlier, Multum and Parvo.
A lot in a small space.
A lot in a small space, and that's quite evident in this dog. The Kerry Blue Terrier. Now, interestingly enough, when they're young like this, they're actually quite often a black, but by the time they're 18 months old, they need to be blue. They're a compact, powerful terrier as well. And like so many of the terriers, you know, built for, designed with purpose, and they were vermin killers.
An all-purpose dog.
Mm.
And some of the vermin weren't just rats, as we understand.
No.
They were things that were not allowed.
Yes, bigger vermin. Now here we have the Lagotto Romagnolo, commonly just referred to as the Lagotto.
Curly coat, woolly coat, we see that out there. Excellent nose, a dog with a lot of endurance, the Lagotto.
Becoming more and more popular.
More so in the South Island, Lavina, where you come rather than up here. These people have make the trip to some of the shows in Auckland and to this National Dog Show. Irish Setter, the first of the Irish. First of the big red is a small dog.
So again, look, they're a working dog. Great stamina. They should be noble, aristocratic. The head's the hallmark of the breed, along with this beautiful, rich chestnut mahogany coat.
They're usually quite a gangly puppy, and both those puppies I've seen come in look put together. Either they've been very, very well trained, or they're very, very good dogs.
Or yet to go through the gangly stage.
Yeah, or yet to go through the gangly stage.
And this one here comes from a very well-known kennel here in Auckland. And the second of the Irish setters. And we see these a lot more than we see the other setters, don't we, Ray?
Yes, the Irish is probably more popular. It's hard to know the reason why. I think the colourings and markings are easier to achieve in an Irish setter. But also the breeders of our Irish are very, very strong breeders of the Irish, and that is why you see them. The previous lady has adorned our best in show at National Dog Shows previously, and she's been breeding Irish setters for many, many years. And when you get a strong breeder in a breed, the breed stays alive.
Absolutely. And the first of the working dogs, the little Australian Kelpie.
Australian Kelpie.
And again, this is a functional breed. You know, look, they were developed, you know, in the Australian to work in those harsh conditions in the outback.
And they're a sheepdog.
And they're a sheepdog.
A sheepdog.
They function really well in the yards. They're nimble, they're quick.
And they're designed to run over the back of the sheep, right up the yards. Herd them in that respect. Very agile and light but strong. Lovely little breed.
The Bouvier de Flandre. Now this is a breed that has some history with it. It was nearly extinct after World War One, because it was developed in the Flanders area, where of course
the war was fought,
and they were nearly extinct. But some of the dogs had been taken to other countries, and then they were brought back into Belgium, and the breed was revived. So another of the breeds that was very nearly lost. Interesting. The US President Ronald Reagan, he had a Bouvier called Lucky. So only one of the Dachshunds came through. This is a miniature smooth.
The breed originating in Germany, as the name suggests. Go to ground. The front is very, very important in this breed to be able to bury and chase down the foxhole and funnel the dirt back out behind them.
Another functional, form and function is so important in this breed. Often referred to, the 3 L's, when you're studying them: long, low, and level. Very nice whippet.
Clean cut, strong. This is a very nice dog.
Should have a daisy cutting action, and they shouldn't be high stepping, and this dog is displaying
no high
that.
stepping at all.
Series of graceful curves. It's that S shape, no sharp angles. They're built for speed. They should be able to excel at that double suspension gallop, which is why they have that tuck up.
And they can bring those back legs well forward and then thrust strongly from those back legs.
And a little beagle.
Little beagle. Out on the big stage.
He does look quite young, doesn't he? I always think of the plush puppy. And of course, this is a tricolour, and they do come in other colours. But the tricolours are probably the most common. As you said, the white tip on the tail is really important.
And that's got a very large white tip. Never going to get lost, that little beagle.
Nope. The Alaskan Malamute.
One of two.
And so she must have liked. This is the older one of the two.
This is from a kennel that has produced some very nice dogs. So it doesn't surprise me that two from the same kennel are through.
And of course, previous Best in Show winner at the National Dog Show. As handler with the second one, she was handling that dog when it went Best in Show. It was in Christchurch.
It was the FCI show.
Oh, it's Christchurch Best in Show at the Nationals.
Yes.
Yep. And as we were saying before, this is one of the sled dogs, this is the freighting dog. This dog is designed to pull heavy freights. Unlike the Siberian Husky, which is fast, it's a lot racier, this dog is for freight.
Built for the heavier freight. An interesting thing, as I said before, about the movement going away. Initially, they were wide track going away. They were instinctively braking the load to get the load underway. As soon as the load is underway and moving, they then go into a conventional gait.
And so powerful hindquarters are
very
important,
powerful.
very important. Yeah, so if you've got an Alaskan Malamute and you put a harness on it, expect it to pull.
That's right.
And now we have the Samoyed. Only come in white. Can have a little bit of biscuit colouring, but you don't see other colours other than white.
Pigmentation, very important. You get the smiley effect out of a Samoyed because of the pigmentation. Round the lips, round the nose, round the eyes.
And they've also got long, flat, well-feathered feet to cope with the snow. And again, we have the little Boston Terrier. And this coming from the same kennels that we've seen earlier in the day. I really like this little dog. Now we have the Dalmatian. Instantly recognisable. Unlike a lot of breeds of this construction rate, we're only looking for moderate angulation,
That's right.
aren't we?
Moderate and smooth and energy saving. Nothing that's high lifting or going to consume energy without covering distance. And this is the economy gait that you see in the Dalmatian.
So the breed standard describes it as a rhythmic gait, and it's really, when we see that, you know, they look like they could go all
Yeah,
day.
you get the impression this dog's never going to stop. And that's, as a judge, that's the impression you're supposed to receive when you watch them move.
The breed standard refers to round quite a bit in the Dalmatian standard, round spots, you know, and so round feet, round eyes, round. So round is used quite a bit in the standard, but the most common is the round spots of the markings. So she's having another look. She's going to walk down the line again. She's made her decision. She's writing down the results. Where do you think she's going to go, Ray?
Ooh, I'm picking one of the Irish setters here. The fact that she's taken 2 through is a big call. Pug, yeah, there's a lot of very good dogs here. I'm a little bit low to do too much. Pug, Irish. That's where I'm sitting.
You Pug and Irish.
And maybe the Malamute.
I'm putting my money on the Boston. And it's a nice Samoyed too. Yeah. She's having another look at the whippet.
I think the Irish is going to be somewhere out of that. That was
I think so
a little bit of a giveaway there from the judge.
I think so too. She's made her decision. She's going to the steward and she's handing
her information over to our steward, Mr. Colin Douglas, who's handing her the ribbons. 5th placing in the puppy stakes.
I think some of them are getting a little bit tired. And
A
a
bit
wee
fidgety.
fidgety.
That's what to be expected with
Yeah.
the puppies.
It's been a lot. It's a long day for them.
It's
It's
been a long
week.
long week
long
for them.
week for them.
I think Beth quite likes her lineup here. She was. You can always see the spring in the step of a judge if there's if dogs that they like.
Absolutely. The miniature smooth
Smooth
Dachshund
Dachshund.
in 5th place.
And in 4th place, number 3178, the Irish Setter.
Oh, you were right. One of the Irish setters.
I got 4th with the Irish setter.
Yep. And from the very successful Lanasol Kennels.
The Legato is
Legato.
number 3.
Runner-up. One of the Alaska Malamutes.
Oh, I got there.
And
No,
it's
that
the
was
younger,
it was the younger
of the two.
of the two.
Younger of the two.
And our puppy stakes winner is the Boston Terrier.
The Boston. I got that one. Beautiful little dog.
Well, Nicole Harrison is having a very successful National Dog Show.
Isn't she just?
She's out on everything and winning everything.
And look again, you know, it's payoff for many
Years of breeding, dedicated breeding,
Mm.
training of the dogs, nutrition of the dogs, and this is the result that you get.
Absolutely. Well, she had a fabulous lineup there, and I think she came through with 5 beautiful puppies. So next up, we have the teams event, Ray.
Very exciting and a crowd pleaser. Very hard to say exactly what it's going to go on. It's a mixture of the dogs, plural, the similarity in the dogs of that breed, the dress of the exhibitor handlers, and unison in everything they do and everything that you see. So whereas we have a breed standard in all other dogs that we judge to, we haven't got the breed standard in this case. So it's very much in the hands of the judge as to what uniformity and unison that she sees amongst these teams as to where she goes. So we're going to be pushed to call this one.
I think so too, and you know, it's not something we see at our normal all breeds shows.
No.
It's very much usually confined to the National Dog Show. Very popular in Australia, and the breeders' teams, and you know, not easy, you know, from a breeder's perspective to
collect all of the people there at the
Yep.
at the one show, make sure that their uniforms or their clothes or whatever are similar or exactly alike. Very, very hard if there's a gentleman handler amongst the ladies. The skirts don't actually fit very well. But so it's that sort of thing that we're talking about. So to collect 3 or 4 from the one kennel at a one place and time for a team's event is not easy.
No, it's not.
So I'm not quite sure how many teams she's getting through, but it will be a crowd pleaser, I can assure you that.
And of course, hopefully everybody sort of cheers for their favourites.
Yes.
And here we have the first team in the ring, and that's the Punks.
Punks.
So she'll also be looking for similarity in breed type, so that they're all along the same style. And the Golden Retrievers.
Golden Retrievers, all in similar jackets and black pants or black skirt. Now that looks a fairly strong team.
Absolutely.
I'm looking at the uniformity of the handlers and the dress and the uniformity of the dogs, as opposed to breed standard exactly.
And the whippets.
There's a bit of expense gone there. All similar jackets there, all dark clothing.
The Alaskan Malamutes. Now they've been featuring quite heavily today, haven't they?
As I said before, difficult if there's a male handler amongst the females. The dresses and the skirts don't actually fit.
He does have the tie the right colour though.
It's the tie that is the right colour.
And the standard poodles.
Ooh.
Wow, there's some grooming gone in there today.
For real.
So again, Beth will have judged these all previously, and so, I'm expecting she will run them again.
Don't ask me for a call, please. This is very difficult. Sometimes a judge will ask the team to do an exercise to see the uniformity, and the exercise can be up and back or a triangle or whatever. So it just depends how, if she wishes to separate a couple of teams. But it's totally her call as to how she's going to manage a view of these dogs.
It looks like she's going to run them again. She's asked the others to relax. So let's see who's been practicing.
Practice is the word too.
I mean, here we have 4 pugs. They're all very similar.
In type.
In type, yeah.
She's going to make them go up and back. We're looking for a straight line here the whole way. So they've got to keep an eye on where they're going, an eye on their dog, to make sure it's a straight line and all turn at the same spot.
It wasn't too bad.
Wasn't too bad. It's like synchronised swimming, isn't it? Extremely difficult. Now, the others are at an advantage now. They've seen what the exercise was for the first team, and mentally they're working out what we can improve on the previous team.
And, of course, there's only 3 of them too. So they can be teams of 3 or 4. So the pugs, the team of 4.
So you're telling me it's easier to control 3 people than 4? Very much so. That's about it.
I think so. But let's see how they do. And they've set themselves up, and look, here they're going out together.
That could probably be a harder exercise than what it looks.
Absolutely, I think so, and especially with the bigger dogs. Now we have the team of whippets. It'll be interesting to see how these do with 4 of them. Hard for the judge to keep her eye on all 4 of them at once.
I'm doing the same thing here. I'm actually wanting to make a call at the end of the day, so I'm looking at it through the eyes of a judge at this stage.
I'm thinking that the poodles will be very polished.
They've had longer to think about anyway.
No, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. As I said, they've had longer to think about it.
That's not bad. Yeah, they've been practicing.
Yeah, practicing and thinking.
But of course, it's not just about the handling, is it?
Oh, it's hard to say. Pretty impressive team poodle here. Nicole's made a very quick change of clothes.
Yes.
Extremely quick change of clothes. And knowing Nicole, she'll just change it out there in front of anyone. Speed was more important.
Absolutely.
Nicole's in charge here, I can see. Oh.
And of course, Nicole's a very experienced handler. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, she's blowing it.
Oops.
Amy Bray.
Oops. Oh. Well, they were my
They were my favourites, but I
Yes.
think they're blowing it here.
I think
You
they
only
made
get
it.
one chance in this.
Yep. And look, there's dog showing.
It's dog showing, right?
No, sometimes, it's just life.
Nobody really minds.
But very,
No.
very typical, very typey. And beautifully presented.
How much weight is our judge going to put on that little error? Because looking at the rest of it, there's a lot going for Team Poodle.
Absolutely.
How much weight would you put on that movement with Team Poodle?
I'd have to knock them for a bit.
I'd have to knock them for a bit. We'll just see at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'd have to knock them for a bit.
That's what teams is all about.
Absolutely. I'm putting my, the Goldens were very good. They were very typey, very coordinated. Alaska Malamutes were good.
Well, where's the poodle?
And of course the pugs were, mind you, they had the disadvantage of being first in the ring as well.
And
so.
they had to forge the trail for everyone else. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm going Goldens.
Oh, I'm going to have to agree with you. But I'm still going to give... There's two placings, a runner-up placing?
I'm not sure. We're going to find out, I'm
Going
sure.
to find out. Despite that, I like the rest of what I like out of Team Poodle.
So do I.
Yeah.
I thought they were very, very smart when they came in the ring. So this is 3 positions. Yeah, there you go.
Got reserved.
At third.
As I said, I wouldn't have put too much penalty on it because the rest of the team was very good. I would have said if that was a clean up and back, that would have been very hard to beat.
Absolutely. I totally agree. So where's she going to go here?
Could be Whippet.
The Whippets were smart.
In second place is Team Golden Retriever.
Golden Retriever.
And in third place is Team Pug.
Team Pug.
Team Pug. And when they came in the ring, we commented on the type, some the consistency of type in those pugs.
And Beth may have put a bit more emphasis on that than we are at this stage, so that's the call of the judge. Team Pug, Team Golden, Team Standard Poodle. 1, 2, 3. Very entertaining, Lavina.
Oh, it is, and it's great to see, and it's nice to have that the opportunity.
And a more relaxed thing in showing our dogs. And I quite like that.
So coming up, what have we got coming up next, Ray?
We have coming up next, we have the Terrier Group.
And so we'll be handing over to our
co-host.
other our co-hosts, and so they will be doing the terriers, and then we're going to be coming back for our favourite group, which is the working
dog group.
And both Ray and I have Shetland sheepdogs, so it's going to be quite. We're quite excited about
doing our favourite group.
Absolutely.
And we've backed off on too much commentary with the working group.
Yeah.
We're saving it for the next part.
we will save it. So look, we hope you're enjoying our commentary and giving a little bit of an insight into some of the breeds and so we've still got a little bit to come, and who's the judge of the next group, of the Terrier group?
Stephanie Rickard.
Stephanie Rickard is going to be judging the Terrier group, and so I'm sure she'll be getting herself ready for that. And again, look, Ray, the Terriers they're a functional working breeds, aren't they? This is all these Terriers were built for purpose. They have.
It's not the easiest group to judge.
No.
Coming in.
And we're just going to hand over to our co-hosts.
What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Welcome back to the live stream for the Purina National Dog Show. We're now going to be having the Terrier group in the ring. And we're lucky we have two Terrier people here, Steve of long standing and me more recently. So theoretically...
What if you could give your puppy a head start?
Linda Strongman is the handler, and Linda is a judge and a Albridge judge and a well-known terrier identity. And here we have the Kerry Blue Terrier, and we call a Ligiatus As You Like It. They're fascinating because they're black until they're 18 months old, and then they must turn blue. This is the Lakeland Terrier from the Lake Districts in England, an all-purpose terrier. This is Ryandos tiberius. And we have the Parsons Russell, which is a variation on the Jack Russell, simply a long-legged version which was designed to follow the hounds and to bolt the fox from its lair. Follow the hounds, and the horses. Scottish Terrier. It's a very nice and very well-known Scottish Terrier breeder, Judy Sargent, with her dog Just Cotton Ninja Rose. Judy's had a lot of very nice Scotties, and the Scottish Terrier, of course, is designed to as a general purpose ratter, micer terrier. And we have the Skye Terrier, which was known previously as the yard dog, known as being because it's a yard from the nose to the tip of the tail, very, very long, straight top line, and a heavy draping coat.
They can be a little bit standoffish.
Yes,
but,
yep.
That particular dog jumps all over you.
Yep, and the very famous one was Greyfriars Bobby. And we have the Staffordshire Bull Terrier, which Steve can tell you all about.
Over to you, Kit.
Stephen's a Staffordshire Bull Terrier breeder. Staffordshire Bull Terriers come from the Staffordshire area in Britain and were originally used for dog fighting and pits, but of course now are a fantastic family pet, and sometimes I don't like other Staffordshire Bull Terrier males, but generally they're a fantastic...
They're pretty good these days.
They're pretty good these days. And this is the West Island White Terrier, which was bred to be white. It was originally a derivative of the Cairn, but they bred them white so they could see them, because apparently the grey ones were getting shot instead of the prey. So it was a safety thing. So the white from the West Highlands of Scotland.
Is it a Whitebriar dog?
It's Starlight Serenade. It's not a Whitebriar dog, but it's shown by the Whitebriar handler by the look of it. It's Maureen Murphy is a very well-known, very famous West Highland white breeder. And you look at the power of the Airedale as it goes in that beautiful tight-knit, tight jacket they talk about in a terrier. You could pour a cup of water on the dog's back and it wouldn't penetrate the skin.
Really wiry coat on this dog.
Yeah, beautiful.
Excellent coat.
Yeah, multiple purpose. Lovely, lovely breed.
He's American.
American Stafford. Very, very strong. Per pound, very, very strong dog. Well built up, they say. Short, tight coat. Good, friendly family dog. A lot kinder than they look.
Must look strong for its size.
Yep.
As with the Stafford.
Yep.
A lot of dog in a small body.
Exactly. Muscles under a very tight-fitting skin.
Smooth coat.
Yep. Whoops. And you run over its handler.
This was our smallest group.
Yes.
At this year's Nationals.
Yep.
I think
60 dogs.
70
dogs. And this is
14 breeds.
This is the Border Terrier, which was designed also like the Parson Russell Terrier to follow the hounds, go down the hole and bolt the fox. They're very brave. They have to be very narrow through, and they've got to be able to bend from their nose to their tail so they can get out of trouble quick.
Yep.
Becoming very popular as a family pet. Absolutely fabulous, and slightly less terrier-like than some of the others. They sometimes come when they're called.
Otter-shaped head.
Oh yes, an otter-shaped head. Gosh, how could I forget?
Yeah, and racy. Must look racy.
Must look racy. Yep. And this is the Cairn Terrier, which was supposed to jump from the craggy cairns and chase, prey, rats and rabbits and all sorts of things around the crags in Scotland. So an all-purpose working terrier with a shaggy sort of coat, supposed to look shaggy, very untrimmed.
Must be untrimmed.
Yep, untrimmed with a fair bit of daylight underneath it, not low to the ground. And a smaller head than the Western Highland White Terrier. And now we have the Fox Terrier with the sort of triangular wedge-shaped head and the beady eyes and the said to be on the tiptoe of expectation, which generally means looking for trouble. Very, very active breed, very, very
Gay, active.
gay, game, take
Lively.
anything on, lively, fabulous at learning tricks, can, you know, do all sorts of athletic things. Short-coated, predominantly white with patches of colour.
Yeah, must be white.
Must
More
have.
white than anything else.
Yeah, more white than anything else. If it's all black, it's all wrong. Okay, and its cousin or its brother, which was basically essentially the same dog, but in a wire jacket. And that's like a very it's like coconut matting. You have to part it to find the skin. Again, if you poured water on top of it, it'll just run off. It's a very tight weather protecting skin for
These
a
dogs
working
must be
terrier.
up on their toe and quick of movement.
Yep, punchy hind movement, and a long, lean head with a beady eye.
I think that dog's come on quite well. She's been working on it for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Takes a while.
Probably still needs a little bit more trimming, but you'll
Yeah,
get there.
yeah, you get there. So you can see as it develops. So you'll see when you see the puppies. And now we have the Jack Russell Terrier, which is derivative of the Parson Russell. And you've got much shorter on leg, cheeky chappies, very, very popular as pets. They are quite lively, and if you are not an active person, you'll find it quite difficult.
They used to terrify me as a youngster.
Yeah.
My uncle used to breed them.
Yep.
Absolutely terrified of them.
Yeah. And
Cheeky little things used to attack you when you went into his house.
Exactly, and the best ratters you will ever see.
Oh, God.
Oh, excuse me. And now we have the Kerry Blue Terrier, which is the Irish, basically developed.
Irish breed, yeah.
Yep, all-purpose farm dog, and of course it's a bluey grey colour, but that doesn't happen until it's over 18 months of age. It's got a silky coat, unlike terriers, a very wavy silky coat, which is clipped into the shape. Excuse me.
Should be well knit.
Yes, well knit. Yep. And that's another one that quite likes an argument. So you've got to keep them. They're a bit like once described as lightning on a lead. And we have the all-purpose farm terrier from the Lake District. The Lakeland Terrier. This is Tiberius, and Tiberius is a blue and tan one. And they also come in red and sandy colours. I like the description of the neck on a Lakeland. It just says one word, reachy.
Reachy, yeah.
Reachy. It describes everything about them.
Should have fearless demeanour.
Fearless. So, yep, Tiberius is definitely fearless.
And last but not least.
And last but not least.
Parson Jack.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Parson Russell, sorry, not Jack Russell.
Parson Russell Terrier.
Yeah, Parson Russell Terrier, either Giselle will be after me. And again, sort of close, smooth coat, follow a horse, and all-purpose working terrier.
Built for speed.
Yes, built for speed, outrun you any day of the week. This one you might be able to catch. And usually these are very bossy little dogs. They know who, they sort of think you're lucky to be living in their world. But they're very sparky, very, very entertaining. Big long head and a short back and very cobby. If you put your hands on their body, it's like a very heavy brick. There's a lot of dog in a small space there.
Oh, yes.
And they're very, very quick. So if a rat comes past, they can grab it.
She's had some lovely dogs over the
Yeah,
years,
beautiful
hasn't she?
dogs. Judy's had some very, very nice dogs over the
She
years.
sent them all around the world. I think she's had a really good one to Russia.
Yeah, she sent a fabulous one to Russia, and Rosie's just coming on. She's absolutely lovely. It was a beautiful puppy, and it's so nice to see her as an adult.
Didn't she have a Crufts winner as well?
Yes, she did. I'm sure she did. Yes, she did. And here we have our Greyfriars Bobby dog, our Sky Terrier, which is, coming for a long time through the gate. Very long, very low, very straight top line, and this lovely big head with these feathered ears and a drapey coat.
I think it says should be 42 inches from nose to the tip of tail.
Yeah, so that's even longer than the yard. Yard's only 36 inches, so it's really long. I'm always stunned with how long they are. But they're very, very agile.
Well, once you feel them under that coat,
yeah,
you think there's a lot of dog there.
But there's not, not so much. No, there's not.
And they are quick.
They are very quick as well, and they come in a drop-eared version as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is the West Island White, which is the,
There's a Stafford.
Oh, Stafford, sorry, first.
Yeah.
Oops, this is a very nice Stafford.
Yeah, it's Stafford bred by the girl that's showing it.
Yep.
Joe.
Beautiful. Lovely
She's
pump
in
handled tail.
partnership with another lady called Chrissy in the
Is she?
kennel. Yeah.
Oh, yep, that's great. I think a lovely example and very nice pump handled tail, Steve.
Yeah,
That's
nice to see,
fantastic.
isn't it?
Nice to see. Breed feature. And they've always said to me about a Staffordshire Bull Terrier that it's a prize fighter, not a weightlifter, which I've always thought was a great description of them.
If you look down on the top of it, it should be the shape of a boxer. Broad in the shoulder, thin in the waist, big bum.
Big bum, lots of power. And this here, the Westie, so you've got this this slab-sided and very brisk movement of a Westie. These can move like lightning as well. They're said to have a varminty attitude, which having owned one, I can tell you is exactly true. They have the look of the expression of them. They're looking for trouble, and most of the time they find it.
When Gay and I had one,
yeah,
we never caught it for 6 years. It wouldn't come. It wouldn't come to us.
Yeah. You can
Used
spend
to run with the Labradors, and it would never come back.
No, they're not famous for their recall. But I always like it when they talk about Westminster. They say that terriers they've got attitude, and you're lucky to be living in their world. And they're great characters.
She's not.
And she's shortlisting. So so this is our judge Stephanie Rickard from Australia.
She's not wasting time.
No, she's quick on her decisions. She's obviously had a thought about it. So we'll give you a commentary on who's she's picked out. You can see that she's selecting them. Very nice.
The Airedale border.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you.
Tell us your pick.
Yeah, we'll just thank everybody else for leaving for winning the best of breed. And when the terriers were judged on Thursday. So fantastic. So great, and then we'll think about our picks for these ones. Well, I'm all over the Westie at the moment, I think, as well.
You reckon? I think.
Yeah. I'm thrilled for Cara that she's out with her homebred border. It's lovely. Very nice shape.
There's a Scotty there. I can't see.
There's Scotties there as well, and I'm thinking that's this could be a Scotty Westie duel. The Airedale's obviously decided he's wanting to pay attention to those that are leaving. Ideal bait material.
Oh yes.
There we go in the end. So we've got we have the Airedale, the Border, the Cairn, the Jack Russell, the Wirehead Fox Terrier, Kerry Blue, Scotty, and the West Island White. So let's see what we're missing.
That went in a flash.
Yeah, it did. Very quick, snappy decision. Yeah. Well done.
Maureen has had some beautiful Westies over
They
the years.
have. Maureen and Judy are neighbours, I think. So they've bred together. Had lots of relationships over the years. Here we go, writing it down on the pad. There's another one of our hard-working stewards, Sue Chater, who's told me their feet are about to drop off, but she's enjoyed every minute of it. Oh, we're about to make the announcement.
Stephanie is a well-respected judge, again from Australia.
Yep, famous
from the Melbourne area.
Yep, famous for her Wongan Springer
Spaniels,
Spaniels and Papillons. So another one who downscaled as she got older.
Wish I hadn't said that now, because we all have.
We all
Even
have.
you.
I
You
have.
and
I have.
Oh, God.
Exactly. It's a lot easier to walk around than run. Oh, Steve's checking the details, make sure he's got it right. Just pointing out the Border Terriers are one of the rarer colours in Border Terriers. It's a blue and tan, so those of you expecting a grizzle, which is the sort of browny grey colour, you have a blue and tan, which is very smart.
Our judges have been great to work with this week, haven't they?
They've been fantastic. Yeah, they're very, very
They're
good.
very accommodating.
And
honest
anybody
to
that thinks it's a glamorous job when they're out there in the middle, it's extremely hard work. Which
taxing on the mind, I can tell you.
It sure is. You've got to concentrate on every single dog. You've got to give it every bit of your attention. And Stephanie's been very good.
Typical Australian. Got cold on the first 2 days.
Yeah, well,
I had to run it down to get thermals.
Did you? Oh my God!
It was freezing.
Oh, it is
Mind
freezing.
you, it was 4 degrees.
It was 4 degrees.
Yeah.
4 degrees on 4 degrees on Thursday.
Yeah.
Here it was like blizzard conditions, and unfortunately, some of the shows were outside.
Yeah.
The Westie's looking very statuesque there. Maureen, of course, is a handler of great experience.
I think Linda's puppy. I think it's a baby puppy. Is it a baby?
Yeah,
puppy.
yeah.
Really young.
Really young, yes. So I think
She'll
that's a
be
puppy.
extremely happy
She'll be
with that.
very, very pleased to be out there. That's right, puppies.
Jack Russells did we have? It was only 5.
Oh, well done.
Number 4, the Cairn.
Cairn, fantastic. Very nice. Okay. Bingo. Yes, it's from the junior class, so that's very good. That's very good win for a young dog.
Yeah.
So he's between 1 and 2 years old. Very smart. Very pleased. So we've got third. Oh, well done.
Oh, she'll be happy with that.
Very good.
She
From New
bred that
Zealand bred.
herself.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Yep, she bred that herself. It was related to my ones. Very good. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Great decision. Congratulations, Judy. Well done. And that's also from the New Zealand bred class.
Yeah.
So we have out there, we've already decided on our best New Zealand bred, our best junior, and our best open. What a lovely dog. Great success. So yeah, so best of group is our Scottish Terrier, Just Cos Ninja Rose. Our reserve in group, or second in group, is a Border Terrier, Carsway Night Rider. Best of group third is our West Highland White Terrier, Starlight Serenade. And best of group fourth is our Cairn Terrier, Oakway Highland Fling. Congratulations. Well done, Judy.
That'll be a nice trip home to the Waikato for her tonight, won't it? Even if she don't go any further, it's still a lovely win.
Yeah, it's a lovely win. Yeah.
So there you are. There's the battle.
Yep.
They'll be in the same car on the way home.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Maureen won't be talking to Judy.
Yeah. No. I'm sure. Maureen will say next time. Oh look, Cara's decided who's can go and have a wee play. No, best not to.
What if you could give your kitten a head start in life to strengthen their immune system and support healthy bone and muscle growth? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
Here we go. Baby puppy's about to come into the ring.
Baby puppy, here we go. So this is the cute factor on steroids. Terrier babies tend to be very playful. There'll be some anxious handlers out there.
I think we've got a border. Is that a border coming in?
Mine's been wiped out, so that's good. Yes, that's good.
Was somebody getting the dog ready anyway? Yeah, you got it right then, Steve.
Yeah. So this is a baby puppy Border Terrier. This baby puppy has done extremely well. Not only wins this weekend at both shows, but also at a recent championship show was declared best terrier against all the adults. So very promising. Was bred from a New Zealand girl in Australia and then exported back to Zona Gloria. So the Waikato are doing very well, and terrier wins at the moment.
First met Gloria some 30 years ago when she showed Labradors.
Yes, she did. She had Labradors. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
yep.
Somebody else gone smaller?
I know, exactly. She just went a bit earlier than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And there's Linda again with this lovely Jack Russell baby. Very good. And the Kerry Blue, and you can see what we're talking about, the colour. So this Kerry Blue is still black, but he will, by the time he's 18 months old, be a blue colour. Blue colour. And you can see what I mean by playful terriers. You only have 3 in the Border Terrier baby puppies, or the baby puppies, not the Border Terrier. Honest me.
Starting to get tired now.
Yeah. It's been a long day for hyenas and dogs.
Linda had fox terriers for a long time.
Yes, she did. She had fox.
And before that, she had Bedlington terriers.
Yes, she did.
So she's a real terrier lady.
Yes, she's had terriers for a very, very long time.
Her daughter showed
and
American Cockers.
Yeah, so there she is. She's the baby puppy terrier. Very good. She'll be very pleased with that win. Homebred.
Yeah.
Now we're coming up to the puppies.
Like I said, the terrier group was our smallest group this week.
Yes, small, but numbers don't necessarily determine quality.
No,
you can have the smallest group in the world. At the end of the day, they could all be grand champions. I know, looking at itself on screen is fabulous. Righty-ho, here we go again with our puppies.
So the American Stafford was a puppy.
Yep. It looks like it. Quite a large puppy, so it looks like it might not be a puppy for too much longer.
Who bred the Border?
I've got its sister.
Have you? Yeah.
Feral.
Who's the best?
But I bet you if I turned up with it, it'd still beat me, you know what I mean? Kelly works with it.
Oh,
yeah.
She is a great showman.
She is, yeah.
You know.
So here we go again, American Staffordshire Terrier, which we've determined is a puppy still. So
his ears needs to calm down.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Darling, and
down she went.
He's knocked over his handler, being the powerful dog that he is.
Hope she's okay.
Can't quite see her in shot, can we? Oh no, here she is. She's all right.
Oh, good.
Yep. His ears generally will settle down to being rose ears. And Border Terrier. This was related to the other Border Terrier that we saw earlier. The second group winner. And this little one is called PJ because it's Polo Jr. And Polo was its father.
Ah, I see.
And we have the spunk and spark of the Tiptoe of Expectation of the Wirehead Fox Terrier.
This young girl have come into the terriers over the last couple of years. I think she's emigrated here to New Zealand.
Yeah, they think they're Russian.
Russian.
Yeah.
She's really starting to put those dogs down
yeah,
really well.
she does, yeah.
In the beginning, they looked a bit unkept, but now.
Yeah, fantastic. So we've got the Jack Russell here. That's a broken coated Jack Russell. Again, the Lakeland Terrier. And this time we've got a red, or sandy red, Lakeland Terrier. The Lakeland Terrier spotted that the handler has dropped the bait or the toy. And you can say the wagging tail.
Yeah.
The Parson Russell Terrier.
I think we've seen that before.
We have. That was in the group. And he's decided to be an opportunist and grab it on the way past. Not quite. His handler was onto that. We call, and here's the Staffordshire Bull Terrier.
Oh, that's
woman.
Natalie Valentic from down
She's
Carterton way.
Freeze down. Natalie lives very close to me, so I see her on a regular basis.
And that's a new young bitch that you got in from Australia.
Oh, that's great. I didn't know that.
Very exciting for her.
Very exciting for her. Giselle, she does win more often than she looks. She looked so shocked, so that's really great. So that we have Puppy is the Parson Russell Terrier. Righty-ho, we now are on to intermediates.
Junior.
We've already got our junior, so we're going to have a walk around by our junior winner, who was the West Highland White Terrier, who was third in the group. So there he is, Maureen Murphy and her West Highland White Terrier. Very familiar sight for us. Yep. And he does indeed look varminty in expression. And now we are into...
We have to do the intermediates.
Intermediates is the one that we are still competitive. Okay.
How many more groups after this? We've got 2 more, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We've got the working group next, and then the hounds.
Then hounds. Well, here is a more mature American Staffordshire Terrier. Still, you can see the well-built body and the musculature. And we have the Cairn Terrier. I think this Cairn Terrier may well have been the one that we had in the group.
Yeah.
No, we can't have been. No, it's another one.
The darker one.
Yeah. So this is the sort of a brindle grey one. They can come in many different colours. Sparky little dogs. Fox Terrier Smooth. Here we go.
That dog. We've seen this one, haven't we?
Yeah, we've seen this one as well, I'm sure. No, we haven't. It was another one for the BBC.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. No, it was a different handler. We've seen the Fox Terrier Wire before, though. The intermediate class. The classic ears just tipping over. Beautifully groomed beard. Jack Russell Terrier.
Linda's older one.
This is the older version of Linda's young puppy. You can see there's a whiskery face and there's broken coat. Very tidy looking, very popular in the pet market due to their size and gameness. And this is Elsa from My Pukarau with Tiberius. There's the Lakeland Terrier. Another master grooming trick.
Do you know, you're like an encyclopedia. All I've got to do is sit back and listen.
And this is Judy's granddaughter,
Oh, it is.
Jasmine, with her intermediate bitch. And Jasmine has been a very enthusiastic handler, is now growing up big enough to handle the dogs in the breed ring, which is giving Judy a lot of pleasure.
She's got her own Westie as well. And
Yep, she is.
Does well with it.
She does very well with it.
Oh, well.
Well done, Jasmine.
That's Linda's second win. My God.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's good. Yeah. I think that's going. Oh no, we have the neuters.
New Zealand bred will be
the
Scotty. And we've got open
Here's the
store.
beautiful, Judy's beautiful Scotty, Rosie. Best of group, but also best New Zealand bred of group.
Yeah, they're all looking at that now.
Yep, testimony to many years of careful breeding. Beautiful dog. Right.
These are our opens.
These are opens.
I'm not sure if we had any neuters.
No, I don't know. Open fourth.
Number 4, yeah.
Yep. So our fourth in group, which is the other Cairn Terrier. There's been a bit of Cairn Terrier switching in the assembly ring.
Yeah.
And this is the dark oak King Terrier, who was our 4th in the group in Open. Congratulations to the Halliwells. Oh, and here we have a neuter. We've got Gloria's.
Gloria's border.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and this is our neuter. This is our border terrier. This bitch has done a lot of winning.
Big winning bitch.
A lot of winning, and is the mother of the baby puppy, and is in fact been spayed and is still loves coming to the shows, and Gloria loves showing her, so she's competing now in neuter. So that is Pearl.
And that concludes our terriers.
I think that's the end of
really
the terriers.
Quick,
I think that was quite fast. It was a speedy judge. Thank you to Stephanie Rickard. Right, we'll be back with you for the hounds.
Here now, and for the working group.
We have our judge, Stephanie Rickard from Australia. Wogan Springer Spaniels, also miniature poodles, American Cockers, Cavaliers and Papillons. Many Best in Show winners, including a Melbourne Royal winner, and that is a big call.
Absolutely.
All breed since 1993 and has judged extensively around the world. Our working dog people are very, very privileged to have Stephanie Rickard as their judge.
And the working group in New Zealand is primarily those livestock dogs. It's called the herding group in the USA, and it's the pastoral group in the UK, but in New Zealand we call it the working group.
All characterised by working or guarding or a combination of both. Outdoors, which gives you the coat condition, must always have a double coat, must always have a waterproof coat, and be a hardy dog.
And all of these breeds are bred for function. The form and function is really important.
The border collar going around, nice, steady, level head on that border. Here comes the Bouvier de Flanders. This is a well-performed dog, so we'll see how our judge likes the Bouvier de Flanders.
And the Briard with its classic double dew claws on the hind legs.
And the Collie Rough Goat. This is a blue merle coloured collie.
And the German Shepherd. Now we have two varieties here. We've got the stock coat, which is what's coming in the ring now. And then that will be followed by the long stock.
That is just the same animal with a longer coat.
Very popular by the crowd's reaction.
I think the dog thought it was party time as well. And here is the Old English Sheepdog.
Now this is a big winning dog here in New Zealand, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes under Stephanie. Yeah, had to have a bit of a shake there.
Bit of a shake. And the Shetland Sheepdog.
And of course, Ray, this is yours and my breed.
Nice little Sheltie moving out there.
The miniature American Shepherd.
Very, very new to this country.
And a miniature version of the Australian Shepherd.
This is a breed that's really gathered popularity over the last 18 months. Everybody thinks it's related to the Pembroke Corgi. DNA testing has proved something else.
But they are a Spitz breed, and they're in the Vikings.
Yeah.
They're a Viking dog. And here we have the
Cardigan.
The first of the corgis, which is the Cardigan. And the Pembroke Welsh Corgi, which of course, as we've had a lot of in the media recently, was the favourite of the Queen's.
Oh, favourite of the Queen.
And the Australian Shepherd.
Again, another big winning dog. Oh, that's the Aussie. The White Swiss Shepherd.
So that's our working group.
With the border collie over there. Yeah, used it.
So Judge Stephanie is just having a look down the line, and then she will get them all to relax, and she will run them one at a time. And first up, we have the Australian Kelpie.
Great history for the Australian Kelpie. Brought over from Scotland in the 1870s, and they're also known as fox collies. Very, very silent workers with a strong eye, ideal for the herding in Australia of merino sheep. Very interesting scenario with respect to the name. Original bitch was called Kelpie. It was bred from, so hence the dog is called the Australian Kelpie dog. Go on to the Barbie one.
Next one in the breed, we've got the Belgian Shepherd. We've got the Groendael version.
From the Groendael region of Belgium. Another breed that was nearly extinct as a result of World War II. They were silent message carriers, and in the end they were basically shot on sight, and they were nearly lost. And there's 3 varieties from 3 different areas in Belgium, and hence we have the Groendael. Next to be examined is the Tervuren. They are all very trainable, devoted to their masters, high energy dog, now used in the military in both wars and still popular with the military. Used as police dogs, rescue dogs and bomb detection dogs. Very, very useful dog to have if you're involved in government circles.
Absolutely, and they are still very much used. But interesting about the Belgian Shepherd is they like to run in circles as well. So
that would be a government circle, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely. So now we have the bearded collie, and the bearded collie is a Scottish breed. It's one of the working sheep dogs, and they were bred with the local Scotch dogs, possibly the Scotch collie, which is in behind a lot of these Scottish dogs, and this produced the bearded collie. But interestingly enough, the person credited with really reviving the breed was a lady by the name of Olive Wilson, and she ordered a Shetland sheepdog, but instead she got delivered a bearded collie.
By mistake.
By mistake. And she found some other bearded collies, and she established a very strong kennel of them. So a lot of credit to her.
Is that a missed opportunity for the Shetland sheepdog breed?
I would say so.
Here we have probably the world's best known sheepdog or cattle dog, and that is the Border Collie. Characterised by real strong eye ability, holds his head in a level position, the limbs move, not the body, and that is the Border Collie. Now imagine being a cattle or a sheep on the end of those eyes and this dog moving menacingly towards you. You would give in. I would too.
And look, they just love herding, and they'll herd anything: chickens, ducks, kids, anything.
As an owner, you have to have a lot of energy for a Border Collie.
Absolutely.
Mentally and physically.
So here we have the Bouvier de Flandre. This is a breed that originated in southern Belgium, and they were a cattle dog. Bouvier means herdsman. And so they were used for centuries as herders and draft dogs. They also used them for churning when they were churning butter. So they would hook them up and to a big wheel, and they would have them walking around and churning butter. And as watchdogs, and used extensively by the police, military, but a very strong, imposing dog as well.
Yeah, if you were wishing to go somewhere where you weren't supposed to, and a Bouvier was in front of you with that imposing look, you would change your mind where you were going to go to originally.
Oh,
that is the Bouvier. Briard.
Next up, we have the Briard.
It's an old French breed, sheepdog of Brie, sheep herding and guardian of flock and homestead, characterised by the double dew claws on the hind legs. In World War I is used as Red Cross dogs, sentry dogs, ammunition carriers. Very rugged in appearance. Once Napoleon Bonaparte, we all know Napoleon Bonaparte, owned a Briard, as did a US president in Thomas Jefferson.
So that's the French breed, the Briard. Next up we have the Rough Collie. Now this is one of 2 types of collies. So we have the smooth collie and the rough. What we've got here is a rough, and it's a blue merle. They come in a number of different colours. And again, they originated in Scotland and also in Northern England, and they were part of a group of breeds from the Scottish Highlands known as the Scotch Collie, which is the forerunner of a number of breeds in the working group. Most famous admirer and keeper of the breed actually was Queen Victoria, and she kept them at Balmoral Castle. She had a number of them, and so here we have the Collie Rough.
Very quiet and docile breed, and some of the kennels and other breeds of dogs used to have the old rough coat collie to calm down the balance of the kennel. Instantly recognisable German Shepherd stock coat. Originated obviously from Germany. At the end of the war, they again suffered loss of numbers during the war, and they were separated from the ones in England versus the ones in Germany, and the Germans have extensively modified the German Shepherd to give it a powerful running gait, and this dog certainly is powerful. If you wish to go to a specialist show and see these dogs going round and round the ring, you just realise how strong they are.
And here's the long stock version, and so it's exactly the same except it has a different coat. Interesting that in the early days the SV, which is the governing body of the German Shepherds, ruled that the long stock was unacceptable for breeding. But then in 2010, SV reversed this 40-year-old rule and allowed long coats with the undercoat to be exhibited in the breed surveyed. And this was endorsed by FCI, and other clubs followed. In New Zealand, it was only registered, we only started registering the long stock in 2013.
So very new. But there was always the long stock within the litters of German Shepherds, so they had the breeding behind them. So just a matter of accepting the breed, and we had a quality animal in front of you.
Absolutely. And here we have the Old English Sheepdog, also known as the bobtail.
Bobtail. Used for herding at a very, very amble and lazy and energy-saving gait. Also, its coat was used as its protection against other animals. Very strong, owned by the more wealthy of the farmers in the UK, and there are stories around about the docking and bits and pieces, and the taxation people used to garner the amount of tax that you were paid by the number of Old English sheepdogs that you had. So it tends to indicate the value put on an Old English sheepdog and who owned them.
And here we have our own breed, both you and I, Ray, the little Shetland sheepdog.
As the name suggests, they originate from the Shetland Islands, which is the northern part of Scotland. And if anyone's ever been there, you know how rugged the terrain is there. Must be a hardy dog, must be an agile dog, must be very biddable to its family. They lock onto a family, not onto a person, and they are the guardians of the small flocks of the shepherders who had small flocks of either goats or sheep or whatever, and they didn't like any other strangers. They would be alarm bells to them, but they are very, very loyal to the family.
The miniature American Shepherd. So as we said before, this is a new breed. It was only recognised by the American Kennel Club in 2015, but it's becoming very popular. It is the smaller version of the Australian Shepherd, and they were actually originally called miniature Australian Shepherds. There is some conjecture that they're possibly two different breeds, although I struggled to find some consensus on that. But we call them the miniature American Shepherd, and in all respects, just a miniature version of the Australian Shepherd.
Here we have the Swedish Fellhound. Very, very old Spitz breed. Existed in Sweden over 1,000 years ago. Dates back to the Vikings. Therefore, the written history is very, very hard to find because of that. They are a Swedish cattle dog, and they're a little Viking dog. Viking means herding dog, herding cattle on ranches and farms, nips at the hocks of the cattle and other animals, and quickly gets out of the road. The Swedish Fellhound.
And next up we have the first of the Welsh Corgis. This is the Cardigan. And this is a separate breed to the Pembroke, and the Pembroke is a Spitz breed, but the Cardigan isn't. It was developed in Cardiganshire in Wales, which descended actually from the Dachshund family. They're a working cattle dog, bred to work over extremely rough and marshy terrain. They're short, thick legs, so they could duck out of the way of the cattle hooves. Slightly turned out feet, so they could move freely in the marshy areas. And the deep chest for lung capacity, and a double coat for protection.
And again, a double coat for an exterior dog. We have the Welsh Corgi Pembroke. Legend has it that two children were tending their family's cattle farm on royal lands and found a pair of puppies which they thought were foxes. When they brought these puppies home, they were told they were dogs and were considered to be a gift from the fairies. Welsh legend, and there's a lot of Welsh legends around. Pity Mr. Meredith's not here. Welsh legend tell us that the fairies would use the little dogs to pull their carriages or as mounts for them to ride into battle. Originated in Pembrokeshire in South Wales in the 12th century.
Very old breed.
The most famous connection is with the current royalty, Queen Elizabeth II. They were her favoured dogs. The Welsh Corgi Pembroke.
And now we have the Australian Shepherd. So this is not actually an Australian breed, but it was actually exclusively developed in the USA. And it was given its name because of the association with the Basque sheep herders who came from Australia to the USA in the 1800s. And they became very popular in the US farms and ranches after World War II with the boom of the Western horseback riding. And so strong herding instinct. They're very much a working dog, versatile, intelligent, and plus they're the eye-catching appearance.
This is a very top-winning dog as well, so there's quite a few top-winning dogs within the working dog group. White Swiss Shepherd. Originated from the German Shepherd. Early years, the German Shepherd Whites were barred from registration in Germany, but allowed in the USA and Canada. White GSDs were imported from Canada and USA back into Switzerland in the 1970s, hence the name White Swiss Shepherd. It retains the shape more of the original German Shepherds of some time ago.
It's still relatively new in recognition, and the UK Kennel Club only recognised them in 2017.
Has all the traits of a conventional German Shepherd dog.
So that's the last of the breeds that she's gone through. She's now going to be having a look and a final evaluation before she makes her selection. She will be selecting 8. She'll be shortlisting 8.
She has a lot of top-winning dogs within this group.
Where do you think she's going to head, Ray?
I think she might take the 2 German Shepherds through, take the Old English through, Australian cattle dog, Australian Shepherd through. There's just so many in this group.
It's a very strong group. She's pulled out the Kelpie.
Nothing wrong with that selection.
The Belgian Shepherd, the Bearded Collie. The Old English Sheepdog. The Swedish Valhund, the Pembroke Corgi, and the Australian Shepherd.
Is that 8?
And she's just doing a double check, and
quickly
she's
counting.
Quickly counting, and she's pulled the Border Collie.
But the balance of the working dogs are now excluded, and we are down to our final 8 within Group 5. It's very difficult in these show ring situations for a German Shepherd to perform to its best. And if you see them performing outside in a larger ring, you get a different appreciation of a German Shepherd.
Absolutely. And you know, when you go and watch them at the specialty shows, you know, it's different again.
Absolutely
you really
different.
see them working, and they will run them and run them and run them, and you see them drop down into themselves. They get into that working gait. Now she's going to have another look at them. And from there, she will select her top 4. Where do you think she's going to head, Ray?
I don't think she'll go past the Old English myself. Although she selected the Border Collie fairly late in the piece. I quite like that Border Collie.
I do too. The Australian Shepherd's a favourite of mine.
Yeah,
I've awarded that twice.
You've awarded that dog, that's right.
I've awarded that dog twice. I do like it.
She is not mucking around as our judge.
Nope. The Pembroke's a very nice dog. I mean, lovely Valhund. The Old English has done a huge amount of winning. It's a nice Border Collie. And of course the Belgian Shepherd as well. And then down the back we've got the Australian Kelpie.
Right,
So
our
let's
fourth.
see where she's going to go. She's made her decision. She's not mucking around.
It's all written down.
She's not mucking around. Team working in the background.
I see some information coming over to us.
It's nerve-wracking, isn't it, when you're in that, sitting in that 8 line up
If
there and you're waiting.
If you're one of those handlers out there in the 8, this is quite a nerve-wracking time. Everybody else is performing and doing their jobs in the show.
In 4th place, the Welsh Corgi Pembroke.
And the Welsh Corgi Pembroke in 4th place.
4th place.
From the New Zealand class. In 3rd position, also from the New Zealand breed class, the Bearded Collie.
The Bearded Collie.
Our runner-up for the working group, from the open class, the Old English Sheepdog.
The Old English. You called that the Old English.
Is 2 and number 1.
Also from the open class,
Yeah,
I'm going to go with the Aussie.
Australian.
Australian Shepherd. It's American Grand Champion and New Zealand Champion. Dream Street's Wes Wally is best of group.
Affectionately
Group
known
first.
as Wally round the circles.
Yes. So he's best of group in the working group. So
We have 2 from the open class and 2 from New Zealand bred class. So junior and intermediate are still to be judged with baby, puppy and puppy. Just repeating those results. Best in the working group 1 is the Australian Shepherd. Second in the group is the Old English Sheepdog. Third in the group is the Bearded Collie, and the Welsh Pembroke Corgi is 4th best in group. 2 from New Zealand bred and 2 from the open class.
So now we
were fairly close there, Lavina.
I think so.
We didn't quite get it in the right order, but we were close.
Oh, I'm happy.
Because you've placed that dog before, so you're happy.
I have. I've judged him.
A bit of personal satisfaction.
Absolutely. And you know, look, it's really nice when you see a dog that you have admired in the past and put through and doing really well. Yeah. I think he's a lovely dog.
Yeah. No, he is a top performer in this neck of the woods, and thoroughly deserved, well presented, well groomed. Certainly fits the picture out there.
But you know, having said that, I have also put through the Old English Sheepdog I've given that a bester group in the past as well. So, you know.
Well, I've given the Old English a high class and show as well. So both our dogs are out there. We're both happy.
It's nice, isn't it? So it's good, right? So now we're going to be getting on to the baby puppies. And so this is the 3 to 6 month olds. And the same with all the breeds babies. It's a hard class to judge because they're always so cute.
Yeah.
They are all so cute. And so we've got the Belgian Shepherd Grandel, and this is the black variety. It's one of 4 Belgian Shepherds varieties, but so this is
from the Grandel region of Belgium.
The Bouvier de Flandre.
You would have noticed the adult dog was docked and the puppy is not allowed to be docked now. German Shepherd.
The Swedish Valhund. Same again, you know, we're seeing the undocked version of the Valhund.
The adult version. Times have changed, legislation has changed. Now it is undocked.
So she just has 4 to choose from. 4 very nice babies, and she is not mucking around. She's going straight for the Valhund.
Next up is our puppies, 4 to 12 months of age. 6 to 12 months of age. First one will be the Kelpie.
And this is one of the liver variety.
Yes. Belgian Shepherd from the Terve region in Belgium.
And this is the longer coat with in the sable colour, and so the Tervuren is the shorter coat in the sable colour. The bearded collie.
Very happy bearded collie out there.
Very happy.
It's a great game.
Collie Rough.
Tricolour.
I'm not sure how.
Black, white and tan. Particular places where the tan and the white should be. It's a very nicely marked dog.
The German Shepherd dog. This is the long stock variety. And the Welsh Corgi Cardigan. Because Ray, the cardigans have always had tails, and they.
And the legislation has not affected them at all.
No, not at all. And again, she's not making, and she's gone with the Belgian Shepherd.
We're struggling to keep up on the commentary.
I know, she knows what she's wants. She's very decisive. Next class in the ring is juniors, and this is 12 to 24 months.
We're even beating the steward to get the next class lined up.
I know.
She is so quick. She's standing transfixed there. I think she's quite milling this through her mind. Like most judges, we've got a fair idea what's going to happen in the next class. Sometimes we're just actually going through the final motions to make sure that is the correct position. But I think based on what she's done and the way she's standing now and her body language, that she's well and truly got her mind made up.
And she's very decisive, isn't she? Which is great. And of course, after we finish the working, is the final group, which is the hounds.
Hound group, which is just judged this morning. And then we head to where we're all headed to, and that is our best in show.
And here comes the first of the juniors, which is the Australian Kelpie.
That may have been her best group, I'm not sure.
Maybe in her shortlist. The Border Collie. That low head carriage.
Yeah. Very characteristic of the breed.
Stealth-like movement. Collie Rough.
Sable and white.
And the Collie Rough has a very distinctive head.
Yes, all out on its own. 2 equal planes separated by a slight but perceptible stop. And is regarded really as a head breed when you judge them.
Absolutely. As we've just seen the German Shepherds, and here's the Shetland Sheepdog. Small working dog of great beauty.
Typically, as far as a Scotch breed is concerned, he had to do a man's job on a boy's wage. And that is doing a job of a big dog and having a small meal.
Absolutely.
And that epitomises the breed.
And where's she going to go?
Border.
Border Collie, you called it.
I called it right, the Border Collie.
Yep. And you know, when he came in, she had that low head carriage, that movement.
You only allowed a short amount of time to impress the judge. And that little half circle was enough to do it exactly right, as to be expected. So good on that handling, get the best out of the dog in that short space of time.
You don't have a lot of time, you absolutely not. And so the next class up will be intermediate?
Intermediate.
And so this is that sort of 24 to 36 months. Sometimes they can still be, you know, a little bit lacking in maturity in this class.
That's right.
And they're nearly there in a lot of cases. Sometimes they are there. They've hit their maturity and hit their straps. But in other cases, they're still maturing. Still
transitioning from the junior ganglies. But from now on in, you'll get your strength in your breed as good as that breed is going to be, from the age onwards. So she would have, I would expect, as mature dogs in this class as she had in her lineup for Group 5.
And of course, when we're entering classes, sometimes we see people will enter an intermediate class, or they might put that H dog into the New Zealand breed or open. So it just allows the dogs to be spread out a wee bit. So here's the first of the intermediates, and again we have a Blue Mill
Rough
Collie.
We have another Shetland Sheepdog.
Little Shetland Sheepdog.
Sable and white. And the mini American Shepherd.
And this is a red merle. Very striking colour. The Viking dog, the little Swedish Valhund. Of course, we see those harness markings on the Valhund as well, across the shoulder.
A Welsh Pembroke Corgi. Now this one has a tail. Again, it follows on from the legislation that says from now on in they cannot be dogs.
And being a Spitz breed, you know, they will often carry the tail up,
yes,
which is different to the Cardigan Corgi. And she's gone for the Valhund again. She's obviously enjoyed judging that breed.
She knows exactly what she wants out of there, and she's beating the steward, she's beating the commentary team, she's beating everyone.
And the next class
Is
in
an
will
au-
be the New Zealand breed, and
It's an
that will have
automatic.
been an automatic. So it'll be our
Bearded collie.
bearded collie, which was Group 3.
Automatic New Zealand bred of group.
Another of the Scottish breeds. And of course, we see people refer to a beardie, but this is a true beardie.
Here we have our
And
Group 1, our best of group in the working group, Wally, which is the Australian Shepherd.
This dog was imported from USA, and he's been here in New Zealand for a wee while, and he's done very, very well. So great to see him take Group 1. And next up, we're going to have the neuter class.
Neuter class.
And first in the ring, we have the White Swiss Shepherd.
In the spay and neuter class.
And it was the only one in the class. But still, you know.
I think we both picked that one to win.
I think we did too. And that's going to conclude our
working group.
And it will conclude my commentary. Thank you, Ray. I've thoroughly enjoyed sitting here with you and doing this.
I have enjoyed your company, Lavina, and in the sharing of our experiences of judging. And in Group 5, I have an interview with our Best in Show judge, so you can be introduced to our audience. And I have one of the Australian judges to assist me in the voiceover for Best in Show.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
The coverage of the hound group, which is going to be our last group before Best in Show. Just waiting for the dogs to be assembled and we'll be off.
How many hounds do we have in the show?
I'm not sure. Stephen, tell us how many hounds we had in the show.
154 hounds we have in the show.
154 hounds. The biggest breed usually is Beagles.
Whippets 35.
Oh, sorry, Whippets, sorry. I got that wrong. And we have, what's the next largest?
24 miniature
long-teeth Dachshunds. The hound group is rather ridiculous because we have some of the smallest dogs that are shown, as in our miniature smooth and miniature long-haired Dachshunds, and we also have the largest breeds in the hound group, which is our Irish Wolfhound. I'm not sure if we have any Irish Wolfhounds here today. No, we don't. But we do have a large dog in the Borzoi, so the Russian Wolfhound. So generally we have scent hounds and we have sight hounds, and the sight hounds are usually the longer-legged, and if they see it, they'll chase it. First up, we're going to have the Dachshunds, and those are all varieties on the same breed. We have two sizes. We've got miniature and standard, and we're starting with the standard ones.
Standard
longs. And of course, Dachshunds are a German breed, and originally they were bred to dig into badgers' set and tackle badgers. So they're supposed to be very courageous. So we have a long-haired Dachshund, Dachshund, in proper German. And so we have the long-haired, long-coated variety. And we have the standard smooth variety, and this is a black and tan.
I'm not too familiar with the people in this group.
No, that's right. I know some of those people. So that's Kathleen Hardwick, and she's been breeding.
No, this lady's name is Shirley.
Yes, this lady's name is Shirley, and she has a miniature long-haired Dachshund. And we have the smooth-haired Dachshund. There are 3 coat varieties: smooth, long-haired, and wire. And we have a miniature wire-haired Dachshund. Wire-haired. So no standard wire-haired Dachshund, but a miniature wire-haired Dachshund. Very cute, and the only difference being, of course, his lovely beard and his wire coat, which is harsh to the touch. And we have a foxhound, of course, was bred in packs to chase fox. So this is just one foxhound, but normally you would have them in brace.
Is this the one that won the show a couple of years ago?
Yes, this is Velvet, I'm sure. Yep. No, but related to the one that won them before. Then we have the courageous Rhodesian Ridgeback, which according to legend hunted lion. And in fact, it didn't hunt lion, but went with hunters who were hunting lion. So a bit of a semantic thing from Africa. Saluki, supposed to look like it's trotting on hot sound. So we have a gazelle hound from Arabia. We have the Afghan hound, the glamour pussy of the 70s, and the Afghan hound is from the hills around Afghan, and again is the sight hound that chases small quarry. And we have the Basenji, so-called barkless dog from the Congo in Africa. Moves with a swinging gait. It does actually make a noise. It's horrendous, but it's not a bark.
Screams almost.
And when we have the pronunciation marathon, the Petit Basset Griffon Vendion.
I'm glad you did that on me.
And the Petit means small, the Basset low to the ground, the Griffon means wiry, and Vendion is where it comes from in France. And we have a Basset Fauve de Bretagne. And so we have again low to the ground. Fauve means wild, always this red colour, and it's from Brittany in France.
You are amazing.
We have a blue tick coonhound, and this was an American breed, and this originally was bred to chase raccoons. And of course it's called blue tick because of its colouring. You can see that it's ticked with colours. And we have the Russian wolfhound, which is the Borzoi. And I have to declare a bit of family bias that this dog is owned by my niece, and it's been handled today from Amy from Australia. And then we have the Basset hound. Again, low to the ground, a scent hound. He originated in France. The monks bred them in France. Then we have the Whippet. And the Whippet is the poor man's greyhound of northern England. And they used to race them, and of course they were cheaper to feed. They still do. Yeah. They still do. So yeah, lots of people had Whippets. They were cheap to feed.
Point to point.
Point to point. And we have the Beagle. And we have the Beagle, which is hunted in small packs by foot. And having had the experience of chasing beagles, I don't think it's a very good pastime. They're not reliable to calling, ever. In fact, my mother told me that if you like the bottom of a beagle, that's good because you're mostly what you'll see. So our judge today is Sue Bounds, who is a acknowledged hound expert and a beagle breeder. So she no doubt is very fond of the beagles, and this will be a very big win for the beagle breedwinner. We see Mrs. Linda Watson, who's returned to the show ring as a former Whippet breeder, and she's now been handling in the ring today.
I had a mate who bought a beagle, and the only time he could catch it was when he ran away from it, fell on the ground, and the beagle used to jump on it.
It's about right. It's about right. Absolutely. And they are notoriously greedy as well, so you can seduce them with food occasionally. But, beagle breeders say that's very mean and that they're absolutely lovely, and they certainly are. But, yeah, it's frustrating to get them to come back. And so here we have the Dachshund, and if you look at the front of the Dachshund, he's got a very deep chest, which is called a keel.
Keel right in front, yeah.
And big front feet, and that is used to dig holes. And my God, my pet Dachshund, could they dig holes? Very efficient.
Should have a big fat bum. They call it an apple bum.
Yep, very big fat sort of bum. Yep. And they're
proud head carriage.
Yep.
Proud head carriage when it's on the move.
And a good jaw to have a go at the badger. So this is the smooth-head variety, and this is Kathleen Hardwick, and Kathleen Hardwick has been breeding Dachshunds for a very long time, and quite often she's seen with a black and tan one. So here she is again. So this is the smooth-coated variety where you can see the structure a little better.
She breeds good minis too as well.
Yeah, she does have minis as well, yeah. So you can imagine that going to ground after badger. And next we have the miniature longhead, so exactly the same breed, exactly the same standard, except for the fact the size, which is a miniature size, and they have to weigh under 5 kilos. So they're often weighed before the show, or they're usually weighed before the show.
I think the rule says they've got to be weighed as they go into the ring.
Go into the ring,
so
yeah.
the judge can see it.
Yeah, so the judge has a look at it, sees their weight, and so that's how we determine the size of the mini. So it's not a height, it's a weight. And it's, of course, very difficult to breed a very sound little dog who is under 5 kilos. So that's the challenge of the breeders. I don't know the name of this. Is it Shirley?
Shirley, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. This lady's also been breeding miniature long-haired Dachshunds for a very long time.
She's had some good ones as well.
Yeah, she has, exactly. Always very smartly presented, and the dogs, yeah.
Minnie Smooth is next.
Yeah, Minnie Smooth.
The handler is an expert. She represented New Zealand at Crufts, this young lady.
Yes, she did. She's a great JD, and I think this one, one of them she had was called Hercules, and I'm not sure if this is Hercules or not, but I've always thought Hercules was a great name for a tiny little dog. And yeah, she's a very, very expert handler of all sorts of breeds. This is Amy Bray.
She's got a beautiful baby son.
Yeah,
well
she
done,
has.
Amy.
She has. Well done. That's beautiful handling. Yeah, very nice. And now we have the only wire-haired exhibit. My personal favourite, because I like things with whiskery faces.
Is that right?
Yep.
Look at this.
I know. I know. I like that course. Yep. I've got friends who say, oh, I don't know, but no, I like things.
Has Jeff got a beard?
Yeah.
Oh,
looks
good
a bit
man.
like you. Yeah. Yeah. So here we are, the miniature wire-haired Dachshund, and they're always very, very game. It always amazes me how spunky they are for how little they are.
Wonder where this one come from. I haven't seen it before.
No, that's new to the ring. This is the wire coats are the least popular or the least prolific of the Dachshunds. Very popular in the UK. Next we have the Foxhound, who's handled by Bridget Bryson, who's flown over from
Australia,
Sydney.
Yeah,
Sydney?
North Sydney, yeah.
North Sydney. So Bridget Bryson is well known in Australia as a handler of dogs, and she's from a well-known dog family, Brysons, and so she comes over. And this is, I think, if I'm right, this is Velvet, the Foxhound, who is a very lovely girl. Comes not very far from me in Eketahuna. That's right, there is a place called Eketahuna.
I have to give a personal shout out to Bridget.
Yep.
I was judging for her father at the Sydney Royal called
Yep.
COVID, and that young lady looked after all my needs.
She's
an
great.
absolutely beautiful young lady.
Very good and very, very good in show management and things. So she enjoys coming over to the National and handling the Foxhounds for Amron Ward, who breeds them. I think the Bryson family have their own Foxhounds as well.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. They're not a very common death. Supposed to have front legs like two straight posts, which I always think is a great description. Very strong. And you can imagine they talk about couples when they go to a hunt. So you always measure the number of foxhounds by the number of couples. They usually have about 16 couples. Imagine that noise. And here we have the Ridgebacks, who usually hunt in pairs with the person coming along behind. And they can hold a lion at bay. I don't know that they'd be actually game for having one on. And of course they have their very distinctive ridge that goes from the nape of their neck to on their hip bones, and that has to be absolutely equal and
nice and even all the way down.
nice and even all the way down, which is harder to breed than you imagine.
Young girl, the lady's name is Liz, and she's just come back into it. She's been away for about 3 years.
Yep.
She's imported her dogs from the UK, I believe.
Yeah. They look. The colour of a Ridgeback often looks like a polished table.
Actually, I think she got some from Australia as well.
Did she? Right. Steve's up with the play. So that's nice to see the Ridgebacks coming back. They're a very protective breed. You don't have any problems with burglars if you've got Ridgebacks. And this is the Saluki, which of course has this amazingly light lifting gait, like they're running on hot sand. And of course these are the dogs of the Arabs and the Bedouins, and are designed to hunt small prey, and they're incredibly fast. So that dog can absolutely sprint. And they have smooth-coated varieties and long coats, and this is a long coat one, and I think it's a reasonably young one. And that is, the handler's name is Heather. And here we have the big glamorous Afghan hound, who has an amazing gait, And it's supposed to be, what does the standard say, Steve? It says stylish, of high order, style of high order, I think it is. And of course, very, very popular in the 70s, very glamorous. Everybody had one, all the models had one on their arm. Not so great for the Afghan breed, who were overbred, but a bit rarer now as a pet. A lot of work, and of course a very large dog and needs lots of exercise. And they can catch your cat.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Smooth and springy.
Yeah, smooth and springy, and they are a sight hound, so they're after small prey. So not necessarily, unless they're raised with the cat, a good choice with a cat. And these are the little Basenjis, as I said, from the Congo, an African hunting dog, and they don't bark, they chortle. Well, that's a description I've heard, but they do. It's pretty extreme, unusual, very unusual, and they have this sort of almost a gazelle-like, like a lifting sort of swinging gait, and very, very delicate.
Maureen Murphy with the Westies had one.
Yeah, she did. That's right.
And they parked it in. It was kept in a trailer just outside my hotel room. Wow.
Yeah.
My God, did it scream?
Oh my God, yeah. It's like a sound you've never heard before. Yeah. And they don't do it often, but then. And this is a Petit Basset Griffon Vendion, and this woman who's showing this is Kathy White. And Kathy White's claim to fame is Weimaraners, but she's got into these lovable little hounds. And these are little hounds, all right, there's no doubt. You also have to like the size of their bottom, because their ears don't work either. So, yeah, these are hunted in France in small packs, and they are very, very good hunters, but very, very active.
It's a smart little dog, isn't it?
Yeah, and quite noisy. And Kathy works with a breeder in Australia, in Melbourne, and she also breeds her own. So Kathy's from Hawke's Bay. And this lady, because Kathy has injuries, she's stacking the dog, which is placing it, and this lovely lady is running the dog for the judge, so the judge can see their movement. Next one, it should be the Basset Fauve. And this is commonly, we call them Fauves. This is a Basset Fauve de Bretagne. And this lady is Erica. And these dogs are owned by Jill Brooker. And these are reasonably rare. They're a nimble hound. These are real tough customers. In France, they have packs of them, and they are very, very good hunters, and nothing phases them at all. A really cool pet, calm, do anything, but they will go and they will keep going, so you have to make sure that you've got them under control. A real sweetie, and this one I think his name is Max.
Erica is another person that represented New Zealand at Crufts.
Yep, and she also shows, Jill is also a breeder of Basset hounds, and she also shows Jill's Bassets and has for many years. And this,
they're all?
Yep.
They're her own now as well.
Yes, they are. Yeah, that's right, she is, yeah. She's grown up now. She's grown up now.
Yeah.
She pays the bills now. And this is a blue tick coonhound. Now, the feature of these are these great long ears, and the purpose of the great long ears is to trap the scent. So when they put their head down and they're scenting, those great long ears trap the scent so that the dog can smell better. So of course these trail the raccoons with the hunter and find them, and of course the raccoon goes up the tree, and these can bark like you never, or bay like you've never heard before. Many different breeds of coonhounds in America. The one I like most is the tree walker coonhound. I can't imagine whether it walks up the tree or not. And this is the Borzoi, the Russian wolfhound, the breed of the aristocracy in Russia. They used to take the Borzoi out in pairs, and they used to hunt wolves, and it was kind of like a staged hunt. It wasn't really a serious hunt, and sometimes they even used to let the wolf go. I don't know how happy the wolf was having had a couple of Borzoi hanging onto it, but yeah. So they're very distinctive, based on sort of greyhound lines with the arched top line, which allows, it's called a double suspension gait, and when they move, they can absolutely go. You wouldn't catch these guys ever. So very glamorous, but a real amazing hound. And those back legs come in front of the front legs when it's galloping.
Wider in the back.
Yeah, and it's wider on the back. Its top line's almost like a hinge. And I've seen this one go, and he can move. And his name is Hunter, and he's very good at destroying wallets and other property. I've seen him do it. And this is Martin Hewitt from Canterbury, and he's a well-known hound exhibit. He's in many different kinds of hounds. As Martin's got older, I noticed they've got more steady, so he's into the Bassets and the miniature smooth Dachshunds at the moment. He formerly had Pitty, Basset, Griffon, Vondion as well as foxhounds. So this is a Basset hound, so very large dog on short legs.
Martin's just been awarded life membership with the Kennel Club.
He has, and he's also he's an Albury's judge? No, he's a judge. No, he's a judge. He's a judge, yeah. Yeah, and so you can see the white tip on the stern, which is the tail. So when they're hunting, the hunter can see them, and those ones also can bay as well. Long ears to track the scent.
Here's our Whippet.
Here's our Whippet with Linda, who's dressed to coordinate with the dog.
When I was a child, my Whippet used to be my old water bottle.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
And they've got a coat like silk, haven't they?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Beautiful. And the same shape as a greyhound. I mean, there's many similarities between that and a fully sized greyhound. They're supposed to stand over plenty of ground and have a daisy cutting action and flow over the top line. So they have the underline curve and the overline curve. And these are very quick dogs. And very popular as pets and very popular as show dogs. I'm always envious of Whippet people when it comes to grooming. Out of the car.
Like I Stafford people with.
Out of the car with a velvet cloth, end of. Yeah. I used to say that to Linda all the time. Linda said, but I've got to do the white feet as well. Yeah, and here we have, this is Amarin Ward.
This is our last breed with the Beagle.
And the last breed of the Beagle, and Amarin's a very well-known hound person. She also bred the Foxhound, and she has Harrier hounds and also Beagles, and she's very well-known in our local district. She grew up in Beagles for many, many, many years, and it's a very successful Beagle breeder. So the Beagle, you hunt them in small packs, and the idea is that you follow them on foot. And as I've said before, you'd have to be quite fit to follow a pack of Beagles, I thought.
Where I come from in Wales, we used to have a pub called Bailey Arms, and the Bailey Arms is where the Beaufort Hunt used to go from.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Oh, yeah, that's fantastic.
As kids, we used to watch these things.
Yeah.
And Harriers and all sorts of
hounds are hugely... I love hounds. They're absolutely amazing. It's a very, very nice Beagle. Beautiful shape. Lovely. I don't know what his name is, actually. I usually know the name of Amarin's Beagles.
I think she entered a lot of dogs, so I would. It could be any one of them.
There's a lot of Beagles and Greyhound as pets because people buy them from her. It's funny.
Yeah, we had 20 Beagles here.
Yeah,
most of them would have been hers.
Yeah, most of them would have been hers. She has a lot of dogs. Needs help. Hence Bridget's presence. And Sue, of course, will be very exacting because she's a long-time expert. Sue's looking like her feet are challenging her a little bit. She's been standing on that concrete floor for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, it's hard work.
It's hard work. Here we are. So we've got the Foxhound out.
She should be all right tomorrow. We're on the grass.
Yeah, we're on the grass. So we've got standard smooth Dachshund, the miniature smooth Dachshund, the Foxhound, the Afghan Hound, the Borzoi, the Whippet, the Basset,
the Beagle,
and the Beagle. So that's a high honours indeed. Congratulations to the other hound winners. No mean feat to come through the breed, and that was all done this morning. There we go. So Sue's probably going to move these around. What do you reckon?
She'll put them back over.
Yeah. Who's your choice?
My choice is the Beagle.
Yep.
I do like the Foxhound.
Yep.
And I like the mini Dachshund.
Yep.
I like them all.
I do. Actually, I'm going through them too, and I'm going to have a vote for Hunter, even though it wasn't my wallet he ate, so I'm happy with Hunter. And Hunter the Borzoi is still a very young dog. He's just 2 years old, so he's going to grow a lot more coat and he'll be a very big glamorous dog very soon, which is great. And of course, is one of the few dogs in the hound group with a long glamorous coat, apart from the Afghan. I guess the people in Russia had people to wash the Borzois after the hunt. The Tsar had plenty of people who'd help.
Here she goes. I think she's made a decision.
She made a decision, or is she going to move him again? No, she's made a decision. There's another of our fabulous stewards, Colin Douglas, who isn't actually a show person himself, but his wife is, and he gets dragooned into stewarding. So Colin's been done a sterling job for the last 3 or 4 days, standing on a concrete floor from 8:30 in the morning until 4:30 in the afternoon. So hats off to Colin, our another one of our stewards.
He works tirelessly for the dog.
Tirelessly.
Dog people.
Yeah, which is we can't do it without those people who make things happen for us.
And I like him so much because he gives me whiskey.
Yeah, well, that's right. He supplies. He's a well-known whiskey supplier in the camp. Look, the scrutineers are there. So we've got Rosemary, Paul checking that the numbers are right. There's to be no mistakes.
What a crew.
What a crew. They've worked tirelessly to make this national happen for us.
So there's our director, our senior vice president, Steve.
Yep.
Paul the director.
Yep,
Rosemary,
Paul.
Bob.
Yep.
Oh my God, they're all there.
All the people that have made it happen for us, and it's been so lovely. This is the final stages of the national. One more show to go tomorrow, which is kind of the after event, and all over for another year.
What we'll do then is pack up.
Absolutely. Like the worst bit. I've got a gazebo I've got to take down.
I'm surprised you still got one left after the wind the other day. Man.
Mine was tied to other people's. It was quite good. Right, here we go. Oh, well done. Fabulous. Well done. Well done, Hunter. All is forgiven.
Very nice.
Yes, fabulous.
She did like that.
Well done. Well done, Kathleen.
Kathleen is the secretary of the Dachshund Club, so she works tirelessly too. The Beagle was runner-up.
Well done. Well done to our hometown hero, Amarin. Well done. I'm counting Ika Tahuna and the Wairarapa. Oh, the Whippet. Oh, well done, Lindy Lou.
Well done, Linda.
Well done, Linda Lou. She's been back from 5 minutes and she's got the hound group already.
That's great, isn't it?
Who owns that Whippet? Is that Anita's? Yeah. And the Whippet's owned by Anita, and who's a long-time Whippet breeder and friend of Linda's. So the Whippet is Archon Paparazzi at Carradine. And the best of group is the Beagle. It's an American, Canadian, New Zealand Grand Champion, the Beagle, Foxhouse Fast and Furious. Congratulations to Caroline, who owns the Whippet. He's called Wonky, would you believe? Well done, Wonky Whippet.
There we are.
Very nice Beagle.
We know our lineup now. We've got our 7 dogs.
Yeah. But it's the last of the last bit in the puzzle for the Best in Show, which will happen very shortly after the conclusion of the hound group. I forgot there was the American Whippet, the American Beagle.
Oh yeah.
Really nice Beagle.
What if you could give your puppy a head start in life to boost their immunity and nourish their brain and vision development? You can with ProPlan, nutrition that performs.
New Zealand
bread, yeah. So that's good. Oh, that's Scott. I was thinking, who's Wyatt sitting on the knee of? And I suddenly realised it's Scott Bray. It's his uncle. It's your father calling you Wyatt. All right.
You are very good at this. I'm so pleased I can just sit here and listen to you all day.
You wouldn't want to. Some people have objected it. Ask my husband.
Yeah, well, he's had how many years of it?
30 something.
Oh, God.
Poor bugger. He's lived with me for longer than that. So here we have the about to be the baby puppy, the long-haired Dachshund. It's not quite long-haired yet, but it will be. And here's Kathleen again with a standard smooth-haired Dachshund.
Oh, it's a nice little baby.
Yeah, it's a very nice baby. Going very well. And the miniature Dachshund smooth hair.
Amy again.
Amy again. And she seems to specialise in these minis. Does a beautiful job with them. Look at that. These, of course, you've got to remember, are between 3 and 6 months years of age.
Do they belong to her or a mother?
I might be her mother's. I'm not sure. The Bray family are long-time Dachshund fans. And we have the Rhodesian Ridgeback baby, which, of course, has got a lot of growing to do.
It's all legs, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all legs. It's going to be a big boy. And then we have the Basenji, which, of course, just gets bigger. They don't seem to change too much. Cheeky chappy, that one. Look at that lovely swinging movement and that tight curled tail. And we have another Whippet, and this is Anita with her Whippet. Anita's been very proud. He's just been the breeder of the one that won the best of group. And now this is her next protege, no doubt. Another one out of the Whippet, the Anita Whippets. And here we go, Amron again.
She's a very successful Whippet breeder.
She's a very successful Whippet breeder, and another very successful Beagle breeder is
Same
Amron.
one.
Amron again. So she's back with the next generation to follow on from the one she's just had. Very, very cute. Very hard to beat a baby Beagle. They are the cutest things. What do you reckon, Steve?
That's not an easy class lift.
No, that's.
You can't go wrong.
No, you can't go wrong. No. I'm a bit of a. I like the Whippet, but the Beagle. Oh no.
No.
The Whippet. See, I'm a genius. Well done, Anita. Fantastic. Another gorgeous one. Yeah, and I think she's just telling the judge that she bred the best of Group 1.
Yeah, she bred.
Yeah, and it's owned by my good friend Caroline. And he lives with a pack of Dobermans. I saw them rolling around with Dobermans the other day, so very unlikely breeds to get on, but they do. And here we go again. We are now looking at our puppies now. Steve's keeping me in order. He knows what's going on. He's got the book.
All I got to do is sit and listen to you.
Oh, yeah. Right, again, here we go. Making sure we've got the right ones on the right end of the lead. It's getting towards the end of the day. People are getting tired. Just checking they have very important to make sure that they've got the right dogs and the right numbers. My friends have been very rude.
It's important to get the right number, because if you come into the ring with the wrong number, you're instantly disqualified.
Yeah, all the dogs are identified by a particular number and then they're recorded. So we're just making sure that we've got the right number and that everybody's present and correct. The stands are starting to thin down a little bit, but I think people have gone to do what they need to do before the Best in Show, which we hopefully will have a full stand. So here we go. We have the puppy Dachshund Longhair. Not miniature at all. It's a big one. Standard. Lovely, rich chestnut colour. Reds, they call them, but they're absolutely beautiful. They look fantastic with the sun's shining on them. And then we have the same colour in the long hair. They can come in black and tan and many other colours. And I always like the fact that they have this tail dragging along behind, which is kind of like their rudder.
Yeah.
Mini
smooth.
Yep, mini smooth. Same colour. Dave, the red Dachshunds.
They've had the paint can out.
Yes.
Them all.
Yeah. The hen and this Lukey. Here we go again. Running across hot sand. So I was right, it was a young Saluki, a puppy. So you'd expect to see a little bit more fringing and possibly a little bit taller as it matures. Very, very glamorous dog. Another Afghan. Afghans can be any colour, virtually, and this is a cream one. And this, of course, is a puppy, so of course doesn't have the length of coat that you'd expect on an adult. But still has that lovely movement.
Yeah, and up and down movement.
And here we are, we have another Petit Basset Griffon Vendion.
He's the quarter of a bit as well.
Naughty little hound from France. And there we have Bridget again with a lovely whippet. And whippets also can be many different colours, and this one's a little fawn and white by the look of it. Then we have the beagle. The beagles are usually these hound colours, though they can be lemon and white. Again with a white tip on the tail, so that when you've got 100 of them running in a paddock, you can see them as they're disappearing from you.
Come back.
No. Come back. No. I'm on a scent. I'll see you later.
I'll see you in a week when I catch you.
Oh. Yeah. Dynamite.
It's a whippet show.
Yep, it's a whippet show. Yes,
yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. No, I have no idea who owns that whippet, so I'll have to find that out later. But certainly Bridget's the hired gun. So that's our puppies. We just need our...
The juniors are one. Junior was won the group.
Yep, open.
The whippet won the group.
So it must be New Zealand bred.
Intermediate was the Borzoi.
Yep. So New Zealand bred we must be waiting for. There's a bit of a milling around. And more dogs coming. Yes, a lot of change of handlers because these people have often got more than one dog, which is... They've had an amazing day and won in many classes. Oh, Betty and Julie. Match made in heaven.
Oh, God.
Right, here we go.
There it is, our number one hound.
This is Linda with Wonky. I still can't believe he's called Wonky, but he is.
The number one hound, and 154 hounds entered today.
154 hounds, so you've got to be very proud of that. I'm sure Anita is, and I know Caroline will be delirious as her owner. And here's Hunter the wallet destroyer. The very glamorous Russian wolfhound. Beautiful, beautiful dog. All is forgiven, Hunter, you're beautiful. And thank you very much for Amy for coming over from Australia to handle him as well. She's a lovely handler. And now we're down to the New Zealand bred. So here we go again. So you have the standard Dachshund long hair. Again, a lovely rich red colour. Conical head. And those mobile ears. It says in the standard that they're obedient. I've yet to meet an obedient Dachshund.
No.
And having owned a couple of them, I can tell you right now. Very cute though. And I now have the smooth head variety, and they're no more obedient. My father thought it amusing to call my Dachshund Salami. Thought it was very funny. Another miniature Dachshund, New Zealand bred. Oh, look at that.
I once owned a yellow Labrador. And my father called it Banana.
Lord. Here's Martin, very tall man with a very small dog. I often wonder that I think Martin's shoes are bigger than the dog. Miniature Dachshund Wirehead, which I think is the same Dachshund we've been seeing.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
The only one entered, I think.
Smart little boy.
Yeah.
The Ridgeback.
We've seen that one as well, I think.
Yeah, we've seen that one as well. I think most of these New Zealand breeds were the best of breeds. Oh my goodness, I think we call that Petit Basset Griffon Vendion.
You'll get it right. You better go and instruct him.
He's going to get a hell out of him. The Borzoi. And that's another relative. It's Hunter's friend, Tajine. Well done, Mike.
Is Erica one of her Bassets?
Yes, Erica with one of her Bassets. This dog's name, I think, is Emo. Pretty sure that's Emo.
Yep.
Yep. Another Whippet. Lynette, also another former Doberman owner, or maybe a current Doberman owner, who's gone over to the Whippets. And lastly, the last Beagle. And this Beagle is slightly different colour. You can only see a little bit of black on him. That's a typical hound colour. This is Sue's last decision, I think. Oh no, we maybe it was only with the neuters. Oh, there we go. Martin from Christchurch with a miniature smooth head dachshund. Well done. Well, that concludes that part of the judging, and we just have to do the neuter.
And then we'll be into Best in Show.
Then we're into Best in Show. Yes, we are. Oh, we do It's the Beagle.
Of course, it's the open Beagle.
Yep, open Beagle. This Beagle is
number 2 in group.
Yep, number 2 in group, and very heavily titled. American, Canadian, and New Zealand Grand Champion. He's a big time winner, that Beagle. So we have the neuters.
Oh, Colin's pointing at us.
I know. They've been told to run straight towards the camera. So here, I think Colin's telling her where the camera is. So you can all get a good view of them. So this is our neuter, a long-head dachshund. Seem to all have been red long-head dachshunds today. Yeah. I'm all for the black and tan, but it's not happening today. And we have the Whippet from the hound group for the neuter.
Is that the only 2?
Yeah. That Whippet's a happy Whippet. Beautiful lashing tail. Exactly. Oh, it's a Whippet's day today. Well done.
Whippet show.
Whippet show, as they would say.
They are very strong.
Yeah, they're very strong, and they were our most numerous breed in the hound group, so that's wonderful. Congratulations to all the hound exhibitors, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much too.
A break. Thank you to Steve, my co-commentator. We've had a lovely time. I hope we've helped you and informed you at some point. And we're now going to go off and prepare for Best in Show, which will be along shortly.
I think Ray and Sue,
and
the judges, come in to
Ray, there'll be more commentary coming soon.
We're about to come to the finals of the National Purina Pro Plan 2022 National Dog Show. So just introduce everyone to the man of the moment, which is our Best in Show judge. On my left is Mr. Guy Spagnola from New South Wales, Australia.
Thanks, Ray.
Welcome, Guy.
Thank you.
You've been to New Zealand several times before, Guy.
Yep.
Does this appointment, this appointment the same as all the others, or is it something special to you?
No. Look, all appointments are special, but this is I think, the pinnacle for this country. So I'm very happy to be able to be here and do this
and be part of it.
Yep.
It's interesting, or very, very nice to note that we've pulled you and your Australian team has pulled an entry of close on 1,200 dogs, which is the best we've had in probably 10 years. So I think you would feel
That's fantastic.
Very, very proud of that.
Yeah.
Now, without giving anything away, Guy, you've judged your own group, which is gun dogs.
Yeah.
How did you find the gun dogs today, Guy?
Actually, I found the gun dogs really strong. It was a strong group. There was many dogs there that could have taken the top award, especially in the top 4. They were sound. They were great specimens for their breed. Look, it was a joy to do it, actually. So.
We were commentating from the site here, and we could see that you were enjoying it. You were going back. You spent some time on your decision, so I get. That's why I've asked you the question. I gathered. I don't want you to give anything away, sir, but long as you felt that's an improvement on previous time doing gun dogs in this country.
Well, at an event like this, which draws exhibits from all over the country, obviously you're going to mainly get the top dogs coming. Look. There were some very good dogs here this week, so I was very happy to be able to adjudicate.
Oh, that is good. Now, what's going through your mind as the best in show approaches, Guy? I've noticed you up there. You're a little bit on your toes, and it's great to see you on their toes.
Look, I think at all these sort of events, there is a little bit of anticipation. There's a little bit of nerves. I think I don't think anyone can be so complacent and just go out. I think it's good to be on your toes a little.
I agree, and that is why I asked you the question, sir. Yeah. So, going through your mind out there, as you wander out into the ring, what's going to go through your mind?
Well, obviously, you're going to look at the individual dogs. Mm-hmm. You're going to try and put up a dog, and I'm sure the 7 finalists will all be dogs that resemble the standard as close as possible, and so obviously I'm going to be looking for a dog that's well presented, well handled and sound, and is a good representative of the breed.
So does presentation and handling go a long way at this level?
Of course it does, yeah.
Of course it does, yes. Right, that's about it, Guy. I'm glad that we've introduced you to our audience today.
Thank you.
And you're about to go out and adjudicate at our National Dog Show.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, and all the best, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Beautifully done. No music. Right, we're down. We're online now. Right, welcome back everyone to the Best in Show Awards for the 2022 Purina Propan National Dog Show. Beside me is my co-commentator for this section is Sue Bounds from Australia. Welcome, Sue, to the commentary box.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Ray.
Yeah. So, Sue, Judge, what group did you do today, Sue? You did.
I did the hound group today, and that was the last group just before Best in Show.
Yep.
So the Whippet was the winner there. It's quite a young dog, so we'll see how it goes.
Says it. We've just had a little talk with our General Special Judge, Guy Spagnolo. And I try to extract out of Guy what he was actually liking, and he didn't give...
He wasn't going to give it away,
He wasn't going to give everything away.
No.
But he, like yourself, was very honoured to judge at our dog show of this size. And I did explain to Guy that your team, which includes yourself, has drawn a record number of dogs for our dog show. So as part of Dog New Zealand and the organising committee, I'm very pleased about that.
Yeah, well, it was a great entry. What was it, 1,100?
Well, with the stakes, it's close. It's very close. It's closer to 1,200.
1,200, yeah.
And it's probably the biggest entry we've had in some time.
Yeah, and as the exhibitors and people watching might know, if they don't, we'll tell them, 3 years ago was the last time this show was held due to COVID.
Yes. The planning committee, which I've been on for 3 years, because COVID has put it back. So all we did is dusted the covers off the preparations and put the fine-tuning onto it.
But they did a great job of planning and ran like clockwork. We actually have Brian talking at the moment, the president.
Yeah, there's an award he's going to have to do.
Yeah, will it cross to that?
No, it will not.
It will not cross to that award that he's going to make.
If the screen crosses to that, then it is. But at this stage, it's totally us on camera.
Okay. So it's interesting that we had 4 Australian judges, me, who is a hound specialist, and the other 3 are all gun dog specialists. So
and even our stakes judge was a gun dog specialist.
Stakes judge, no, but she was also a hound specialist.
A hound of late.
Yes,
yeah.
hound of late, being a Dachshund exhibitor.
I've known Beth for many, many years, just an absolute lovely lady, and we're always pleased to have a New Zealand judge on the panel. She's from overseas, over the Cook Strait. She's from the South Island, so we had a total overseas panel here today.
But interestingly enough, that 2 of the judges have and had English Springer Spaniels, and then went into Papillons, both of them, and they were major competitors in the ring. And of course, Guy with his Driftway Labradors. And I'm reading on your sheet here that gun dogs have won this show more than others. I don't know if that means anything for today, but we're just going to find out, aren't we?
We're just going to find out. The gun dogs have had a mortgage on our Best in Show winners.
Well, looks on your list, 18 times have they won, but the last one was won by a hound, see? In 2019.
It's great to see that you still got your loyalty to the hound.
Of course. I've got my Beagle badge on, see? Oh, wrong side. I've got the Beagle badge on, yes. And so he's obviously presenting awards to the stewards.
These are presentations which are going on to members of the New Zealand Kennel Club by the president of the New Zealand Kennel Club, Mr. Brian Harris.
Yeah.
And we're just waiting then. As soon as they are completed, we'll move on to the National Dog Show.
And we have our 7 group winners, which will be coming in.
And they'll all be those handlers. What do you reckon going through those handlers' minds out there?
Well, they're probably very nervous because it's the largest show they've done in a long time.
Yeah. And we're now crossed over to...
We've crossed over, as you can see.
To the President of New Zealand Kennel
Club. Now, are they going to come in their usual 1, 2, 3 to 7 order, or will they come in the order they were judged?
No, they'll come in groups 1 through to group 7.
Okay.
And
you can see the people behind there watching.
Yes.
It's got quite a big audience. The judges are down one end.
So we've just had our Young Kennel Club, Young Handlers Awards. It's something that's got very, very strong in this country of late. And there's actually showing in a lot of the handlers that are coming out have all come through the ranks.
Well, you've had some very good handlers that have done well at Crufts
Yeah.
and been,
Yeah.
selected in finals at Crufts, which is great. Interestingly enough, today New Zealand did interviews with their finalists, and it's not something I've seen happen before. And they had the 3 judges interview there was 1 boy, wasn't there, and 2 girls?
Right.
Yes, they interviewed them. And very daunting, I thought, to get them to get up there and be able to answer the questions. But they handled themselves really well, and the judges made them feel at ease.
Now we have a presentation to be made by Miranda Stevens from Purina Pro Plan.
Mm-hmm.
So,
not sure if it'll cross to her.
no, but it's a very, very secretive part of the day, and there will be much jubilation when the award is made.
Okay. So we're recognising a steward who's had...
Well, we're recognising a person who has been very, very active in the Young Kennel Club.
Mm-hmm.
And those mothers, and they're all mothers fathers who do the job, they've got a difficult job. They've got young teenage kids, and they are looking after them and developing, and part of the interviews are developing young people.
Yeah. Obviously, Ray knows what's going to happen here. He knows who's going to get this award.
Yes, I do.
And we've crossed to it now, and you can see some of our stewards in the background, plus our General Specials Judge, Guy Spagnolo, standing. Oh, he's about to enter the ring. Okay, so with these very famous Driftway Labradors.
We had a nice little discussion with Guy earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
Guy said he was quite nervous, and I'm glad that's the case. He's on his toes.
Well, Guy and I judged 2 years ago at Sydney Royal, not this year, last year, and he did gun dogs, but he did not do best in show. That was done by Hugh Gent, one of the other Labrador specialists, and also very strong with ANKC. So now Guy has that privilege of judging.
Well, not a lot of us get to that stage where we get that privilege. So, Guy,
know.
I've asked Guy, you judged many times or several times in this country. Was this different to what he judged before? And he said, absolutely. Been looking forward to it for a while. And it's not the easiest jobs out there. He knows his fellow judges have put through some very good dogs. He's put some through some very good dogs of his own.
Yes, well,
So
he did 3 of the groups.
Did 3 of the groups. So he said, I know basically what's out there. And he says, and he has greatest respect for his fellow judges. And he said, they all have put through very good specimens for me. So,
but Ray, as we know, he's going to judge the dogs in front of him.
That is correct.
And he will find his winner there. It may be one of the ones he's judged. It may not be. It's the dog on the day
that is going to perform.
That's going to perform. And, it's a nerve-wracking for the handlers out there and for the exhibitors. And, here is the winner of the toy group.
Which is the pug.
Yep. And here it comes.
Coming in the ring. This is a very experienced handler, Penny Ward, with her Glomar pugs. Very, very famous in this country. Is our Multiman Parvo pug. Gone round to Group 1. I don't think Penny would be too nervous. She's very seasoned.
Yeah.
Scotty Terrier and winner of the Terrier group.
Yes, I judged the Terrier group, but did the Ardmore show. So there are 2 shows that have been running over these 5 days concurrently. So that Mrs. Rickard put the Scottish Terrier, and here is the Pointer bitch.
That was put through by our Guy Spagnola himself. So the Pointer is the winner of the Gun Dogs, which is Group 3.
Yes. This is my group winner, the Whippet. It's a young dog from the junior class.
He certainly doesn't look like a junior. He's handling it all very well.
He's handling it well. And you'll see, they told me when we just did the photos that the
son
baby puppy that
was the
won
son.
was the son of this dog. So they were very happy. There you are, the winner of the working group.
Very, very
was the
big
Australian
winning
Shepherd.
dog. That's an American import
Mhm.
and has done a lot of winning in this country. So the strong dogs are coming out. There's a Samoyed coming out.
Also put through by Stephanie Rickard. This dog won the group, the Samoyed, at both shows, Ardmore and the national show. And here is the Chow. It's the first time I've seen this dog.
Well, it's actually riding a crest of a wave. It's done a lot of winning
Uh-huh.
in the last month or so in
Mhm.
Auckland. Will the wave continue or the wave
Well,
not
we'll
continue?
have to find
We'll
out.
just have to wait and find out.
So
There would be a lady that would be quite nervous out there with that Chow, I can assure you that.
Yeah, well, I didn't judge that group over these days, but he looks lovely in the lineup. Look at the quality lineup that we've got. The 7 top dogs out of 1,200 dogs.
It is a very smart lineup. There's no way that this is going to be an easy job for our best in show judge.
That's for sure. Now here is the pug. Now some of these dogs he has not judged, so he will probably go over all of them.
Well, the other ones that are judged, he will probably table them, look at them,
Mm.
go over them.
Yes.
This one that he hasn't judged, so he'll spend a bit more time on it.
See some of our hard-working stewards in the backgrounds there, and they're getting the prizes and everything ready. We've got a lovely large ring here for these dogs to move in.
We've had a very good bunch of stewards for the last 4 days. They've come from all over the country as well. So at their own expense, because they just want to be involved in the National Dog Show.
Yeah.
And we've been able to pick the cream out of those stewards. It shows there's a lot of work on their plate, and there's a lot happening out in that holding area.
Yes.
We can't see it on the table, but a lot is happening.
Yeah, they've done a great job. We've had assembly stewards, main ring stewards, and working 2 shows concurrently has been difficult.
Our main sponsor for our National Dog Show is Purina Propan. It's also Dogs New Zealand major sponsor. But we've had a lot of other sub-sponsors who have come on board to assist us. And as we go through the 4, 3, 2 and 1 for Best in Show, those prizes from those insurers and those sponsors, we will announce them as we go through.
So now we have the winner of the Terrier group, the Scottish Terrier.
Judged by Stephanie Rickard. This dog has done a lot of winning as well. It hasn't been shown of late, and I was hoping it was going to be here today, and sure enough, it's here today.
Of course, you know who's doing all the winning in New
Yes,
Zealand, and
that's-
I don't.
That's my advantage.
Yeah. But this little bitch is a lovely short little bitch, and she's very well proportioned, good coat.
This lady is
The lady
always
obviously loves her.
Loves them. Presents them well.
Yeah. Oh, she's got a fan squad here.
She's got an absolute fan base out there.
Yes.
If we're going to do it on acclamation, there's our winner already.
Yeah, but I must say, as the dogs are going around, you'll note all of the flowers, and Ray will be able to credit the person. But we had, was it Jean McElwain doing all of the arrangements, and then somebody who owns a nursery had brought, look at the orchids, they are just stunning.
If you came in here early in the morning, Jean McElwain was around with her pot plant of water and watering all the flowers to ensure they survived.
Did
during
she?
And then we have our gentleman from the nurseries who supplied or loaned us all of these trees for around the ring. They certainly create an atmosphere which is quite different, atmosphere that is fitting to a National Dog Show.
That's right.
There is the point of the winner of
The Gundog group.
Gundog group, put through by Mr. Magnola himself. It's a pointer bitch.
I'm not sure how old she is, but I saw her in the breeders' team, and she was the last one on the breeders' team, and I think she's quite young.
I'm not sure about the age on this one too, but...
No, but she is a beautiful bitch. Look at the movement. And obviously the crowd is cheering loudly for all of these dogs as they come along.
I'm not sure whether it's the same fan base or she's got a competitive fan base.
Yeah. Now here's the Whippet.
This is really a smart, clean line dog. Just gives you the impression of power there.
Yeah.
And that's what you've got to have. Nothing gross.
Standing
nothing
over
heavy.
a lot of ground, elegant. I noted this was also in the breeders' team. There were 4 of them, very, very similar.
Team Whippet was with their jackets.
Team Whippet with their jackets. I actually asked them in the ring, I said, why are you wearing these jackets? I think you should wear red or something that stands out a bit more. And they go, no, we like these. So, yes, this is the winner of my hound group. Obviously, I will have to cheer for the hound, of course.
We expect that.
Yes.
I can be quite unbiased here because I had no allegiance to any of them, but we'll just see at the end of the day. We'll have a little wager on the side too and see who's close.
Yeah, we could. We could.
No money will change
But
it.
you know, Whippet was the biggest entry within the hound group, and there were 35 Whippets, so it was a great entry, and this girl was particularly happy to take the group as well.
She's a very experienced handler.
Is she? I don't know who she is.
Linda Watson.
Okay, thank you.
And been around for a long time.
You've got the advantage of knowing everyone
Knowing them
here.
all. Tends to put an age on me, doesn't it?
Haha, yeah, I suppose.
This is Wally.
Wally, that's
Wally.
his name.
That's his pet name. Everyone knows him as
Well,
Wally.
where's Wally? We can see him, can't we?
Yeah, he's an American import.
Mm-hmm.
He's done the only way to describe it is a truckloader, wasn't he?
Is she a junior handler or is she a junior handler grown up?
Junior hand grown up, and that's what we really like to see is junior handlers which has come through.
Yeah,
Chelsea?
she's a very good handler.
Yes.
And the dog performed very well in the group earlier. It's been a long day, or long few days. I said 5 days before, but it's been Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
4 days.
And we have another day tomorrow because we have another All Breed show tomorrow. But it's been a long day long days for everyone. But we've been inside in this fabulous pavilion, which has, made the weather problems outside disappear. We didn't have to worry about them.
And there have been some weather problems outside. And then we've been blessed the last 2 days with brilliant weather. And the forecast says tomorrow, which we're going outside,
Yes.
we're going to be blessed with the same weather.
That's exactly right. So we're looking forward to that because it's been cold and rainy. You can see Mr. Spagnola clapping each of his group winners, and our president there sitting in the front row with some of the council members and also the other judges. Now here's the Samoyed, which I also gave the group to.
This dog has come up from the Wellington area. She makes the trip quite often and does a fair bit of winning quite often too. So again, it's another well-performed dog.
Well, it must be to win at both shows, the group.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if any of the others did, actually.
I'm
I
going
don't
through it.
think so.
The answer
I
to
think
that
it's
is
the
no.
only one.
It's the only one that's won at both the 2 shows that have been running concurrently.
So let's just wait and see. But excellent pigmentation. Carries himself particularly well.
Look at those feet, correct feet. Flattish foot. Got to be a snow foot.
Well, and with a good length of leg. This is a dog bred to be in the ice, and if it has short legs, its function is not going to be good because its chest will be in the ice.
Can be called bottoming up or something like that.
Yes.
Trucks do it and they get really stuck and they can't move.
That's right. So it's got a lovely length of leg. Very well performed dog. Moved well.
That's the utility winner.
It's a utility winner. Now we're up to number 7.
Number 7, last out of the 7. And I'll let the cat out of the bag. This is perhaps my favourite too.
This is your favourite?
This is my favourite.
Okay.
Chow.
Yeah.
Primarily because it's been a long time we've seen a chow as good as this one. And
Well, as I said, this is the first time, and I'm watching it on a monitor,
Yeah.
that I've seen this dog because I did not judge this group. Now, this is the biggest group at the National. Mr. Spagnolo judged 211 in this group, which was fabulous.
When we did the voiceover on this group, it was extremely strong. So it won from a very strong lineup. He judged it as well. Some very, very strong breed attributes there. Look at that straight stifle, the stilted movement.
Let's hope she moves it not too fast.
Not too fast. You do not wish it to move.
Yeah, we want to see it move. She's all right.
She's a relatively new handler.
Is she? She's doing all right.
Doing very well. And she's controlling herself. She must be as nervous as anything.
Yeah, well, it might be your pick. Obviously, the Hounds is my heart choice.
Yeah.
But I personally think it's going to be hard to pass the gun dog. So let's just wait and see.
Let's just leave it where it's going to rest there.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. That there's 7 fabulous dogs and a great lineup. Well done to all of them. You can see the crowds really cheering, very happy. And a lot of people have stayed to watch the finals, which is great. So there's
now
your
the
lineup.
the room hushes. Mrs. Bagnola walks down for another look.
Oh, yes, there you go. You've got your announcer voice on now.
That is correct. That is correct. We try and from here read the body language of bits and pieces.
Well, we'll have to watch Guy, won't we, to see. He doesn't give much away. I watched him judge at the World Dog Show in Milan, and he was judging Australian Shepherds then, and he had 57 in open dog class and ended up with 2 that were repeat litter brothers from the same kennel. So it was fabulous watching it. Yes. He's a very, very experienced judge in many countries around the world.
Still not giving anything away.
No, he's doing a final move on their own.
On their own.
Yes.
So they
Here we go.
Move at their own speed.
There goes the pug.
Those handlers have got to get the best out of those dogs. This is their final attempt to impress.
We're looking for that movement characteristic of the breed. And the Scotty driving from the hindquarter with that long head and that very short body. And now you have the gun dog moving.
The crescendo's even getting louder.
Now, he gets to pick 1, 2, 3 and 4. And, of course, there is the Whippet. The Australian Shepherd.
It's very clean movement in the Whippet. It's a nice dog. Samoyed.
Samoyed. And the Chow, which is getting a big cheer too.
Big cheer. They all know where she is in the context of things. I'm even scared she might break down and cry if she wins something. A lovely lady too.
Well.
We go very quiet.
Now we have to just be quiet and listen. Is he writing it down or is he going to present? It looks like he's writing. And the announcer is going to say. If we had a Zoom camera, we could go check.
We try to entice them to do it last time, but they wouldn't comply with us.
No.
They can Zoom, but they can't Zoom that far.
No.
He's writing down his 4 places. He's making his call.
And then they're going to go at the top of the ring where they've got the signs and everything set up.
Now our 4th best in show will receive a picnic hamper from one of our sponsors, Pet Insure, to the value of $70, and a gift voucher from a company called Rocking Horse to the tune of $50. Plus it will receive our sponsored products and the cups that go along with this 4th place award. And there is the gentleman representing Pet Insure going out there in the blue top. And one assumed that's the lady from Rocking Horse.
And the prizes for the 3rd best in show are the same. The Pet Insure, the picnic hamper for $70 and the Rocking Horse gift voucher.
And we're getting to some money.
That's a bit bigger once you get to the reserve best in show. Do you want to tell them about that?
Oh, I think we'll hang back till we get there, shall we?
Okay, let's just watch.
Let's just watch.
Okay. I don't think they care what they get. They just want the award.
They'll be in another planet.
Absolutely. They're going to be very, very excited.
We're about to announce our 4th best in show at the 2022 Purina Propan National Dog Show.
So the decision is made.
And everybody's collecting all the things they need to collect.
But you have to remember, there are 3 dogs here that are not going to place, but they should be extremely happy to have got where they've got to.
And
to win the group at a national is a wonderful win. There we're zooming on, the cameraman's doing a bit of a zoom there. You can see Paul Robinson walking by, calling the shots there.
They'd be worried, man, but getting very, very pleased as the day wears down.
Well, it's 5:15 now. These dogs have been going, many of them since 8 a.m. We're just leaving it so you can hear what's happening at the moment.
In 4th place, from the junior group, is the Chow Chow.
Oh, 4th. Well done to the Chow Chow. She looks very happy.
That's the automatics.
Okay.
And in 3rd place, from the junior group, it's the Whippet.
Now I'm happy. Well done to the Whippet. And they're both youngsters, both less than 2 years old.
It's a huge award for 2-year-olds at a national dog show.
Yes,
it
now,
really is.
unless another junior wins, the Whippet will be junior. From the working group, the Australian Shepherd is reserve best in show, and they are winning a 12-month Rhodium insurance policy from Pet Insure for $6,000 and a picnic camper from Pet Insure, $140. Our best in show. I won't say I told you so. With 3 gun dog specialists here. Congratulations, but that is very hard. When you have the gun dog specialists, they are very hard on their own group. So congratulations, that young bitch has done so well, and she's best open in show.
She's our best automatic
well.
open in show. Right,
yes.
the prizes for our best in show are quite considerable.
Okay, let's hear them.
We have a $140 voucher from Picnic Hamper from Pet Insure. Quality Presentations is a framed Best in Show ribbon to the value of $450. There's a penciled portrait from Susie Kilcardi, who is a known portrait painter from the Auckland area, to the value of $500.
And I would say that'll be of this dog winning.
Of this dog, yeah. It'll be a special setting from Easy Gate.
Yes.
We have an double opening swinging gate system worth $1,099. There go the tiers, is that right?
Yeah, the tiers. Well, it was very loud. When they announced it, it was very loud, and we're in an indoor facility with echoes and very loud noises. But
well, the 2 automatic places are the junior has been taken out by the Whippet.
Yes, junior has gone out by the Whippet.
And open has gone to this dog here, which is the Pointer.
Yeah, there are 2 opens. And
it's the highest winning win, though. So that takes it.
And 2 juniors, that's correct. Now we'll have to go now and do the puppies. We won't be doing junior. There you are. It's on the screen for you with their names.
Best of Group 1, Best in Show. 1 is the Pointer, Chester Hope Ruthless, bred by the Chester Hope Kennels in the Hawke's Bay. Number 2 is the Australian Shepherd, American Grand Champion, New Zealand Champion, Dream Street. Where's Wally? There's the Wally part. And he is imported from America.
The Whippet is Archon, it looks like Paparazzi.
That's right.
At Carradine, and the Chow Chow champion, Sar Jolan, Bright Stargazer. Now, looking at that, the Pointer and the Whippet are not yet titled, or are titled maybe after the entrance went in.
That's right.
Yeah. So as New Zealand has had limited numbers of shows, I'm sure everyone can understand how that's happened. So there's the size of the cup, as big as the dog,
Big as the
you
dog.
can see.
You wouldn't want to take it out. There's too much cleaning involved in that. It's actually a perpetual one that remains in the foyer of New Zealand Kennel Club.
Yeah.
But all the photographs and everything will be taken with that.
That's right. And there's the ProPlan product that they've received as well. Now, we did get a sneaky piece of paper telling us those winners after the 4th had been announced. So both Ray and my winners got in there.
Yeah.
But
Interesting enough, we had yet another gun dog.
we had yet another gun dog. We looked at it, and there's been 18 gun dogs who have won this award. 8 toys, 4 terriers, 3 hounds.
This is of late.
Of recent years. 12 working dogs, 13 utility, and 7 non-sporting.
And the gun dog one has just gone up to 19 winners.
Oh yes, it has just gone up to 19 winners, and you can see all of the cups there. So what a wonderful conclusion. So now we'll go to the baby.
The babies.
Yes, the winners of all the stakes classes, which were judged by Beth Warman from the South Island, have all been presented in the ring just after lunchtime today. So they had puppy sweepstakes, junior, and then she finally did a breeders team. Okay. There's the breeder, proudly receiving.
There's Diane O'Neill,
Yes.
the matriarch of Chester Hope Kennels.
Yes.
And Chester Hope Kennels have imported dogs all over the world.
Mhm.
And the Chester Hope Kennels are indicted into the New Zealand Hall of Fame as far as breeders are concerned. And this is just another feather in the cap for Chester Hope Kennels.
They're very well known all over the world. Handled by the daughter,
The daughter,
Paige?
Paige O'Neill.
who all of them went through junior handlers, didn't they? Yeah. Okay, so now we're waiting for the babies. Not sure if they'll continue. They're just getting everything set up now. Oh no, we're going. Here we go. Straight.
There's only one place.
Yes, only one place.
Powder puff?
There you have the Chinese crested powder puff. That's right. And here's the little Jack Russell, who actually at the National did receive Best of Breed. So
As a baby?
As a baby. So he has had a very big show.
That's bred by Linda Strongman, who's exhibiting that guy. She bred that.
And there's the Labrador. Now that's going to be hard to beat, the Labrador baby. Now the hound group, the Whippet, of course I will be cheering for. Some very, very lovely babies here. Very big entry of the Valhounds at this show.
Yes,
There were
all
20,
of a sudden the
20 Valhounds.
Even in our last practical examination for our candidates in the Hawke's Bay, there was 10 there. So our new judges have been examined on the Swedish Bloodhound.
Now the Sheba took the Utility Group Baby Puppy Award, and the handler also was placed third in the group. And in Group 7 you can see the French Bulldog there. Very, very popular breed these
All
days.
of a sudden is flourishing as a breed.
Absolutely. So Mr. Spagnolo is looking along and having a quick look. He has judged this group, so he's just going to move this one out and back. He hasn't judged the terrier, so it should go up.
It'll be on the table.
It should be. There you go.
On
There's
the
the
table.
little Jack Russell. Going to be hard to beat this little terrier, you know.
At this age, not a lot of them actually ask for it, but we've got a dog that will just say, "It's mine."
Mm. Very popular dog in the UK.
This lady is a terrier lady through and through. Mrs. Terrier, we call her.
Okay. You know all the people. I don't know any of these people.
Mrs. Linda Strongman, her name is.
Right, okay. And here she goes, this smart little dog.
Look at it.
Oh,
It's a
absolutely, wagging its tail. And very fit for function. I could span this dog easily, and I know as an adult you'll be easily able to do it. And here's the Labrador. I think this breeder has been around for a long time.
Long time. Crossway Kennels.
Look at this little girl go.
That is Julie Bedford on the lead for that Labrador. Crossway Kennels, another famous, well-known Labrador kennel in this country. Actually, only lives about 20 minutes away from where I live.
Oh, okay.
South of Auckland.
Right.
Go past her house most days.
Now here you go with this very pretty baby.
Same markings around the muzzle as the father.
Yes, yes. Now what's her name? This girl? Is it Anita?
Anita
somewhere?
Henderson.
Right, okay.
I can remember many years ago judging the final for the junior handlers. And little Anita, as a 15 or a 16-year-old.
She'd love you to say that it was just a few years ago, wasn't it?
But I'm not going to say that, though.
No, you're not going to say that.
And I placed her first and she went to London.
Oh, wow.
So I've known this lady,
For a
young lady,
long,
for a long
time.
time.
Okay, well, there was a baby bitch as well and a baby boy. And they were both equally stunning, but the baby boy just took it. He just stands over so much ground, so sound. And here is the baby Valhound. There was more than one of these. As I said, 20 in the breed.
That would have surprised you coming over to this country.
Oh, we don't have 20.
No, no.
And it was wonderful to see. Look, this girl's smiling, very happy to be out there. And Sheba's getting ready to get up on the table. This one was put through by Stephanie Rickard. Some with a tail, some without a tail.
Yeah, and we noted that before, some of the adults, and they'd never had the tail. Just the transition between the regulations in this country.
Yes. But we're getting used to that, aren't we?
We are, and as judges now, we're finding no real difference.
No.
And everyone portrayed that we would find differences, but I don't think it has happened.
Now, he didn't judge this group at all, so he therefore is going over these dogs as well. This one was put through by Kay McGee from Queensland. Very smart little baby. Interesting to note if the one that placed in the group was the father of this one too. But,
even I didn't know that. You've been doing some inquiries behind
oh,
my back.
people have been asking, yes, yes. So when you go and do the photos when you finish,
So
they
there's a
tell
lot
you
of
things.
conversation takes place.
Yes, but that's when it's finished then. Now here's a little French bulldog.
With those characteristic bat ears. On his way around the ring.
It was a large breed entry today. Smart little compact dog.
Taking everything in its stride. Nothing phases
Could
it.
be the winner just because it's last. Could be. Look, there's so many people live streaming. I can see a lady there doing it. Now it's going all over the world now.
All over the world.
Yes.
This will be a YouTube presentation. Be there for some time.
Now looks like he's doing his final decision. Walking down the line of our 7 lovely babies. Will it be the Labrador? We shall see.
I I quite like the Frenchie.
You like the Frenchie?
Yeah, I like
What
the
are you
Frenchie.
in for Group 7 today. There you go.
What?
You got it right.
Yeah, he got it
and
right.
you did it before he did the
Yeah.
point. The French Bulldog has got up there now. He actually put that through then because he did that group as far as I know. I'm sure he did do that group.
Correct.
Yes, correct. So that man looks very happy doing that. Some of those classes were large. There's some very large classes in lots of breeds. In the junior bitch whippet, I had 8.
Well, I actually was doing my little wander on day one down past the utility group, and all I could see were Bernese mountain dogs.
Oh, yes.
All over the place, all
They
large
were.
dogs.
We had
all
22 of those.
All getting on very well. And it blew me away. I haven't seen that many Bernese at a show here
And
for
the
a while.
quality was excellent.
Baby Puppy and Show, there's the information. French Bulldog, Hagen, Dream a Little Dream. So it has had its Dream a Little Dream because it's Baby and Show today at the
It has had a dream for its owner.
Yeah.
Now here we go with the puppy.
It's a Pekingese.
And Guy put this through as
Yes.
well, this Pekingese for Puppy and Show.
We're now judging Puppy and Show.
I know, but Guy put it through from the group lineup.
Yeah.
Very nice. Now this one was put through by Stephanie Rickard. And the gun dog was put through by Guy. Another whippet.
You know the whippet. Now that whippet's not related to the best and the baby.
No, it's not. They told me again when we did the photos that it's from Australia.
From Australia.
Yes, bred by Bev Dames, who's an all breeds judge.
Belgian Shepherd too.
Belgian Shepherd.
There's the Bernese that we were talking about.
Yes. There's the Boston Terrier. She wasn't quite sure whether she was going in front of the table or behind.
This lady, Nicole Harrison's been in and out of the ring with many breeds, all snappy breeds. Ended up in the team poodle for the teams.
I saw that.
How she managed to change uniforms in about 3 seconds,
No,
I don't know.
actually, I have seen her change 3 different outfits today.
That's right. And Nicole just wanted to get into the new outfit, so apparently there was one layer of a dress over another, and she just dropped one. The new colours were there.
That's
I
how
went up
she
to her.
managed it.
I was quite astounded how she managed to do it, but she had it worked out.
Yeah. Nice little peek there. Okay, put the utility winner through, the Taburin. Okay, you're doing well. What's your pick now? Is it the Boston? I'm going to go to non-sporting.
Yes, I
again.
think.
See, non-sporting was the biggest group
and-
by a long way.
And every class after class for the group was very, very strong. And my co-host at the time, Lavina, when we spoke to this group, we commented this a long time since we've seen a group as strong as that.
Now, hounds and gun dogs were similar size, about 160. So I hear you're very pleased with the hound entry that it got up to that. So that was great. And the gun dog.
Have I got to turn around and thank you for drawing us? You don't have to do that. For drawing us.
I was very happy with the hound entry.
Yeah.
But the gun dog entry as well, with 3 specialists over the weekend, you would expect that.
You actually caused us a little bit of a headache
Oh, did I?
in the programming or the scheduling of the dogs. We had cast the hounds on the last day, and we couldn't change that. We had to change a few things around. Took the stakes on to the day before.
Yep.
And put the pressure on you all morning to get your skates on and get it done.
I know. I
weren't
was
quite-
told to
we're-
do extremely fast and be finished by 12:30, which we did manage.
That's right.
So that was great. Some people in Australia, if they're watching this, might recognise this girl as Bridget Bryson.
I was going to say it looked
This
like
is
it. I
Bridget
didn't know.
Bryson,
Yes.
and she is handling this Australian dog, which is now over here with
And her
somebody,
father
I don't know.
has a big involvement in the Sydney Royal Show. John
Sydney
Bryson.
Royal Show, and he's also an All Breeds judge now. Yeah. So this is Bridget.
Again-
She also handled the Foxhound,
Yes.
which was placed in the final 8. It's a very nice young
I thought
dog.
it was Bridget, but I didn't
It is
actually wish
Bridget.
to comment in case I got that wrong.
No, it is Bridget.
Because I didn't recognise her as a.
Yeah,
an
now
NZ.
Bridget does the live streaming in Sydney for Sydney Royal for the specials. She also stewarded for me when I was judging Sydney Royal last year. Okay. Now I also put this one up, puppy in group, and gave it the challenge. Very nice, young,
Derp.
square. Yeah. Yeah, interesting to note when you judge these that you don't stack them. They must come back and must stand 4 square.
Very light, quiet movement.
Yep.
They actually suffered from that attribute during the war, and they were used as message carriers, and they were virtually nearly shot out as a breed. So from 1945 onwards, they've been resurrected. Quite a marvellous feat.
But going to some of the specialties in Europe, they will have 600 of these.
Yeah.
So it's
Probably 600
amazing.
times more than what ended up after the war.
Yeah, 600. That's exactly right. It's an amazing breed with 4 different varieties. And here we go with the Bernese.
I think it's a very happy dog.
This lady, I'm not sure she didn't win junior as well. So I don't think we'll see junior come in because it's already been won.
Yeah.
I think she did win junior in group as well as puppy, and yeah. The Bernese entry, as you said, was very strong. When I did the group, I put one of her male dogs second reserve in the group. So she's obviously a strong breeder.
She has been, and she's been bred. I don't personally know her name, but she's been breeding the Bernese for many years.
This one's put through by Kay McGee as well. And she presented the dogs very well. This dog's nice and exuberant and happy and happy to be there.
Right.
The dogs didn't have any problems showing on this surface either, none.
It's quite a unique surface. It started off as concrete, solid concrete. That was too hard. Then we put a very, very thin layer of tar seal.
Oh, okay.
Hot mixed tar seal on there.
Yeah.
And then with that we put tennis court paint green on top of that. So that's what we've got. Essentially it's concrete, and as a judge, you'd find it. Your feet are getting a little bit sore.
Yeah, I think the judges are because they've been standing the time, but the dogs have had no problem. Now here is Nicole Harrison showing her Boston. Yeah. So we missed that when we were having chats. So, and the camera is focusing on it now for you.
Boston Terrier, Nicole.
And that was also put there by Guy Spagnolo. So we'll wait and see what's going to win here. Will it be the Pekingese? It might be my choice. Very pretty. Lovely envelope head that you're looking for. So, who knows?
Oh, I think the Pekingese.
Oh, we're both doing well today. Is it we can read the body language?
I think it's the body language. We are making the calls before the body language is apparent, though.
Oh, there you go. She'll be very happy. And there it is.
Mrs. Diane Rogers with Taiwan Kennels.
And they've had Pekingese
Diane had Pekingese
for a long time.
as a before she was married.
Mhm.
Her name was Diane Boniface,
Mhm.
and she lived down the Wanganui. Oh, that actually was bred by Keith
I'm just
Brown
reading that.
from Parkhaven
I
Kennels
was
in
reading
Christchurch.
that in Christchurch.
Mm.
Yeah. And she has had Pekingese.
She, for a long, long time.
Yes. And Master of Memories, has that got anything to do with the loss of her husband?
I don't know.
It
Clyde
could be.
Clyde
It
and I
could be.
were very, very good friends. I found
but
that
called
quite
Master of Memories.
Yes, and Clyde is an ex-president of the New Zealand Kennel Club.
Yes.
And we started in this dog game as a couple of young Turks. And we run some pretty big shows together, etc.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of time for him. And
Now, here you go. I'm going to cheer now.
Yep.
Yay the Whippet, who is also junior in show because it was placed third in show. Well done to the hound. She's very happy. Doesn't have to go against the others. Archon Paparazzi at Carradine.
Just got a feeling that Whippet is bred by a lady down in the Hawke's Bay.
Well, you would know. I'm not sure of that prefix.
No, I'm not sure of the prefix, but I'm sure because Team Whippet.
But you can see them all there. Look, with the same
I'm
jackets
sure
on.
sure that's the owner there.
Yeah, well, they didn't all have those jackets on. Only one did when they showed in the breed ring.
Yeah.
But then I saw them in the breeders' team, and I went, oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so
Right.
we're coming in for intermediate now.
Intermediate
And we
show.
won't be having open, but we will have New Zealand bred.
Have New Zealand bred, and the open will be paraded. There's Penny Ward with her pug. Here's Mrs. Terrier again.
Now that
Linda.
looks to be the same pug, but she may well have won 2 classes in show, so we're going to have to look.
Yep.
There you go, the Golden
True.
Retriever.
Again, you find the tail missing now.
Yes.
It's an older one with no tail.
Yes. And there's the St. Bernard.
There's
And
Nicole.
there's Nicole, but she hasn't had it on a change here.
No.
She's in the same pink outfit. Now, was that dog second in that group? Because I did hear when I was judging, the standard poodle was second. Might well have been that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't
No.
recall.
So there's your lineup.
Nicole has done a lot of running today on this hard concrete floor.
She has. Yes. And there's the father of the baby Jack Russell.
More than likely.
It is.
It is.
Yes.
It is. It is.
It is. Do you know who that Saint man is? He's been around for a long time.
Mr. Gary Neal.
Right.
And Diane's late husband, Clyde Rogers.
Straight away, I'll just jump in for a second
Yeah.
and you can get back to that. He didn't touch that dog, so he clearly, it probably is the group winner.
Yes.
And it's definitely looking like it.
Yep.
Moving extremely well. So
Yeah.
what were you about to say?
Clyde
about
Rogers, that Diane's late husband,
Mm-hmm.
really got the St. Bernard breed going in this country. He had a dog of a lot of extremes and a big dog, and his wife had the extremes and the small dog. But I went to many St. Bernard functions and bits and pieces, and the owners of St. Bernard's, there was just many, like 30 and 40 at these functions, at their special shows. And Clyde was really responsible for getting this breed established in this country. And Gary O'Neill, as was part of that fraternity, it started off the St. Bernard's.
Yeah. Well, you've had some top ones, and they've come to Australia winning Best in Shows
That's
many
right.
as well. Here's a smart little dog. Same lady. Okay, then the Golden Retriever. who I think was also placed in the stakes, but I could be wrong with that. But he definitely was out there in the finals. He was in the finals.
Yeah, and he's also in the
breeders' team.
In the breeders' team.
I saw him, yes.
Did they get second in the breeders' team?
I think they did, actually.
Yes. All of those white jackets on in the breeders' team.
Yeah, you're right.
This gentleman also shows Border Collies.
Mm-hmm.
In the Christchurch area.
Yes. Yes, doing a very good job. Oh, he's got the fan base behind him here.
I think it's the fan. Everyone's appreciating what's gone on and appreciating the dogs in the river. This is a smart little dog.
Yes. Smart-looking dog with an Australian handler here. This is Amy Marr from Australia, who has Welsh Springers, Australian Shepherds. Obviously come over like quite a few Australians to watch, and ends up handling a dog.
Is this an Australian dog or not? It's not Ros Barton's
Well,
dog, is it?
it could be. It could be. I haven't seen a catalogue nor been informed of this.
I've got a feeling.
Oh, well, it could be. You would know what is shown here and what isn't.
Yeah.
But I would say now that it's here, it's definitely going to be shown. So this is Amy, who's a very good handler and has come up through the ranks of junior handlers as well.
They're the lifeblood
With the
of our-
Welsh Springers. Her sister now judges and has judged quite a few gun dog specialties since she qualified for her licence recently, plus other shows. Yeah.
What's it like when you're judging at a show in New Zealand and you find a handler from your own country that didn't really expect to be over here? You just take it in your stride, do you?
You take it in your stride and you judge the dog.
You just
and
move
that's
on.
what you're doing. I know Amy, not well, but I certainly know and I respect her as a handler. She's an excellent handler with a very soft touch that she can get the best
Best
out
out
of
of
the
a dog
dogs.
with a soft touch.
Now, she showed a Border Collie under me recently, which I gave her best in show with, and it was the first best in show with a Border Collie that she had got. So she shows a lot of working dogs as well as gun
It's
dogs.
a nice group to come from.
Well, they've had some good Welsh Springers themselves, the mother breeds Welsh Springers. Here we have another one.
Another Valhound.
Yes, another Valhound.
It's an older one, as you can see. It has got no tail.
There is the Valhound going round.
The St. Bernard.
Now, I gave this intermediate group as well. Very nice dog with
A lot of
bone.
massive points to be noted in the breed.
Yes, but lovely straight front and so sound. And moves well.
I think we find if we look through the list of previous winners of our National Dog Show, this gentleman here would be a winner of the previous National Dog Show.
Yes, well, whenever I've judged utility here, he's shown something. But does he show Bernese as well?
Oh,
No?
yes, I'm sorry.
He does?
At times.
Okay, right.
I think he made only handle for them.
That's a breed that's absolutely come on in Australia and here. And I know there's been imports in both countries, but the gene pool is expanding. And there you go. Now here's the poodle. Nicole with the poodle. So much work to present these dogs for the
The
show.
poodle doesn't even want to watch. Look at the judges. Keep to real austere look.
I know. As I said, Guy judged this group. And there you go. Nicole has handled many, many breeds, from Bostons to Whippets to Boxers.
Well, Nicole's mother, Tanya, had Bostons and carried on the family trait, which is good to see. Like my son shows dogs, but he hasn't carried on the family trait. Not the same breed.
Yeah. So here he's making his final decision now.
Oh, I think think he likes that hound. I like.
It's a good dog. So let's wait and see what's happening. But if the poodle was his second in group, in the largest group in the show,
It's well up in his thinking.
then I would think the poodle is in front. Yes, and if the pug is his group winner, then I would say it's well up too. So he's looking from one end to the other.
Well, that's right. The body language is one end to the other.
Yes, and are we right? It looks that way. It's going to be one of those. He might move it and
Yes, he
award
is.
it. Well, then he might
On the move.
There
He
you
has
go, on
done.
the move. Yes. Coming from a very strong toy group, she's very happy. There you go. So we've got the toy Pekingese winning, and we've got the toy winning there as well. So puppy and intermediate.
Now, we have got New Zealand bred,
Now we've got New Zealand
intermediate
bred.
and show, bred by this their Glomar prefix. I was a whoopsie. Well, I don't know really what that means.
I was a
Yeah.
whoopsie.
Well, it's a pretty good whoopsie by the look of it.
Does a whoopsie mean you've done a whoopsie?
It was a mistake made in
now,
ice.
now they're crossing to me just when I'm talking about a whoopsie. That is not funny.
No.
Yeah, so now we're up to the last one, and hopefully it switches to the dogs again so you don't have to look at us.
That's right.
There you go. There's the Papillon.
New Zealand bred and show.
My friend Ray here just decided I should do this. Just because I have a celebrity daughter, Ray, does not mean I have to be here on this. My family would die knowing I'm saying all these things. Here we go. There's the Cocker Spaniel.
Amanda Kelman from Wanganui.
And the Cocker Spaniel was second in the Gundog group.
Mr. Martin Hewitt.
Yes.
From Christchurch.
Christchurch, that I put through with the Mini Smooth. There is the
Beardy
Bearded
Collie
Collie.
from the working group.
She spent some time in Australia taking photos.
She
Is it
wa-
Penny
yeah,
Brooks?
Penny Brooks. She was some time
Yes.
out of the country, then came back.
Yes.
Slow down there.
Samoyed.
Now, I particularly like this bulldog. This gentleman showed bulldogs for some time.
Yep.
I haven't seen him of late. And it's
Look at the correct movement, the way that it is
and
leaning.
and the correct top line. It is just a
Compact.
slight dip behind the withers. That's all
Yes,
is required.
yes.
This dog has got it. I like this dog very much.
And as we said, that was the largest group. Now, that is not the group winner. That's a different Samoyed. The other Samoyed was in open, so obviously not coming through. You've got the Scottish Terrier up the front. If we just flip back with the camera so we can see it. So yes, group winner there.
Oh, the group winner there. That's right.
And we've got the Papillon here. Papillon because of their butterfly ears. And interestingly enough, both of our judges, Kay McGee and Stephanie Rickard, now have Papillons. They say everyone ends up in the toy group, you know.
It's nothing to do
I'm
with
not
your
sure
age,
I'm
is it?
going to end up in the toy group, but you know, I could. But they say that everyone will end up in the toy group at the end. So, yeah, but both of them going from English Springers to Papillons.
It's a big jump.
It's a big jump, but they
Well,
love it.
We've got a friend that you probably know, Joyce Sullivan, and she went from Border Collies. Yeah, so we can all do it.
And famous borders too.
Oh, we had a lot of her borders.
Yeah. And there is your Scotty doing its loop. Okay, now you've got the Gundog, who was second behind the pointer.
That's correct.
You know, in many shows, the second would come into the ring, but not in a national show. because sometimes the winners can both be from the same,
Same group.
So no, that doesn't happen at a national show or at a Royal. In Australia, it's just from the dogs in front of you. There you are, that's an exuberant little dog.
Mary's sporting underdog is what they say. We have got that out there.
With the bustling movement. And here we have the Mini Smooth from South Island.
Yes, from Christchurch.
Yeah, yeah. So Mini Smooth there. I can see we're right near the photo booth. There's all these people waiting to do their photos.
Already.
Guy's going to be
here
very, very busy.
for some time.
Yes, he is. So here you go. So they've gone into Dachshunds these days, and I think they even had Petites for some time.
That is correct, and originally Basset Hounds.
Oh yes, well still Basset Hounds.
Still got some
their
Bassets.
Basset Hound made the final 8 in the group today. So there
That
is a
is
very nice Mini
Martin
Smooth
Hewitt.
dog. Yes, Martin Hewitt.
Recently, as of about 2 days ago, gone back on the governing body of Dogs New Zealand, the Executive Council, as a South Island rep.
Right, okay.
The bearded collie from the Working Dog Group.
Who placed in the Working Dog Group? Third, I think. I think it was third. Third or fourth in the Working Dog Group. And it was a good, strong group. Of course, the most famous in there would be the Corgis. And unfortunately, you know, we lost the Queen recently. As both a queen to both of our countries. And she had her Corgis. And when they did the funeral, did you see the Corgis standing? That was that was the thing that brought the tear to my eyes. There was the Corgi standing.
And the horse.
And the horse.
Oh, that
standing there on the corner, making sure that the
Absolutely
Corgis
still.
were there at the funeral. It was fabulous to see with the staff doing that. And there's the bearded collie.
Penny Brooks.
Here's another Samoyed. Which Guy's going over because he has not judged. Well, this one wouldn't have been cold over the past few days, would it?
No,
No,
absolutely not.
Plenty of coat. And then we've got your bulldog.
Got my pick.
Your pick.
I've just got a soft spot for this dog. It's a
Right.
breed that can be all over the place when you judge it.
Mm.
And this dog it's got the extremes that's required in the breed, but they're technically correct. And the gentleman is a very unassuming gentleman. And I do like this dog.
All right. Well, I haven't judged this dog, but I think I'm going to go for the Cocker Spaniel. We'll wait and see. Haven't judged this dog either, so done 5 groups over this, or 4 groups over this time, and another group tomorrow. A very nice headpiece on this dog.
Very nice headpiece. If we get a screenshot from behind, you'll see that it moves away correctly. I'm not going to get that.
And this dog's done a lot of winning?
Just recently back in the showing again, and his breed type has just not changed. I think a lot of people should know, especially young judges, correct top line. So dip behind the withers, it's not a roach back. And this dog, just beautiful top line.
And with that tacked on front that you want.
Yes.
There's Guy giving his clap. Nice close-up of Guy. Now he's going to make his final decision, and then we should just have the open come in. The open automatic will come in, and then he will do his neuter for the Dissex dogs and bitches that have been shown. And there should be a runner-up in that position as well.
That is correct.
Yes. It's looking from yours to mine, I think. From the gun dog to the non-sporting.
Martin.
No. Maybe not.
Here
there
we
you go. He's very happy. Well done, the Mini Smooth.
Martin, there's more prizes than your dog's going to be buried.
I know.
Never
Yeah,
going to
well,
eat
the
all.
pointer or the owner is going to have a $6,000 bed, so we're
It's
not
going to
quite
be hard
sure.
to pack in the car on the way home. Isn't it?
Yeah, if it's a dog bed,
New Zealand
it's
Bred
gonna
and
be-
Show miniature smoothhead Dachshund champion Stevie Wonder of Pentakai.
Oh, Pentakai. I'd say Pentaki, but I would be wrong, wouldn't I?
We are now judging for Open and Show, which is
Well,
an
we're not judging.
No,
It's
it says now
automatic.
judging,
I
but
know.
it's an automatic decision.
I know. So our Open in show could have been the Australian Shepherd, but the pointer
Was
is
also an open and was ranked
also an
ranked
open.
higher out of the 4.
Yes. So the pointer.
Will automatically go best Open and Show. Here it goes.
Big clap. There it is. There you are. Excellent. Chester Hope.
Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Takes no prisoners.
Wonder if she's called Ruth.
But could well do.
Could well do.
Could well do.
Okay, now we're up to the neuter and we have another pug. Looking for the dog that is lots of dog in a small package, as they say, Melton in Parvo. And there is the Border Terrier. Oh, we've got a Welsh Springer now. Yet another whippet. See, I
And
had
yet
4
another.
whippets I put through, but they were the biggest breed entry. And I did put a beagle second.
There's the White Swiss.
There's the White
From
Swiss.
the working group.
That's correct. Siberian Husky that I also put through when I did this group. Very, very nice bitch. And Boston Terrier. Mhm. There's your lineup. He's seen the pug, so he's going to move the pug.
And
he's
Terrier's gone round the back
and
out of
Terrier's
camera
gone
view onto
to-
the table.
onto the table.
So as soon as Guy turns around after having
Yeah, he engineered that. You
Mm.
see it with his other hand. He
Yes.
said, right, up you get.
on the table.
Yep. A very, very experienced judge. He's very popular in England. Be a few people having some champagnes, won't there?
There will be.
Yeah, there's a lot of people camping on these fabulous grounds that we have here. I
And-
saw that one whole area was full, so didn't you have to go and commandeer another area for them? Because there
That
were
is
so
correct.
many caravans and, you know, the motorhomes that they needed to do that. Is that true?
It's true.
Yeah. So they're all camping here because they've come from all over New Zealand.
And they started here on Tuesday, and they probably won't go home until next Sunday or Monday.
Yeah. Well, they're going to show tomorrow. Outside in the sun, let's hope. Here you are. It's the fourth of the whippets that went through. Do you know this lady?
No, I don't.
No. I've seen her before.
Might be embarrassed when she finds out I don't know her name. When I should, but I don't.
It's all right. Now the white Swiss Shepherd.
I know this lady's name. It's Natalie Sperling.
Okay.
The wife of one of our sponsors with the Easy Gate.
Yes. And Guy has not judged this group. As you can see, he was looking at the bite of this white Swiss Shepherd. It's having a bit of a yawn there.
Pulling something out of her mouth.
No, she's got the bait in her mouth. It's a very good size ring. This was 2 rings.
Rings 1 and 2 became...
Rings 1 and 2 became 1. Mm-hmm. Not a very nice size ring for them to run around in. It's nice to see the people that have waited to see the neuters. It's very strong. This is the Siberian Husky and my pick in here. There were 3 of these bitches.
In the Spain?
Yes, to 6 bitches in the neuter class.
Still moving very nicely for a breed.
Oh, absolutely. You have to wonder whether before she was to 6 that did she show. And, you know, the quality of her is evident. Well, I'll be leaving you soon. There'll
This
be
is
the
the
end of
last.
the broadcast.
This is the last. This is the Boston.
Got to go and do some photos. So this is the Boston. Great job, Ray.
This is the end of the National Dog Show.
Yes.
Very close. I think we'll all suffer withdrawal symptoms now.
You've done a great job. Okay, what's your pick? Final choice?
Yeah, I'll go for the Siberian as well.
Ah, yeah.
I have to agree with you there.
Yeah, just to disagree, maybe Mr. Spagnola will disagree.
That's his right.
That's exactly his right. We'll wait and see. He's not looking at it. There's a reserve as well, yes.
Reserve as well.
And if you can see some of the banners around the ringside are fabulous. Large banners with drawings on them.
One of our members of that committee is very, very
Oh,
adroit
who's
at
that?
pencil drawing. Gail Sharp.
Right, well, she's done a fabulous job.
Of the banners.
Yeah. And I note inside one of our long-time Basset breeders who passed, Marie McKenzie, all of her beautiful paraphernalia in a china cabinet inside, which was lovely to see. What was that? The Whippet. There you go. I get another hand up. Are we going to get...
Oh, don't be taking the...
Oh, is he doing 3? Oh, he's doing 3.
Doing 3.
Okay. Or 4. No, he might be doing 4. He's doing 4.
Just as though there was 4 out there. So we could still be right.
We could still be right, and here it goes. He's doing 4. Aha, we both win. Hey, we haven't lost our touch.
No, haven't lost our touch.
Yeah, we haven't lost our touch. We both
No,
agreed. Both agreed with that one.
When it just came in the ring, that was the client. You can spot
Look.
them. The look.
That could easily win a group investing.
You could easily win in the other
well,
sectors.
Well done, yeah. Very well handled as well. Oh, well, do I sign off now?
We've got to keep talking while there are dogs there. They will come.
I think you and I could talk underwater. We wouldn't have to worry about it. There you go. They're
There's a round
going
of
around the ring.
For our 4
The
race
Siberian, the Boston, the Border Terrier.
And the Whippet.
And the Whippet. There you go. Good job, Guy. Okay, so now
There
he's
is
got to
Luke.
do lots and lots of photos.
loosening his tie, saying, "Hard job, well done."
Look, they're still standing up there waiting, that Siberian. Looking the part. There you go. You want to read those?
Siberian Husky champion, Melanda Heavens Halo. That was bred by Shona Preble.
Oh, okay.
Melanda
Really?
in Christchurch.
Yes.
Shona, I know Shona very well.
Well,
Should be pleased with that. Boston Terrier. A Glomar again by Penny Ward. Border Terrier, Ottapon Beretta, and the Whippet, which was 4th, Archon on Heaven's Door. So, very good.
Okay, so Shona Preble bred that.
That's her prefix.
Yeah.